saying you're a Mister or a Mrs. That's a
Yes.
slave title. So
Yes.
the people that have just even a little bit of understanding, you're able to come in and be around doctors.
Yes.
That's a
Absolutely.
great title to have in the public.
Yes.
But when you learn about church versus state, when you start learning,
Yes.
they're doing the job. The government's doing the job. Church versus state. So you know who the state is if you know who the church is. If you know that your church is working for God, then you know who the state is working for.
Yes.
So when you go into all these kingdoms and real royalty, you're going to see ministries. You're going to see ministries of defense,
Yes.
ministries of ministry of interior,
Yes.
ministry of
Finance.
finances.
Yes, sir.
There you
Ministry of
go.
Education.
Yeah,
All of
instead of
those.
having the treasury, you got a ministry of finances.
Yes. Yes. I want to. I'm curious, man, because most people don't are trying to really understand and grasp the private life. I've always encouraged people to go back and look at where the infancy of the existence of your birth is, and that your birth certificate is literally a contract.
Wow.
You have to be able to understand, like, okay, whose name is on this, whose signature is on this, like, oh, the county clerk's office
Wow.
signed this. You see what I'm saying? Oh, this is the county of Smith in the state of Texas. If you understand what that's a symbol, that is a sign of nature to let you know that you have gone through and contracted with
Hey,
them.
sign of nature. Yeah, I hope
Yes.
everybody heard what he said.
Yes, that's what you're looking at. You have just become state property, y'all.
Oh.
It's simple. Right there. No.
Demographics is the graphic demons. He says state property. Can you prove that Texas exists or is it invisible lines? So the graphic demons. This is why I say the birth certificate proves who your maker is. When you come in this system, this certificate, because they go off title. This is my maker. This
Yes.
is why I teach with the cars, MSOs, manufacturer statement of origin. When you look up what a manufacturer statement of origin is, they get rid of that because General Motors makes a manufacturer statement of origin. They give the cars to the car lot. When you register it, you destroy the true title.
Uh-huh.
Now you get a title with the state on it. Now the state owns it. So that's so who is your maker? Does your birth certificate prove who your maker is? You're not 6 pounds 7 ounces no more, or whatever it may be. So you're making a covenant outside of God. That's part of the Ten Commandments. That's real law. Ten Commandments is real law. If it's in God we trust, So
Wow.
that's how I
You
just break
saw.
it down. That proves who your maker is. But let me read this to you though. This the etymology of county. A shire. You know what a shire is, right? Like, I'm reading the etymology.
Yes, sir,
I
I
can look it
do.
up.
Yes,
A
sir.
shire, a definite division of a county or state for political and administrative purposes. Um, the domain of a count or earl. So county is a domain or of a count or earl of a count, like Count Dracula. Count,
Hmm.
earl. These are royal titles.
Yes.
So anytime you're pledging something to a county or a municipality, you're giving this up to somebody that's playing kings and queens.
That's right.
That's
That's
still real.
That's right. So what you have to do is, the first thing is, you have to claim. You have to claim, because guess what? The state is going to fight you on your claim, because anytime you are getting ready to leave jurisdictions, you have to have your claim together. You have to show that you are not a property
Mm.
that belongs to the state or the county. Somebody said the state is a third party where two or three are gathered together. Now he's talking Bible. There he is in the midst. Okay, so what you have to do is substitute the other two parties. You got to insert God back into there.
Wow.
You have to insert
Wow. I just got chills when you said that. That's absolutely correct. I love
you
the way you broke that down. I
you
love the
got
way
to
you broke that.
insert God back in there, and you got to get the spirit back in there, because that's how you make your claim.
That's it.
That's
That's
it.
it.
That's
I
how
teach.
you get out of the contract. You make your claim by joining together in the Trinity. That's how you do that.
I also want to throw this out there. So I do teach about the faith-based organizations. I do teach people how to opt out the system. But I'm going to tell you what a lot of people are lacking is what Harvard Christian University offers, and that is, first of all, family. You're a family. You know,
Absolutely.
you got your faith base. You know, they accept everybody. They definitely know about my status as a more in the private and
Absolutely.
even tribal life. We all come from tribes,
Yes.
but and you know, we going about it a different type of Christianity way. We're followers of Christ, you know.
Right.
But but with that being stated, they also have like their militia. I need y'all to understand this. So look, listen, they're teaching health.
Yeah.
You can't opt out this system if you don't have some type of like the Amish. Let's just bring up the Amish. They have their own healthcare system.
Yes.
The Amish has a mob. A lot of people don't know this. The Amish
Yes, they do.
mafia. So
They have
instead of
hitmen. They have hitmen. They have their own law enforcement. That they guess what? Let me tell you where the concept of plainclothes agents came from.
mm,
The Amish came up with that
wow,
because when you had sheriffs and sheriffs and state troopers that would come into those Amish communities, they would come out in plain clothes and they would say that we represent the law. We're law enforcement. We're law enforcement agents for the Amish community, and they were in plain clothes. But guess what? They had a badge that was hidden inside of their vest, and when they would open it, they would identify themselves.
so who do you work with? Because you've already proved these aspects to me.
So there's an organization that is called Interpol.
Let's go.
It's called Interpol, and they are an international law enforcement agency. They are the combination of every other major law enforcement across the globe. So, for those who have an interest in the actual, we're doing something called a community policing program, because this is where you're going to get your feet wet into Interpol, which is learning how to become learning how to become a community police officer, so you can police your own community, police your own tribe, police your own nation. And you can do that. And guess what they give you? They give you this bright and ultra shiny certificate. It's real, and you always keep this with you wherever you go. This will get you through TSA. This will get you
Wow.
past law enforcement. When you have this, they will not bother you. This is the real deal. Guess what's even cool about it? There's a QR code that is right here that the officers can scan. It will take you directly to your profile that is in Interpol's
Let's
database.
go. So you'll be working with the communities
Yes,
and their public officers, their
yes.
public officials. You'll put them back in the public servant capacity.
So you can understand how to deal with the public.
I grew up around the Amish, so I understand it.
Yes. And that's gonna be key. And you get this. Now, here's the thing that's cool about this is that you can pretty much wear this at any given time, and this is just gonna back people off, and you're gonna have minimal to no problems. This is the best way to identify yourself with other law enforcement is if you have this. Who better to recognize law enforcement than the people who train them, because that's what we do. We train them.
That's it.
That's it.
I'm bringing this up because sometimes it doesn't register when you're hearing it from the person that's actually living it. You need to hear it from somebody else. So I've seen these things in the play, I've seen these things in the motion that really work. And not only that, Dr. J, Dr. Carl, they're connected to listen, I'm not trying to say like we snitching or nothing like that. Here's what I'm saying is we work with law enforcement. Literally, this man went against me. I mean, he went against some of his colleagues to say Don Kalam is right. Listen to what he has to say. And these people were police officers, retired police officers,
Yes.
prosecuting attorneys, a lot of different people in the field, news people. He just let
Yes.
them know this is what it is.
Yes.
And we need to sit down and listen. This is you
Yes.
can't get upset just because you were programmed a certain way. This is a different type of way of thinking. You shouldn't be offended to having an open mind to these things.
Yes, and that's why I told everybody, if you got questions, you're doing yourself a disservice because you're not even in the school. You're doing yourself an ultimate
That's
disservice
facts.
because the questions you really want to ask is literally in the program. It's
Correct.
there. It's not, you don't, the thing is, I think people want to skip steps. I think people want to put the cart before the horse. Like, no, you got to get your horse
I mean,
first.
I think we all was there at one point in time.
I was too. Listen, I had that when I first got into this, and I was like, wait a minute, like that's my problem. I have so many questions until I'm not obtaining anything. I probably need to go back and actually start obtaining some of this stuff. Maybe I'll be a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like when I got around just the certain people, even your circle made me. It built a set of confidence because there's people searching for knowledge, and Don Kalam has it, and then we're getting together because some people might not understand it from everybody. So when we get together and have a meeting of the minds, then it starts clicking for people, and really that's what has happened. Um, I I just want everybody to understand. Harvard Christian University has changed my life.
Yeah,
He's not paying me to do this. Um, they reached out to me. They said, we love what you do. They ain't forced me to do anything. They're still rocking with me. They understand I'm human. They understand everybody makes mistakes. They don't judge you.
yeah,
They just want to make sure you're getting ahead in life. And a community is a common unity. And you have a big ass, excuse my language, you have a big ass network, bro.
yes, yes, sir, yes,
Outside
sir.
the school, not just within the school. You brought all these great people together, but you still got your own community. Same with me.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, everybody we bring can't sit at the table. But
See, let's talk about that because I think that sometimes as we go through certain stages of what we're trying to grow in terms of our of generational wealth and
right,
the community that we're building day in and day out. Sometimes you find that along the way in the mission, it's some people that just can't go. It ain't that they can't, it's not that they can't arrive at the place where you are. You just not called to help them arrive
wow,
there. Like,
that's amazing.
so what you have to do is you really have to surround yourself with people who are already going to be locked into you. Like that's it. Everything else is, that is your tears. That is the people that know, that's trying to get to you. Those people you want to put on the outside of you. That's your outer courts. That's what I call them. Your outer court, that's your outer circle. That's outside. The people that are your inner court, that's your inner circle. Those are the people that are around you and connected to you on a day-to-day basis, that know what's going on, that know how you move, know what's going on, how you're conducting your business. You see all of the things that they're handling in regards to the vision that you have. Those are the people that you want to do good in business and in life with. But if you find yourself having to struggle along with people that don't fit, it's because you're not supposed to be carrying them. That means that they are assigned to another tribe that can carry them where they're supposed to
Wow,
go. And you have to be okay with letting them go too.
I like your
You
key words. Assigned to another tribe.
Yeah, they're assigned somewhere else, and then when they finally get to where you are, it was because they will appreciate that at least they met you and got the foundation, even though you didn't take them with you.
Wow, that's amazing. That's some beautiful words. Very well put together. Um, I don't know. I heard a little bit. I see you dropping a lot of game. I used to drop a lot of game in the public, as you know. You followed me for a while, but now I'm just teaching business and teaching people. Your name is a business. You
Yes,
should be part of a faith-based organization, a tribe, some type of community. If it's not your family. Also, with that being stated, I learned how to get deductibles back instead of trying to, because you're absolutely correct. I heard you say dividend check. These are not
yes,
bills when you get them in the mail. They're dividend checks. They're showing you that it's really showing you what they've used from your trust. It's called a 60K trust. A lot of people don't understand this. The Social Security Administration is a trust administration, and it's based on public insurance. I'm saying it again, public insurance. So that means it was created in legislation and it's only there to ensure the public. So you can only get the benefits from it. And this is why you have to opt out from the system. This is why the Amish do not use the social security number. Therefore, they do not go to jail. Amish, I mean, and Amish do get cars. They usually do horse and buggies, but I have seen Amish with cars. They paint it all black, can't have no silver around it, none of that. So how are they getting a car with no social? You know, how are they opening up stores? There's Amish stores.
Yeah.
How are they opening up stores with no social security number? And that's what led me to the faith-based organizations. That's what led me to the unincorporated associations, the
Yes.
private tribes, private businesses.
Yes. That's see, y'all. He giving y'all some gems
Yeah,
right
so
now. As a matter
with that being stated, and so now that because if you're not doing certain things correctly, um, you will be flagged in the system if you're not part of the right people, right places.
yeah.
Non-government organizations, someone put in the chat, NGOs. Non-governmental organizations is what that stands for, NGOs.
Yes.
Just so
Yes.
everybody knows. Don Kilam is
Yes.
on his game. But
Yes. Eh,
so but so what I've learned what the super wealthy do is their bills are deductibles. These bills have to get paid. So I need y'all to understand with any business, y'all can look this up. It's called an NOL, net operating loss. Every business, I've been telling everybody make their names forever. Make your name a business, LLC, and there's more steps with that. Holding companies, churches, just you gotta make sure your handlers are together. That's why I told Dr. Jazz, Dr. Jazz needs you to be my handler. If we're
I'm
fighting
saying,
against the
yeah, I don't have a
Illuminati.
problem with that. Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
if
good.
we're
I'm
going
in.
against the Illuminati, I need you to protect
Yeah,
me.
I got
I,
you.
I don't need no Suge Knights. No Puff Daddies. I don't need no Puff Daddies. I don't need no Suge Knights. You feel me?
Nah, we don't do that. Nah, we
But
don't
like,
do that.
so listen, and then also let's teach people about nationality. Last night, when I said nationality is the order at the end of the day, but then you need to go to your tribe. It starts with nationality, but which tribe do you come from? Which tribe do you derive? Because the Bible is a fact in the courtroom.
Yes.
So which tribe are you claiming? We're tribal people. So
Mm-hmm.
which tribe do you derive from? But look up NOLs, net operating losses. Each business, if it's one person, they can write up to $250,000 in deductibles and business losses. Two people, and this can be an alter ego because I need y'all to understand businesses and trust are people too. So this can be a partner within your business, and they can write off an additional 250,000. That's $500,000 a year off of one business. If you understand what I'm saying. If you understand deductions, you understand business losses, you understand that just with your regular name, if you're still a 1040 person, still following, I want y'all to know that individuals cannot hand down wealth to the future generations. Dr. J was talking about generational wealth. You cannot hand down generational wealth in a public banking system. You cannot hand down generational wealth with a birth certificate. You cannot hand down generational wealth with a public bank account. That will go through probate. If you're using state IDs, you seen Dr. J just pull out a badge. There's an ID up under that. That's a private ID.
Yep.
You could put that in a trust and use that as identification.
Yeah.
Matter
Yeah.
of fact, it says Interpol on it, right?
Yeah.
What country is that from?
It don't belong to a
I just
country.
want you to know it's international. That's private banking. That's a form of private banking, private contracts, and being able to operate outside the scopes of the public.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he said
Yeah.
NGOs, non-government organizations, yes. And
Yes.
then
Yes.
NOLs, that's net operating losses.
Yes.
You live in America. Why is America the greatest country there is when we're in debt? Because they know how to chunk up their losses. Hey, they're backed by the people. So if everybody understands there's no gold and silver, we understand that this fiat, I keep fiat, you know I do. You'll keep the fiat, man.
Yeah.
If y'all understand that it's not backed by gold and silver. No natural resources. It's backed by your labor. It's backed by you. When you fill out an application, then they can print more fiat. When you fill out the security agreements, when you fill out your loan applications, when you fill out a job application, when you fill out all these applications, that is the security agreement to create more Federal Reserve notes. And a lot of people don't understand this. So it's backed by your labor. So with that being said, this nation is backed by you and your labor that you're going to wake up tomorrow, that you're going to comply tomorrow. It doesn't matter what you do as long as you're still filling out. That's how important your essence is. That's how important your talent is. That's how important your attention is. Where
Yes.
attention goes, power flows. I'm gonna let Dr. J take the floor, man. I just got
Oh
over in the
man, nah,
spirit,
you
man.
just you dropping
I
so
had to hop on here, man. I had to bless you because, man, you are a great individual. I don't like putting men on pedestals.
man.
That's not what we do. But
Man,
man, listen, you do it in a way that because the people I
Ye-
hang out with, we
yes
debug shit.
sir, yes sir,
We getting
yes
in, you
sir.
gonna listen to us, man.
Yeah,
The way you do it is just fabulous. I love it. I honor you, man. I wish I
man,
could give you your roses like you gave me mine, and I
man.
would love to. I'm having an event. It's gonna be April 19th. We got the date locked down in Chicago, Illinois. I'm talking to Drea Kelly. She said she's gonna come. R. Kelly's ex-wife.
Wow,
I'm talking to Carlos Miller. I'm talking to
wow,
my homegirl Erica Duchess. I'm talking to some big, powerful names to show up. So I
man.
would love
That's
to have you
gonna
there
be
and have you
huge,
speak, man,
man.
and implement one of your programs.
Man, that would be great, man. Because I think what I would definitely like to do is I think we're gonna see some tide, and I'm seeing the tide right now. The law enforcement segment is very quiet right now, and the reason why they're quiet is because the certain law enforcement administrations are going to be looking for other ways to do policing. They're looking at other ways to do it. The problem is, however, that they are lacking the training that this organization already has.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted real quick. If because we gotta look towards the future too.
Right.
Because I love you got me interested right away when you introduced me to the Interpol last year. But we
Yeah.
need to know how we're gonna be protected from the future AI of things.
Okay. From AI. Oh man, that is a great
Because
question.
they pulling up.
Okay.
They pulling up with drones, robot
Drones.
dogs.
Oh, listen, we have all of those
Okay.
things. You see what I'm saying? We're always going back, and they're looking at. So for those who are literally going to be really knee deep into Interpol, yes, you will be able to carry. Yes, you will be able to do all of this stuff. Yes, you will fly drones. Yes, we will do all of this stuff. We do have a secret service. There's a secret service department.
Let's
There's a bodyguard
go.
service. There are so many moving parts that you can get into with this, but it's gonna be cutting edge because we're gonna make it a requirement that every person that does the community police training program, you're gonna learn how to fly a drone. The re
That's amazing.
the re
Because
the,
I help some celebrities with private security, so I would love to get my team to learn those things, man.
Yes, it's gonna be very essential because law enforcement is gonna be a combination of AI, and they're gonna be using drones to police. That's what's going to start happening. They're gonna start using drones to police. And then once they start using drones to police, then guess
Mm.
what? They're gonna minimize on the foot traffic of actual police officers that are in uniform. So you're gonna literally see drones that are gonna be pulling people over and issuing tickets and citations and all. You gonna see some stuff like you didn't even think was
Uh,
was possible.
t-
But there's
t-
some places that are already doing it. Like they're
Terminator
flying,
X.
yeah, they're already flying over people's cars on a day-to-day basis. As a matter of fact, where I live at, twice a week there is a drone that flies
Wow.
over. I know it's a drone because I'm like, man, that just like that's not a and I'm literally not far from an airport.
So
But
so is that something that the school will be off? You said because you talked to me about this. You're
yes,
gonna be teaching people
yeah,
how to fly drones. So is
yes.
that they're teaching adults? So they're teaching kids? Um,
It's going to be for drones. It's going to be open to anybody that wants to take that program. It's going to be
okay.
open
I
to
I
anybody.
really
But
I
I'm
really
going to express it highly for the anybody that does the Interpol program because policing is going to go to droning. That's where it's headed. As a matter of fact, they just released the first drone.
that's
I think it was
facts.
in 2023. The first drone that actually shoots.
Wow. So look, I just want you to know if you create a secret service for just the drone squad, I'm down to invest in that because that's what we're gonna need on the team. I'm talking about. They told me Call of Duty games could be real life sooner or later.
That's exactly where we're headed, and I think that's how our wars are going to be fighting. Which I think that's going to be the decrease of the military because
Right.
everything is going to be converted over to technology. So a lot of people won't even have the need for deaths because we're going to be using drones. And the bombs are getting smaller, so that tells you like they're not even manufacturing bombs and stuff anymore.
Right.
Like the gun sizes are getting smaller and smaller. You know why? Because the public will have the accessibility to carry to protect themselves because that's part of their First Amendment right. You see what I'm saying?
This
All of those things are
this is my gun
extremely
right here.
right there. That's
Hey, no, man. I just want if everybody's not if you haven't been sold on partaking in Harvard Christian University, I would tell you that you need to go to a slow class then. You
yeah,
know, he lets me be me. He's a little bit more professional than me. But if you don't think Harvard Christian University is the best fit for you when it comes to this private life, I would say you're retarded. I, I would say we need to give you special education.
yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah. So and then moving forward, I just want everybody to know when I'm out the public, this is the only place you're gonna be able to get access to Don Kalam at all. When it comes
It's through the
to
university.
yeah,
Yeah,
there won't be anybody because there's people making pages. There's a lot of stuff going on in the public. If you want the true private education, you're gonna have to go to Dr. J.
yeah,
No, you're gonna have to go to Dr. J. I just want to make that public announcement because in April I am
yeah,
done. I am burnt out. I'm
yeah,
burnt out. But helping organizations like Harvard Christian University is amazing, and there's no other community out there like it. They're cutting. It's cutting edge.
yeah, very much, and that's what we want to stay on that cusp. And we felt like, and I say this about somebody was asking me about like somebody was asking about like what's y'all's like traditional model of education. I said we don't have a tradition. We don't have a tradition and we don't have a model.
Walk by
You know why?
faith, not
So
by sight. So I feel like Harvard Christian University is more about wisdom than it is more about knowledge. Because you got to understand, knowledge is knowing the edge, and when I say knowing the ledge, when I say knowing
yes,
the ledge, that's everything that's boxed in. Wisdom comes from God. Wisdom comes from
yes,
experience. Wisdom comes from because like in school, you get a bunch of lessons and you receive a test. In life, you get the test and you receive a lesson. So the lessons that you're getting in Harvard Christian University are from firsthand knowledge of what we went through, not something we learned. Like you said, it's not something we learned from textbooks. It's
yes.
something we learned from God, life lessons.
Yes, that's and the Bible is so adamant about that. It says it says two things. It says for wisdom is the principal thing. Now let me talk about that for just a minute because my teaching hat is on. So if wisdom is the principal thing, so a lot of us are stuck at getting knowledge. That's where we messing up at. We're not trying to go after wisdom, which is what we should be going after. It says that wisdom is the principal thing. And then it says this in all thy getting, get an understanding. Understanding is foundational, y'all. So we messing up because we trying to get knowledge when we need to be getting an understanding first. Understanding
That
is all about agreement. Do you agree or do you not
wow,
agree with this?
that's
And if you,
contract.
it's thank you, all contractual
That's law.
people. That's law. It is all built on contracts. That's why I emphasized last night, y'all get it, get inside of the school because that is the only way you're literally gonna get a hold of this information is if you really get into the school and don't make it a point to ask so many questions until you skip out on the application.
Well,
You ain't applied nothing yet.
it's so I want you to know. I'm gonna throw this out here too. I'm not gonna get too deep on it though. Throw out any names, but when you're part of this school, Harvard Christian University, you're gonna hear about maybe your favorite celebrity or your favorite artist, your favorite musician, your favorite movie actor who's applied these processes to their life.
Yes.
But they can't talk about it because they're bound by certain agreements in the public.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I just want to throw that out there, man.
Yeah.
So you won't even. So when you, it's monkey see, monkey do. When you see, let's say, I'm just gonna throw one of my friends' names out there, Kevin Gates. Kevin
Yeah.
Gates did it, so you believe it's possible. Well, Kevin Gates hit up Don Kalam. You know what I mean? And we're talking about this private knowledge that me and Dr. J are talking about right now.
Yes, sir.
You know, and other individuals, they come to him, they come to me. So
Yes, sir.
I need y'all to understand this, that the public is just a play. And you got to learn where you at in this game. You got to learn how to become a power piece instead of a Mr. and Mrs., which I told you is a slave status. So applying the knowledge. So when you get the right knowledge and you apply it, that's power. Wisdom
Yes.
comes from God and it is free, but wisdom will lead you around the right people so you can learn from their experiences. You can learn from their mistakes. And that's what's going to put you ahead of the game.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that I saw, and by the way, I am a member of the school. So anybody that's asking, like, why are you talking like this? I ain't seen you in the school. Trust me, I'm going through the modules just like y'all. You know why? Because I am a student myself, much like y'all. So I want y'all to understand obtaining this is so important because it helps you to understand what is going on out in commerce. It helps you to understand why you move the way you do. And if you really are not really sure about any of the information, I literally say, I think you need to pull your documents out because what proof there is better than when you got the document in your hand and you're looking at it like, I'm just looking at a birth certificate. No, like, what does it say on there? What does it mean? Whose signature is on it? What jurisdiction is it in? Who's the doctor that signed off on it?
Wow.
When you're looking at all of this stuff, it helps you to understand at the very basic, you're looking at a contract.
Wow.
Okay, did I agree to this contract? Because your name ain't signed on it.
Hey, hey,
You see what I'm
when you
saying?
hearing this from Dr.
I'm,
J is the world leader.
I'm
I just
trying to
want to throw
tell
that out
you,
there.
if you didn't sign it, who signed for you? You see what I'm saying? Thank you, comprehension. That's it.
Wow.
You didn't sign it, so who signed for you? Because somebody had to sign for you in order for you to have this contract.
Wow. Like I said, it is, to me, it is a contract approved in the system. The United States Corporation, we understand that 28 USC 2002, subsection 15A, United States means federal corporation. And even,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the code. I'm going to look it up real quick because I want everybody to have this.
Please, this is
He
just
did bring up
crucial.
Sharif. I just want y'all to know I have this in my phone. I forgot to throw. He brought up the word Sharif. The Sharifs. Sheriff is Sharif. That is a descendant of Muhammad. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Or Sharif is a Muslim leader. And Muslim just means you submit your will to God. You know, you walk by faith, not by sight. We're all Muslims if you believe in God at the end of the day. So, you know, source goes by many names. And that's what we're trying to break down. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's what we're trying to break down. But
Yes, sir.
I forgot what I was even looking up.
Talking about
Oh yeah, the U.S. So United States business. This blew my mind. Means a U.S. citizen means United States. I'm gonna read the whole thing to you though, and this is coming from 15 USC 4724 E1. I'm gonna say it really slow again. 15 USC 4724 E1.
yes.
So listen, United States business means a United States citizen, a corporation, a partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or any state, including the District of Columbia. I'm going to say it again. So 15 USC, I'm going to put it in the chat for y'all.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
15 USC 4724, subsection E and then 1. It's in the chat. He said, "Can you trust tax attorneys?" That's a good choice of words. The word trust and then tax attorneys, that don't even go together. But listen, United States business means a United States citizen. That's A. B is a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States. So you got to understand, when you have the Ten Commandments is the law of God
Yes.
under the Jewish law. All right.
Yes.
So and we can look up Jewish law.
Ooh, so
It's
let me
back
help y'all out for
then.
those that didn't go to theology school. He's referring
Ooh.
to canonical law, people. That's what he's
Hey,
referring
say it
to.
again. Those who didn't go to what?
Canonical
You
law.
said
For those of you that didn't
theological
go to
school.
if you didn't go to theology school, you will not understand. It's canonical
So
law.
with that
Canon.
being stated, hold on. With that being stated, they got a school for this.
Yes, sir.
So, hey, just because Dr. Lam taught y'all how to get ordained for free, you still got to go through the works.
Yes.
Faith without works is dead. You just got faith that you're a minister. Listen, you got to go through the works. How else do you learn this stuff?
Yes. Then
Mechanical
you
law.
need
I love that you said that because that's what the court system is. That's what That's what the birth certificate that he's talking about. That's where it derives from. Is canon law.
canon, y'all. That's it. That's yes, theology. Yes, theology school. Let me tell you why. Because theology school is literally it's canon law school, people. It's it's canonical law
Hey,
school.
preach
It's
to him.
yes, it is about what we would call what they have what's called what's the breakdown? They have what's called hermeneutics and homiletics. That's interpretation and delivery. If you can interpret, you can deliver.
Wow.
If you don't understand the word, you cannot preach the word. So, in order to get the understanding of the word, you have to know the laws that are emphasized in the word in order to interpret them. Canonical law, it's still theology school.
And
You
it
can
derives
spin
from the
it however
Catholic
you want to
Church,
spin it.
correct?
Yes.
So the leader would be the Pope,
Yes.
and the sub leaders, when you're in court, is the judges. They're wearing the same robe. One's
Ye-
black, one's white. So I
yes.
want y'all to do a simple Google search. Look up canon law lawyers in my area, and I guarantee they're gonna pop up in every major city. You have a right to choose your law, and you have a right to be faced by your jury, your peers. And a lot of people don't understand this or understand this. Instead, they sign the documents and prove that they're a slave by using that birth certificate. So what I'm saying is, if you're part of this private community or private tribe, that's when you can call Dr. J or people part of Interpol, and they can show up and prove your paperwork.
Yes.
I mean, that's what Malcolm X used to do. That's what the Nation of Islam used to do. That's what our
Yes.
people used to
That's how he
do.
got people out of jail. That's
Yes.
that's that's how Martin got out because of Malcolm.
Talk to him. Talk to him. So look up Bet Din, Bethdin. Beth Din. This is Jewish law of they have a rabbi instead of a judge. And your whole congregation has to be there. They can't have court if one person is missing. They can't have court. Now, when it comes to the Muslims, it's called Sharia law. The Sharia. Look up Sharia. Sharia. Sharia law. And this is legal all over the world. And
Mm,
it's a form of Christian canon law. They got like I said, they got dharmas from Indian religions.
yes. That's the Hindu, the Buddhist,
Yes,
the Taoist, all of those. Listen, all of it. Let me tell y'all what is cool about HCU theology school is that you get to know all of it.
let's
You
go.
don't get to know just like pieces and parts of this, and it's not. No, you need to understand the other sectors that are out there because you're gonna have to
Yes.
maneuver through those sectors. If you are in Thailand and you don't understand your jurisdiction, you're gonna have a problem. You see what I'm saying?
He
If
said
you
sectors,
if
key word.
yes, if you don't if you're in the Islamic nation and you don't have relationship or people that are from the nation of Islam that could come back for you, you got a problem.
You got a problem. Because they have to speak to your leader.
Yes,
You know, so these are the things that you're going to learn from
yes,
Dr. J. What to say when you get pulled over. You know, if you're
Yes.
part of the community, they're giving you IDs and stuff. They're gonna make sure you're equipped to know what to say, trained to know what to
Yes.
do. And if you don't, you're gonna know who to call or who they have to contact because
Yes.
your congregation's got they got contracts with these people. You have to sit down and talk to the governments.
Yes.
So when you're under the birth certificate, this is contract law, admiralty law. When you start learning how to use your baptismal certificates correctly, now you're part of the royal family, and you can go to the high courts of justice,
Yes.
international courts, by implementing these laws. Like I said, Bet Din, canon law. They have tribal laws for every different tribe. They have tribal security instead of the Amish mafia. It'd be tribal security.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know.
There we go.
You
That's
know, the
it.
Irish, you heard of the Irish mafia. A lot of people don't even know that the Ireland is self-governed. Ireland,
Wow.
let me look it up. Let me look it
No,
up. I don't want to tell y'all the wrong
what
thing.
you said is a fact. They are very much self-governed.
My I have bloodline tied to theirs. So,
Wow.
but they don't have a government. They got rid of their government. Yes. They withdrew and accepted self-governments within the United Kingdom. So they
Ooh.
withdrew from the United Kingdom altogether. And basically,
Wow.
that's what the United States did. And that's why I want everybody to understand how important is contract with your God? How important is contracts? Because you got to understand, in order to create a business, you have a constitution and bylaws, correct? Even the church.
Yes.
So all they created was a Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and their articles, and they said, forget England. And they've been free since then. So how do they enslave you? Is by the same way, by enslaving you through these contracts because you already been free. All you have to do is declare your Declaration of Independence with the right families. Because families is the ones who created that. So
Yes,
get
sir.
around the right families, get around the royal families. And I'm telling you right now, Dr. J, Dr. Carl, they're tied to royalty. And there's no
Yeah.
way around it, man. Royal accreditation.
Yeah. Man, that's what the school was built on. It was built on it was established through a royal decree. That's what it was. And that's when people that were envisioning education the way we wanted to envision it said, like, we gonna give you all of the powers and duties to do this however you want to do this school, because I was tired of the traditional model of education, because I was looking at the employment gaps that was out there, and I'm like, I don't understand for the life of me what's going on out there. And then I'm looking at students that's graduating that have got no experience at all whatsoever, and then I'm like, how they even gonna hire you? And they looking for somebody that got 10 years worth of experience. You've been in school for 4 to 5. You think they gonna give you a shot? They gonna look in their own corporation and find somebody before they hire you. So that's when I understood we are playing. It is a game that was being played, and I said, I'm in the wrong game. That's
Wow.
when I checked out.
Hey, so not to throw you for a loop or throw you off or anything. So would you say that people that's coming to the school, Harvard Christian University, they're making money, they're having jobs, they're productive members of society?
Absolutely. Every single person, like, they are elevated in such a way until they are making more money than they've ever made. They are doing more deals than they've done before. Some of the people are coming back, and they're literally like, they're wanting to bring other people in for recognition, because they understand, like, the letters mean something. So let me backtrack, because see, I know some people's like, well, what about the signature so special? I'm already there. Letters mean something when you put them together. Letters mean something. So if you understand that letters mean something, that means that titles mean something, because what
Wow.
is in a title? It's letters, right? If letters come together and form a title, what do you think a PhD is?
Wow.
What do you think an MBA is? What do you think PH.T is? All of those, they mean something in commerce. That's what I want people to understand. They mean something in commerce. So when you don't have that title, you do not get the opportunities, the leverage, the access. Yes, it is very much a spell. Not only it is a spell, but it is a declaration. I'll take it a step further. It is a declaration. You're not letting people tell you who you are. You're telling people who you are.
That's facts. I definitely would say, since becoming Dr. Jeffrey McBride Jr. or Dr. Don Kilam as going to public, uh, people have reached out, people in high places. Hey, I'd like to speak to Dr. Don Kilam. You know, like I said, I just talked to this morning, 5 in the morning. Talked to Drea Kelly. Hey, how you doing, Dr. Don Kalam? How you doing, Dr. Drea Kelly?
Yeah, there we
You
go.
know, a lot of people in a lot of different places. So to have an MBA, something like that, that's major. And I want y'all to know this is the only place you can go. This is the only people I can talk to, and they'll be able to feed off what I'm saying and give it to you in a different aspect, and then be able to hand it down and teach it to you because they've already applied these aspects to their life. This is why they can see me eye to eye.
Yes.
You know, so I appreciate everything you're doing. I appreciate the impact you put on my life. It's been a rough year for me, you know, losing family members and things like
Yeah.
that. But yeah, it's the public for me. It really is the public, and I'm just ready to come home, Dr. J.
Oh
I'm
man,
ready to
like
come
it's
home.
gonna it's gonna be exciting, man, and that's why, like y'all, when we let me tell y'all a little bit about the law and commerce program because I could tell my messages is gonna be bombarded with the program. So let me help you out. So this is a whole lot easier. It is going to be everything in the school that he already has. We're not looking to replicate the model because it already works. It's steps to this, so we're not skipping anything. But the components we're going to add to it is the law aspect. We're going to add to it because that you cannot put that on that platform. Just so y'all know, when y'all get in there and well, I don't see nothing about laws and this and this and that. It's because he cannot teach the law stuff on that platform. They're going to shut him down. So that is the mechanism of why you only see certain components of the program in the school, which is why it is being done here because we're going to actually be able to do the law stuff and we're not restricted in any way. Or we can't say this because we have a lawyer in here. We're not gonna play that game. No, we're gonna do it all the way through and through on this end. But that is the only other advantage to doing the law and commerce program. So it's not like you're gonna miss out on the school or the textbooks or anything like that. You will not miss out. The only addition to that is we're gonna get the law stuff. So we're gonna include the canon stuff. We're gonna do all of this stuff that is really gonna give you the muscle you need so that when you're moving in and out of commerce and in and out of jurisdictions, that you know how to move properly so you don't have any issues at all whatsoever.
That's amazing. I just want to also throw out there that with having getting my doctorate degree from Harvard Christian University, it's been easier to prove certain things when helping clients because they wasn't understanding me like how you like we talked about. We just went back and talked about canon law. So I need everybody to understand when I first started touching courtrooms and helping people in court situations was as a minister. I've always came in as a minister. You know, the Bible's a factor in the courtroom. You have to
Yes,
pray to
sir.
God. You're praying to the courts. You're fighting for your honor. It's in God we trust. So I need everybody to understand that. So I always come in this as a ministry role. Anyways, just like I told you, who runs? 'Cause a lot of people don't know. In Russia, it used to just be a prime minister, and now they got a president. And so
Mm-hmm.
I need y'all to know the prime minister is for the republic and the president is for the corporate side when it comes to Russia. A lot of people don't know that Putin went from being prime minister to president because he's trying to save Russia, but he can only do it from a corporate aspect.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't know that, man, but a lot of these countries are based on this church versus the state. So I need y'all to understand that church is law. I need you to understand your religion is your law. Religion means ritual. As long as you don't hurt nobody, you can do what you want. So you got to understand how to have the laws. Private family is your family is law. That's private law. That's private banking. That's private law. Who can get you out of jail when you're 15, 16? Your parents. So you got to understand, when you decide what the age of majority is in your family, then they can't interfere with that. I just want to throw that out there. So private law is family law.
Mm. Not see, y'all. That's the stuff that's the stuff that's in the program, y'all. That's why I say, like, y'all, please, at the basis of all of this stuff is contracts, y'all. Please just let that soak in. Even if you listen to nothing we say off of here and it don't mean nothing to you, let this be said again. You are looking at contracts. Y'all, look at it real close. Even if you got to hold the paper up and look at it and stare at it like, what the heck am I looking at? Who signed this? Whose
Or,
stuff is on
or
here?
tap in and have Dr. J's people read the contract, man.
Like,
Hey, listen. If y'all want to put in the work, at least put in the money, man.
like, yeah. Okay,
Pay the
so
right
somebody.
people.
Okay. So somebody asked, like, where just that. Somebody said, just listen. Okay, so here's where you start, y'all. Here's where I started. Maybe this will help some people. Um, I started working on changing my status. Like, this is just like one of the things I did. I started working on changing my status and, getting out of this stuff. So what happened was, in the middle of working on getting my status and stuff changed, uh, somebody tried to clip my wings. And I'm like, oh snap, I can't believe this is happening. What am I going to do? So while I was learning this process, I found a way to just be like, let's just see if this works or not. And it just so happened it worked.
That's how you
In the middle of trying, not this is perfect, not I got this down to the T. It's just the little bit I knew what was enough to be able to help situate what I was trying to accomplish. So y'all, at the bare basis of this is starting. I would say you need to get your birth certificate, your driver's license, your bills, and understand that you're reading contracts and agreements, and you need to be very comfortable in understanding like what all of this stuff entails. Once you start on that,
Yeah. Hey, I need you on a podcast, brother.
oh man, like you tell me when,
Hey,
and it
so
happens.
look, I'm gonna come to you this week. When I'm gonna come see you at the end of the month, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna make
Oh,
sure to make it,
okay,
and
gotcha.
then we can work out on everything else. It's just gonna be me though.
I got to say less.
Yeah,
I'll make
yeah.
sure. Yes, sir.
I got rid of all my consoles. I'm free. I I'm really ready to just go private and teach with y'all. I don't want to help the public no more, man.
Oh
That's where
man,
I'm at
yeah.
with it.
Yeah, this gonna be the best effort in this, y'all. It's like yeah, I say y'all get your bills. Like if you have bills, like don't get in the mindset that like I'm just gonna like literally pull the bill out and you're gonna have a renewed security agreement. That's what it
Wow.
is. That second and third page is a renewed security agreement. Go look at last month's bill and look at the difference between that one and the one that you got, and tell me if you don't see any differences in it.
So I just want to bring something out. I'm gonna point out like a story that because he brought up status. He said learn status first. Mister's a status. It's a slave status. Mrs. is a status.
Yeah.
Having the first, middle, last name as a status in this system because that's a format for them. Royalty don't use first, middle, last names. But I just want to throw this out here. This is Genesis 27:36. When you understand Jacob and Esau, the birthright belongs by default to the oldest son. He would inherit a double portion of the family estate. Esau had sold his rights to Jacob. The blessing, on the other hand, for soup. So Esau gave up his birthrights to Jacob. And because their father was dying and he was hairy, he felt him. But what I'm saying is, when you get food stamps, that's a status. That puts you in a welfare status, a slave status. You talked about sectors. You got the public sector. That's the part of the economy that the government controls. The private sector is the part of the economy that the government does not control. So I need y'all to understand the Amish are part of the private sector. Jewish are part of the private sector. Even Mormons, Jehovah Witnesses, Freemasons, and all the likes. And these are all great people. KKK, they're part of the private sector. They understand the game. I'm just throwing it out there. So when you're signing up for food stamps, you're giving up your birthrights, and this is why they put the fathers on child support. It's splitting up families. So
Mhm.
that's a status. Just understanding that right there. Getting
Yes.
baptized is a status change.
Yes.
You become a different religion or whatever it
Yeah.
is
They
that you're.
they they call you when you get baptized. They say you've been converted.
There you go, converted.
You
Wow.
you just experienced a conversion. Like,
It
yeah,
converted
this
you
what this about is
from a
just
dot
crazy.
file to a PDF.
Yes, you have been converted. And guess what? If you are smart, you will use your baptismal certificate. Now, if your ministry does not have a baptismal certificate, shame on them. Shame on
Well,
them.
your family can make one though. You
There
know,
you
we got
go. See,
family
now you can
Bible
go.
records. Your family is the first church you come in. That's first law.
That is why people you go back to canonical law first. If you understand canonical law first, it will help you to understand how the Sesticate Trust came into play, because that was out of canon law. Remember all of the stuff about the Fair Credit Reporting Act and all of those different things that exist that, well, I don't like using it personally because I think, it really doesn't serve a purpose. But however, since we are in operating in and out of that commerce, it matters the jurisdiction, right? So you got to understand how to operate in that. So all of those things that you're looking, especially when you're trying to get a credit card and different things like that, all of this stuff, you are being converted.
There you go, converted. I like that. You're
You're
being converted to their religion because the government can't interfere with a private contract and can't interfere with a covenant with God. So I'm gonna
yes.
throw this out here too. A baptismal certificate can be used in place of a birth certificate as official ID. So if you was
Mm,
talking about authentication, I would get my baptismal certificate authenticated.
uh-huh.
Family, you can look up, you can just Google family Bible. Can a family Bible be used as
Yes.
identity? And just Google that. A family. A lot of people don't even know what a Bible is. So a Bible is just it's a history record of your lineage and your creation story. A lot of your families don't even have creation stories. Your family should have a story of how it was created, how the family was created, their covenants with God, so the next generation knows what curses they have to break.
Uh-huh.
Family Bibles and genealogy, they are recognized as valid proof of identity and lineage.
It says it like y'all. That's why it's very simple for anybody to understand. Like it's there. Yeah, you can create it. Absolutely.
You can get
You
a social
most
security number with a family Bible. It says Bible entries in official context, such as when applying for social security numbers. You can use the family Bible to get passports, driver's license in the United States.
mm,
This is
mm.
law. Look it up. Just
It's
Google it.
law.
It's in Google.
It's
You can
there.
go on the public and figure that out.
Yes, sir. Man, you just dropped some gems. I literally got less than 1 minute on here. They
You're
already
good,
kind of
man. I just had to jump on
man,
here and get some people going, get the juices flowing, man. You're a great
man.
person, man. Thanks for entering my life. I know we're not always being able to connect. We're both busy lives, but I'm looking forward to connecting with you in a month. And let's make some magic happen and some more miracles happen in 2025 going into 2026. Continue being great, King.
Man, salute to you, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, man. Blessings,
Y'all
man. For
tap into
real.
Harvard Christian
Yeah,
University.
let's tap in. Let's tap in.
Peace and love.
Peace and
Peace and love.
love, y'all. Be easy. Hey, y'all. This is yours truly, Dr. J, Provost of Harvard Christian University. I appreciate y'all. Go check us out at myhcu.education. Go follow the school's IG at myhcu.education. Go follow there. The MBA program is open, and we're taking enrollments like right now. And so while y'all are in there, there's no super major anything in terms of strict requirements. You just go through the business cert, the small business professional cert, which is like the prerequisite class. Once you go through that, you're in the program, and we're working on some other things and partnerships that's coming down the pipe. But I literally have less than 1 minute on this live, so again, I appreciate y'all. If you got any questions or anything like that, just direct them to the inbox, and I'll be more than glad to answer them for you all. So again, peace and blessings to each of you all. I appreciate it, and let's get together again really soon. Y'all take care. Okay.
Hey, peace and love, peace and love. How's everybody feeling? Peace and love. Let me turn this music off. Hold on, y'all. Let me turn this countdown and this music off. I posted in the school. I'll be on the live. So if you're part of the private community, you have access to the Zoom. I'm live on the Zoom. Also live on the TikTok and live on the Instagram. The Instagram is Don Kilam _legacy. Don Kilam _legacy. You can also do Don Kilam University on the Instagram and TikTok. Also, the TikTok is Don Kilam, all one word, DONKILAM. You can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. I will have an event coming out soon for those in the school. But peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. I don't want to join your clubs, your ceremonies, your private groups, none of that shit unless you're paying me and my family for my time. My time is very important. Understand this. I come to the public to drop your game, not to fucking talk to you guys, none of that. So shut the fuck up, take notes. I will block you if you disrupt me, take away my energy, anything like that. Respect my peace, respect my space. I'm giving y'all game. I'm like, if you don't know that this shit is real by now, I don't even want to talk to you. You know, I've been on this path for a very long time and even got multiple law degrees and business degrees to prove to you I'm not a sellout, you know? I don't need a bar card. You don't need a bar card. All you needed is your word. And that's with anything in life. All right. So I don't have to answer to you. I don't have to answer your questions. Everybody says, you're supposed to be for the people, Don. I'm for my people. Fuck your people. You dig what I'm saying? Because my people knows what it is. My people, they apply it to their life. A workman is worthy of hire. You dig what I'm saying? My people apply this knowledge to their life. It's simple as that. Understand that. I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. This for educational and informational purposes only. I'm gonna start with I've had a lot of haters talking a lot of shit about these trademarks. All right, you know the way I do the trademarks and things. So it doesn't work in the courts. Da, 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 da. You don't work in the courts, goddammit. You dig what I'm saying? You got to know how to go to the higher ups and the right people. So like everybody knows here in America, here in America with it's admiralty and maritime. You dig what I'm saying? Admiralty and maritime. That's what's going on. All right. And you're fighting over this birth certificate. You're authenticating these birth certificates. Y'all hold on to these documents. Of course, you're going to be in these courts. Of course, the trademark will not work for you because you're using that bullshit. You understand? Do you think you can get into the higher court? Google this now. Higher courts of justice. You're not royalty. You using slave documents. Slave, shut the fuck up, public servant. Using public servant, using public documents. Pussy. That's what I'm going to tell you. You understand? So shut the fuck up talking to me. The High Courts of Justice in London, known properly as His Majesty's High Courts of Justice in England, together with the Court of Appeals and the Crown Court. You can't go to these courts with the documents you're using. You're a slave. It's simple as that, man. Google this shit. The shit's not rocket science. You know why? You know why you want to argue with Don Kilam is because you don't hang out with real motherfuckers. You don't hang out with real motherfuckers. You don't talk to real motherfuckers. That's what's going on here. I know how far you can take me because I'm looking at your fucking pathetic life. You understand? I gotta hit you here. Because I told you motherfuckers in 2006, they'll go get Bitcoin. And you motherfuckers still broke acting like you can't afford my service. I'm gonna say that again. I told y'all back in 06, they'll go get a little bit of that coin, and you're still broke acting like you can't afford my services. I told you back in 2000, what was it? 16? Make your name an LLC. Then the motherfucking vaccine hit around 2020, and your ass is still broke. Didn't have your name as an LLC. Your ass wasn't cashing in on them dividends. You understand? I don't think you hear me though. Let me get some fire emojis, some 100s if you heard me this time. You broke public motherfuckers. You can't hang out in the high courts of justice because your ass is broke. You're still chasing this. Listen. You're talking about this in God we trust. It's backed by your labor, motherfucker. You don't trust God, so you not backed by nothing. Talk to him, dog. Talk to him. I said it's the in God we trust. You don't trust God, and that's why your ass is broke. The High Courts of Justice. Let me know if you agree. The High Court of Justice in London, known properly as His Majesty High Court of Justice in England, together with the Court of Appeals. Hold on. Let me go back, man. You Roman slaves, man. Y'all playing the Roman slave game. I don't play that shit. I was taught I self-law and master Islam. Can I get the Islam? Y'all, a lot of y'all don't understand that. A lot of y'all white motherfuckers about to clog off right now. Bye-bye, white people. Islam, I self-law and master. Understand that. Let's just look up what's said a law. If you understand who you are. Sharia is an Islam legal system derived from the Quran. You got to understand. I told y'all, you understand the Torah? That's in the Bible too. This is a whole different set of law under their prophet Muhammad. You don't trust in God, so you don't know the law. That's why I'm going to continue to say this. Common law is the trust in God. Having a faith-based organization is the trust in God. Y'all sitting here setting up FBOs, faith-based organizations, 501c1As, and your ass is still broke. Do you know what a Federal Reserve note is? It's a promise to pay. A promissory note is a promise to pay. It's a promise. A covenant is a promise from God. Y'all keep playing with these things with promises to the devil. And you keep thinking you're going to get something? The government owes me. The government is you. You are the government. Remember, the people. Duh. You don't know what type of people you are because you're using their documents. You're fighting over their documents. You're fighting over their signs and symbols. It's old enough to control everything. Understand that, first of all. And the first rule of commerce is you can only control what you create. Are the Amish using birth certificates? Come on, talk to me, man. And when you come to my school, I show you different avenues and different ways to do. Like I say here, so I have to give you the links. The links are life, obviously, because you motherfuckers ain't reading these days. All right? It said we're Jewish. It said we're Jewish. We're not following under codes and statutes. It's called check it out. The Bet Din of America is a Bet Din, Court of Jewish Law, which serves Jews throughout the United States of America as a forum for arbitrating disputes through the Din Torah process, obtaining Jewish divorces and confirming Jewish personal status issues. That's their law. They don't have judges, they have rabbis. But y'all are not tapped in. Y'all not tapping in with the boy Don Kilam. Y'all not booking those consultations. Y'all not sitting down with private families. And y'all want to argue with a motherfucker with a public mindset when you was indoctrinated by a public school that does not serve you, that taught you how to be a slave, and you want to continue with this something for nothing mentality. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Like I had to break something down to one of my trustees today, thinking they want to continue to give free consults. No, that's not how life is going. Don't I continue to pay you? I pay you for everything you do for me. So you're gonna pay me too. Hey, fair exchange is not robbery. That's how I break it down. Fair exchange is not robbery, but quid pro quo. When two parties agree to exchange goods or services, something for something, not something for nothing, and the private is something for something. And you're sitting here operating off a public mindset. The fiat currency, the United States government system, is based off your labor. It's backed by nothing. So what happens is you don't know how to use your talents correctly. So you give up your banking rights when you're in the public banking system. I'm gonna say it again. You give up your banking rights when you're in the public banking system. All public banks. I gotta show y'all. I gotta show y'all now. All public versus private. The public banking system. Public banks are owned by the government. Better believe it. Public banks are owned and managed by the government in the public interest. Understand that. You give up banking rights anytime you deal with a public bank. And you did not have the private arrangements together. You didn't have the private agreements together, the private contracts, because the government cannot interfere with a private contract. Understand the public sector of the game. I've been saying this for years, guys. Public sector is the part of the economy that the government controls. That's simple as that. The part of the economy that is controlled by the government, that is the public sector. Look it up. Public defender, public assistance. You take that Social Security number, that is public welfare number. That's used for public benefits. So yes, God, what are you saying? I have to give up this number to go private? Yes. 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 There's no and ifs, buts about it. Y'all keep holding on to this shit. Learn how to use it correctly. You understand? Public schools. Yes. This is a private education and it's quid pro quo. Appreciate you. It's quid pro quo. That's something for something. Now, well, what is private banking then? Private banking is international banking. Private banking is international banking. So we're going to go back to this. Private banking is international banking. You got to think about it. What is domestic? You're sitting here, you're still doing business at home. You haven't left outside the scopes of the United States. What can you establish to go to another country? Because I'm telling you, as an American citizen with these birth certificates, you're going to be treated unfairly and taxed at a disadvantage when you're going overseas and internationally. So you got to have something privately established. You have to understand private law. You have to understand international law. Well, I got this UCC1 and I put a lien against my birth certificate, and that's crazy talk. I just told you, you're going to control what you create. UCC1 is a public document. You're putting things in the public. And only thing you need, and you can't even securitize off of UCC1. Only thing you need is a promissory note. Think about it. A promissory note, security agreement. That's all you need. That's all you need. And you don't have to put it in the public. Anytime you put your assets in the public, it's no longer own nothing, control everything. The public is aware of what is being managed and within your control. Does everybody follow me? I hope this makes sense. So I need everybody to understand international courts, higher courts of justice. Understand what if you're claiming if you're claiming a religion, who is your people? What is y'all's law? It's church versus state. Where's your baptismal certificate? Where's your proof of initiation? The Vatican has its own banks. The Mormons have their own banks. The Jews have their own banks. Chinese have their own banks. So, when it comes to these trademarking your name, your thumbprint, your signature, that's the process I do. There's a process, and it goes with the trust. The trust is the ownership of this. All right. The trust is the beneficiary of the trust, the trademark. So understanding these things, you're internationally protected. Internationally. So that's one form, copyrights and trademarks. That's why you got to understand the game. America's a free enterprise. It's a corporation. Understand the game so you can learn how to play it. So internationally, I can prove this is my family name. Internationally, I can go to the courts of justice and prove this is my name without using the birth certificate. Understand that. International is private banking. Insurance is private banking. One of the insurance companies that has been around since 1689. Private banking. Lloyd's of London. That's game for you right there. This is where the super elite go. This is one place that the super elite go. I just gave you $1 million worth of game right there. Lloyd's of London. It's an insurance and reinsurance market located in London, England. Unlike most of its competitors in the industry, it's not an insurance company. Rather, Lloyd's is a corporate body governed by the Lloyd's Act of 1871 and acts of Parliament. So these underwriters or members include both corporations and private individuals that are being traditionally known as just names. Lloyd's of London. That's game for your ass right there. So these are the types of talks I have with private families. This is the type of talk your family was supposed to hand down and off to you. But instead, they didn't, and they died, and y'all still not doing it. And this is why you must show a workman is worthy of his hire. You must drop a donation. Join the school. Skool.com/DONKILAM. Skool.com/Don Kilam. So you got to understand, to make your family private, that's going to be under trust because family law is private law. Family law is private law. So you have to understand trusts were only created to begin with to protect the family. Why else would a trust be created? It was to protect the family or families. Understand this. See, I come from my wife's side. They lived that gypsy lifestyle. They understood these things. They understood family. They understood laws and bylaws and consequences. You understand? Gang, gang. So everyone should be using a family business trust for the family. Everybody should have a family business trust. Your family, your tribe, your clan, your derivatives from royalty. You come from derived from royalty. When you claim a color, that's putting you at a slave status. Understand that. There's no Black history kings. When you learn Black history, there's no king and queens. You understand? You know, when we know there was royalty. You understand? And that goes for every nationality out there. Everybody derives from royalty. To figure out where your lineage comes from and derives from so you can document it and put it somewhere. All right? That's your family Bible. Where's your creation story? How was your family created? You got to have these when you're playing in the Matrix. You got to have these things because you're sitting here playing in the Matrix. It doesn't matter. You're in the game. So you have to create your boxes. You know, you got to create your next move, so to speak. Now, trusteeship, understand, trusteeship is learning how to make the family trust do whatever you used to do. So, what you used to do, this is trusteeship. So, it's going to pay family expenses. It's going to pay for your children's education. It's going to pay for your family vehicles. It's going to pay for your family housing. You no longer need to take public assistance. You no longer need to be on Section 8 because you know you're giving up birthrights when you accept these things. You're giving up birthrights when you accept food stamps. Let me just tell you about the story of Esau and Jacob real quick, man, because y'all have to understand this. Jacob offered to give Esau a bowl of stew in exchange for his birthrights, the right to be recognized as firstborn, and Esau agreed. The birthright, called Bakora, has to do with both position and inheritance by birthright. The firstborn son inherits the leadership of the family and the judicial authority of his father. You're giving up your birthrights when you accept food stamps, when you accept public benefits. You're giving up, you know, the authority of being a father. You're giving up the father. Understand that a trust is a distinct entity separate from a person. A trust can do everything a person can do except vote. And there are many trusts, over hundreds of trusts in the public. So, however, we operate from a private family business trust. Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution states that a state or a government cannot interfere with a private contract. All a trust is a private contract. Understand this. Understand this. Links are in the bio if you're on the Instagram. Shut the fuck up with the chatter on my comments. I kick you out my shit. You should be taking notes. If you ain't rich yet, shut the fuck up. And most of y'all ain't rich yet because I kick it with the rich. I kick it with the wealthy. You know what I'm saying? A lot of celebrities not even rich. I kick it with them every day. I teach them this shit, man. So be quiet. Y'all want to get 10 steps ahead or y'all want to stay stuck? You feel me? As simple as that. Links are in the bio. Who created the Constitution? Who created the Bill of Rights? Wasn't it families? I'll wait. Give me a 100. Give me a fire emoji. Let me know that you're following along. Who created the Bill of Rights? Who created the Constitution? Wasn't it families? Most of them are cousins and shit. I'll wait. Y'all said here, y'all understand the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Kennedys. Do you think they're running around authenticating a birth certificate? You're elite too, right? You say your birth certificate worth millions. Do you think they're cashing in on a birth certificate, or do you think they're creating their own trust and their own lifestyles and creating programs for you to work for? They're using their creative mind. One in the United States is a creative free enterprise. Y'all don't want to make your names a business. Y'all don't want to create the family business. Y'all don't want to get off your asses and go get it. Get up off your ass and go get it. It's that simple. So, families created the Bill of Rights. Families created constitutions. And only if you knew, man. Only if you knew. Family law is private law. Does it start to make sense to everybody? Who created the Constitution? Who created the Bill of Rights? The Bill of Rights is the articles. That's the real law. Constitutions are amendments. Amendments mean to change. So understand that the real law will always be the Bill of Rights. But before that, it's the Bible and it's the Ten Commandments. That's Jewish law right there. The Torah, irrevocable trust. It's in stone. They don't get up off that. They don't believe in the New Testament. So the New Testament does not apply to them. Understand that the Torah is the law. We just broke down back then. You can look up Jewish attorneys. They have their own type of law. Canon law is where this law derives from. But you got to understand, you're part of their religion. You got the birth certificate. You're part of their religion. Government cannot interfere with a religion. The government can't interfere with a private contract. You're identifying with a birth certificate. You're identifying with these documents. That's why the Amish won't use an ID. That's why the Amish won't get a birth certificate. That's why the Amish won't get a Social Security card, because they understand these are contracts. These are covenants outside your maker. That breaks the covenant of the Ten Commandments. Do not make a covenant outside your maker. I can prove who your maker is with the birth certificate. Private law is private law. Family law is private law. Now your name belongs to them. And you don't understand these contracts. Y'all sitting here keep trying to they owe me money. Yeah, all right. Go see the Reaper Man there. All right. You owe yourself money. Government means the controlment means mind. They're here to control your mind. You keep playing the game. I make my own signs and symbols. Your ancestors had their own money. That part. Hey, that part. Your ancestors had their own money. That part. You sitting here chasing currency because you went to the bank and gave up your talent. Understand, you are the currency. You are the talent. You are the money. But you don't understand that. Where's your land at? It's still shopping at Walmart with fiat currency. You understand? We live in a full faith and credit. Understand quid pro quo in the private, man. Y'all don't understand that. Y'all don't understand collaterals because y'all don't own shit. Y'all don't understand portfolios, asset portfolios. Y'all don't understand how to use your talents and labors and use them as collateral. Y'all don't understand that because y'all don't want to get a private education. Y'all don't understand checks and balances. Y'all don't understand accounting. It wasn't taught to you in the public education system. Y'all don't understand the accrual method. Y'all understand double bookkeeping entry. Y'all don't understand these things. As a matter of fact, you don't even understand spirituality because you don't have the one of the rules of commerce, the last one, but the most important. You're not allowing anything to come between you and your higher power. That's what's going to give you the leverage. That's what's going to give you the money. That's what's going to give you the game. That's what's going to put you above the rest. But you don't hear me though. My family trust pays for family housing. My family trust pays for clothing. My family trust pays for the education. The trust takes care of the family. Wealth is always private. Wealth is always private. I'm protected because I don't own anything. My family does. I'm gonna always be protected. Who's the grantor of the family? Who's the beneficiary of the family? This is tax avoidance. This isn't tax evasion. We only have arm's length dealing because we control. We don't own anything. Arm's length dealing. Being a trustee, my job is working for the family. Because the family pays for the education to grow the trust. So as a trustee, I'm only here to grow the trust. That's why an attorney can never be a trustee because they're not there to grow the trust. They're there to counsel the trust or things like that. So never make your attorney your trustee. As a trustee, I learned that education are just tax credits. So my education is even a write-off because I'm there to grow the trust, because I'm doing my job, because my job is to grow the trust. My job is to grow the family, because that's a covenant from God. Multiply. That's the covenant. God told me I'm here to multiply. I'm here to grow the trust. I'm here to grow the family. And in order to grow the family, I must grow the family trust. When you start to learn how to be a trustee, private trustee training, these are the things I do. Text private life to 702 200 4900. Again, text private life to 702 200 4900. Get education. It's not cheap. I educate the best of the best, celebrities, top notch, private, millionaires. Now we working towards billionaires, met a few billionaires. Looking forward to the day I meet a trillionaire. But you're going to understand when you're growing the trust, when you become a trustee, you got to learn passive ways and learn passive accounts to grow this trust, such as private placement accounts, having land, real estate, holding companies. I already told you about the insurance companies. Drop that game early on. So investing in yourself, you're the greatest asset to the trust, because that's why you got to have a great insurance policy. The trust is a beneficiary, so the trust can have capital to keep the trust alive if the trustees pass. All right? So as a trustee, I'm going to have a great life insurance policy. If I pass, I got great life insurance that's going to replenish the trust. So at least we can sell off the things in the trust or continue the education for the next trustees. All right? The trustees can take a salary or take a lump sum and reinvest it. Simple as that. That's what's embedded in my trust. And they get it tax-free. Understand, insurance contracts and private contracts. Insurance is private banking. Insurance contracts are private contracts. Don't want that to go over your head. That's $1 million worth of fucking game. Multi-million dollars worth of fucking game for you. These are considered asset classes, and you must know how to be a trustee and grow the trust. I talk about endowments all the time, having a family library. You shouldn't be putting everything on Instagram and Facebook. You should still be having family paintings, photo albums, books, private diaries, private instructions, holy instructions. This is your family faith-based organization. You're teaching them your law. You're teaching them your religion of life. You're protecting your legacy. And you don't have this mindset, you can never go to the top level. You can never hang around royalty. I've helped royalty in Sri Lanka, Hawaii, Australia. I've helped them everywhere. I understand that. Your name is your legacy. It's families that run the world. It's charities that run the world. It's investments that run the world. Understand that? Overstand that. Hope that's enough game for y'all. I just want to drop that for y'all. That's what was felt, compelled on me to drop this information on everybody. If you're part of the school, I'll make sure y'all get the replay with the Zoom. Much peace and love. I need y'all to remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Tap in and tune in, because I'm not going to be doing consults. Listen, the price of consults is going up. Probably to like $10,000 starting in April. Probably April. Right now, it's at $2,000 an hour. Quit asking what consults are. I'm thank you feds type shit. You know what I'm saying? If you keep asking enough questions, that is your consult. The fuck? A consult's when you ask me questions. If you can't find it on Google, if you can't ask your mama for it, because your mama and your daddy, your mom is your first teacher. It takes a man to raise a man, but a woman to raise a nation. Then it's your father. If you can't ask them, I sure in the hell don't look like your daddy. I lost my mama to this game. I lost my grandmas, the people that raised me. I didn't spend a lot of time with them because I'm sitting here giving you all this information because y'all would suck a motherfucker dry. When motherfuckers get my number, they hit me up all hours of the fucking night. I got children, so they're always figuring out my number. There's always a leak, man. I got 18 fucking phones. Can't make this up. I'm known all over the world, man, but I do help my family. There's some people I got to keep the phone on for, you know? They're just part of the tribe. If they're in those situations, I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna get them out of some situations. That's what we do. I help families all across this nation, all across the world. I help families, but definitely at home. Charity starts at home, so I help a lot of families outside my bloodline
that we've grown together in lots of different locations. So there's not too many places I can't lay my hand, and I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate y'all for making Don Kalan relevant. That's why I continue to come to the public and give y'all the information. Get it while y'all can. Tap in and tune in. I got a network of powerful people, man, that'll take you from zero to hero. Learn how to get this money. As simple as that. Fuck all the paperwork. Y'all sitting here stuck on paperwork, then y'all need y'all paperwork right. Y'all need to get y'all's mindset right. Then everything else falls into place. Get right with God first. Then everything falls into place. Set your vision with God, because the ones who lack a vision, that's when you perish. So get your vision right with God first. And then everything's going to fall in place. Love conquers everything. So love what you're doing when you're getting the vision together with God. What's done in the dark comes out the light. So what you thinking about? You know what I'm saying? What gets you off? That's what's coming off into the real world. I'm just keeping it real. What gets you off? Only thing that makes me come is money. You understand? Freedom. You understand? Being able to do what I want, being able to have what I have, say what I want to say, being healthy, being able just to eat what I want, travel where I want to go to, hang around with the people I want to hang around, be able to send money and help the people in the causes that I desire and want to cause that fulfill me and make me feel better. So what really truly turns you on? What gets you off? I hope that is prosperity. Because if you choose it, it chooses you. When you get definite with the infinite, I'm talking about God, because you come from the infinite power. When you get definite with the infinite, there's no spells that can fucking bound you to anything. These are fucking, you gotta understand spelling and spell casting, curved lines and dots. Y'all sitting here arguing over paperwork. It's a box, it's your coffin. It's not yours. You can only control what you create. What's your goals? What's your mindset? Did you write down your 3-year plan? Did you write down your 5-year plan? Your 7-year plan? Your 10-year plan? Because I'm living mine, true manifestation. I'm not worried about the rest. Everything else will fall into place because, hey, I lack nothing because wisdom comes from the Most High. Who controls those oppressors that come your way? This is your world. Life is your projection. This is your world. You've seen it. You created it. You envisioned it. Don stands for Dreams Obey Narrated. So you created whatever comes your way. So learn it. Learn the game. Learn yourself. Understand that. You only hear what you're programmed to hear. All I hear is prosperity, or it's away from me, Satan. You understand? When you for God, anything against you is the devil. So continue to trust in God and tell God what it is that you need to have done. And as simple as that. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy Don Kalam, also known as Malik Kalam, and as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Find this information of value. The Cash App right now is Dreamkeepers Radio. Just click the link in the bio. Go to the university. Onlyfans.com/Don Kalam. We're not doing that nasty, not freaky. Onlyfans.com/Don Kalam. Much peace and love, much peace and love, much peace and love. We're going to drop some game today. I'm not answering any questions. None of that. Go to onlyfans.com/Don Kalam. You can go to donkalam.com, but it seems that a lot of people don't know how to read. With me, you got to read. You got to learn how to problem solve. You got to learn how to get tapped in. This is the private life. Everybody who knocks, the door's not going to open. You got to know how to break them down. You got to learn how to get through the door. You got to learn how to open doors. Keys open doors. So again, keys open doors. I appreciate everybody. Yes, I did lose my mother within the week. I appreciate everybody. But we still pushing strong. We have a job to do. That's life. It's about birth and rebirth. So that's life. So this is what we on. He says he went to a real university. I appreciate that. Yes, keys open doors. We're not answering questions. You know, Private information is for the private. So a lot of you people that keep asking me questions, and my mother just died. So tell me, you think I really care about your problems? I'm not gonna get all crazy today, but I'm just telling you, I don't care about your problems. Quit email me your problems. I don't care. My mom just died. I'm saying it again, my mom just died. My mom just died. So do you think I care about your problems? It's truly fuck you pay me. I'm about to drop some game. A lot of people don't even like to hear that type of language, but I have to be stern with you motherfuckers. You freeloaders, you leeches, y'all can get away from me. If you can't read, you can't problem solve, you're not a true trustee. I don't even want your weak energy around me. If you can't get outside boxes, I don't want you around me because that's not who I surround myself with. Birds of a feather flock together. I surround myself around creators in this world, creators and investors. And everybody knows that investment starts with investing in yourself, time and energy. We all have the same. When we first came in the world, we had nothing. And that's with everybody, nothing. The dollar bill was just a concept created just a few hundred years ago. We used to use coins before that, cattle, and other things before that. You have to understand truly what money is. You have to truly understand what resources are. And you don't understand it. You don't understand that time is energy. You're the natural resource. You don't understand that. And I don't want anything less around me unless you do overstand and understand that. And as simple as that, we roll with true enlightened beings. You're the enlightened when people speak of the Illuminati is you. The darker you are, the more light you have in you, anyways. The sun makes your skin darker. You dig? I'm not gonna get too deep. Those are my spiritual beliefs, but you gotta understand these things. Quit being a beggar. You know, we don't raise begging men. We don't raise begging women. That's what's wrong with the world today. It takes a man to raise a man, but a woman to raise a nation. We create creators. That's what we create. We create greatness. We create leaders. We create bosses. And that's what it is. Now, I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert. This is for educational, informational purposes only. I got a lot of game, and this is what we're going over April 30th. I am having I am having let me see. Let's go to it on the Instagram. You go to my Instagram.com/Don Kalam. Prosperity is always your divine birthright. And if you're part of the university, you already got access to this. So we're having GAAP accounting methods class, getting paid from your debt. Learn how to get paid from your debt. $47 Cash App via donation via Cash App. The Cash App is Dream Keepers Radio. Dream Keepers Radio. Get paid from account audits, debt charge-offs, and monthly bills. I'm going to be creating an ebook as well that goes along with this class. So you want to be tapped in. We already have a lot of people that's part of this class. Last time it was only 100 people will be allowed in the class. This is more than 100 people you can get in the class. So getting paid from GAAP methods, let y'all see it for y'all, those on the Instagram. Make sure y'all get that right there. It's $47. Make sure you put your email address in the memo box, right?
And that's what I'm gonna go over this a little bit today. This is what I'm about to go over tonight because y'all need to understand the importance of this. Well, I start with the basics. I'm breaking down their law. I'm breaking down their law. 20 USC 3002. If everybody that's new to this community, that's where they start. But they only read one section. It's 28 USC 2002, subsection 15A. They bring up United States means federal corporation. So they bring that up. But you got to understand where was the United States first used in this and in these definitions, because this is the definition. 20 USC 3002 is definitions. I'm gonna start with two. Court means any court created by the Congress of the United States, excluding the United States Tax Court. 28 USC 3002, subsection 2. Court means any court created by the Congress, excluding the United States Tax Court. So if you have a court issue, period, if they don't have permission from Congress, it is a tax issue. They don't have a delegation of authority order from Congress. We don't even have to talk about the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court under the Constitution is the lawful court and the superior authority. And any inferior courts have to get permission from the Supreme Court. But under their rules, it's from the Congress. So Congress has to create a court. So if they don't have a delegation of authority order from Congress, it's not a lawful court. It's a tax issue. It's the United States Tax Court. You have to understand this. The United States is under bankruptcy, and we're going to get to that. We're going to get to that. The United States is under bankruptcy. Let me know if anybody disagrees with that. Does anybody disagree with the United States being on a bankruptcy? Or does everybody agree? Just let me know. Do you agree that the United States is on a bankruptcy? And you have to be a trust or a corporation. Trust can go bankrupt too. But I was saying the public game is going to be a corporation. Everybody agrees. Someone disagrees. I can't help them. If you don't believe the United States is on a bankruptcy, I can't help you. So I want y'all to understand this, because y'all got to understand real law, because y'all out here using consumer law. I'm trying to break y'all down real law. When you're getting a promissory note, you're doing these things. Delegation of authority is everything, yes. When you're doing these things, you're taking contracts. Do you understand your charge? You have to agree. It's a contract, right? Contract. Federal Reserve notes are promissory notes. Contract. Promise to pay later. So that is under bankruptcy law. That's why it's contractual. It's contracts. Everything's contracts, admiralty, maritime, contracts, bankruptcy. All right? Got to understand that. Now, when you go to subsection 3 of 28 USC 3002, someone asks, what are United States assets? You are the United States asset, and I'm going to get to that. But I'm not answering questions. If you keep asking me questions, I'm going to kick you out my chat. If you want to ask me a question directly, you book a consultation. As simple as that. And I need everybody to know, if you don't understand that all you have to do is Google the United States national debt. There's a debt clock hanging up in damn near every major city. And I'm gonna tell you, if you don't understand that the United States is under bankruptcy and has a debt clock and they owe debt to people, maybe that's why you're failing. That's why you can't get ahead in life. This is why the people were pledged as the collateral. This is why the United States citizens are pledged as collateral, because you're under bankruptcy. Because the United States is under bankruptcy. United States corporations is under bankruptcy. This is common sense. And if you don't understand this, you should probably just go ahead and log off my video right now. This is the whole main thing. And that's why a lot of people, I see why y'all hating. Y'all ignorant. Y'all lack knowledge. All ignorance means is those lacking knowledge, man. When you go to 28 USC 2002, subsection 3, debt means an amount that's owed to the United States. So anytime there's a loan, anytime let me break this down. The whole definition. I don't want to half-ass it, because I don't need no lash, no kickback on this. Debt means an amount that's owing to the United States on an account, an amount that's owing to the United States on account of a direct loan or loan issued or guaranteed by the United States. So I need you to understand that's the first time the United States was using this when it comes to debt. All right. But it was first used with the Council for the United States attorneys. But so when they use the definition debt in the court, that means that's an amount that's owed to the United States. I'm going to put it in layman's terms for you. When anytime you go to court and they say a debt, that's an amount owed to the United States. And the reason why you're being liable for it is because that account. You're claiming that account is you. Like there's no ands, ifs, buts about it. You're claiming that account is you. Therefore, you're pledging your labor on account of the United States corporation. You become the debtor. Subsection 4, debtor, means a person. First time you see that person word, means a person who's liable for a debt against whom there is a claim for a debt. So now you become a person. A person is the asset of the United States corporation. All right. A person is an asset of the United States corporation. When you jump down to 10, it's going to say person includes a natural person, an individual Indian, corporation, partnership, unincorporated association, a trust, or an estate, or any other public or private entity, including a state or local government or an Indian tribe, if they can prove that it was made inside their jurisdiction. All right. Understand that, man. I need y'all to understand this. Because Consumer Credit Protection Act is not going to help you. The Consumer Credit Protection Act is not going to help you if you don't understand the true game of what's going on. So now, what's going on is the securitization. But let me go to this. Let me start. Who owns the U.S. national debt? And that was the main thing about breaking down the book, the 1099 OID book with Don Kalam. You know, that was the main thing. I appreciate everybody. Much peace and love. So the Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the United States national debt. But how does that work and what does it mean? Say that again. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the United States national debt. The Social Security Trust Fund, for those who don't believe that the Social Security is a trust, that's in their rules. The Social Security Trust Fund. The Social Security is a trust fund. All right. I'm going to pull that up. Let's talk about that before I get to the national debt. What is the Social Security Trust Fund? The Social Security Trust Fund is actually two funds, the Old Age and Survivors Insurance and the Disability Insurance Trust Funds. That's why you have to understand these are public trust funds, public insurance policies. Public insurance policies on the United States citizens because you're considered their child. Parent means a parent who rents. Child or children is property of a corporation. All right. So they invest in treasuries on this. So why would the Treasury owes this part of the debt to other federal agencies? But why would the government owe money to itself? Because some agencies like the Social Security Trust Fund taking more revenue from taxes than what they need. This is coming from FICA, your payroll taxes. And when we come down to the public debt, they show you how much they have a whole, I'm going to show you on Instagram. They have a whole chart. Debt held by the public. So what's due to the public is $24 trillion. That's what's owed to the Social Security Trust Fund. $24.5 trillion. I can't make this up. There y'all go. Y'all can see it right here. Let me go up here so y'all don't think this is. The Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the U.S. national debt. People think they owe China. People are getting freaked out talking about the BRICS. People are getting freaked out, not knowing that the majority of the money is due to the public citizens within the United States. A lot of people don't understand that, and that's what I'm trying to break down. A lot of people don't understand it at all. So when you get a transfer from the Social Security Trust Fund, so when you understand that you're the president, you know what I'm saying? When you understand that you're the president, when you create this name, I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna get back to the name as well. Get back to the name as well. The Social Security Trust Fund is buying up Treasury securities. You're a holder in Treasury securities when you understand this. and it's to transfer the agency's excess revenue to it's called the general fund, where it's spent. They redeem the treasury notes for funds as needed. The federal government then either raises taxes or issues more debt to raise any required cash. Which agency owns the most treasury notes, bills, and bonds? Social Security by a long shot. The U.S. Treasury publishes this information in its monthly Treasury statement. Social Security trusts include the federal old age and survivors insurance, federal disability insurance, and the trust funds held. 2.71 trillion in treasuries as of December 2022. The next largest agency was the Military Retirement Fund at 1.36 trillion. Other large holders of debt include the Office of Personal Management and Retirement, Medicare, which includes the federal the Medical Insurance Trust Fund, and cash on hand to fund government operations. So I'm just letting y'all know what it is, man. That's all public information. So if they never talk to you about it, the courts never talk to you about it, it's all public information. But I'm gonna break down what's really going on. So before you even get the note securitized, what had happened is when you're born, you got this birth certificate, okay? You got the Social Security card. The Social Security card is access to the trust. That's the trust account, all right? You're a worker for it now. You're a trustee for the Social Security trust account. You know, and you can claim the benefits, but the way you do it in the public system, if you're the beneficiary, it's never in the best interest of you, all right? It's always in the best interest to be the trustee and the public system, okay? All right, now in the private, it's you move different, and I want to break this down real quick before I continue to go for because I see I got a lot of beginners in here. If you Google public sector, just look it up. Private sector is the part of the national economy that's not under direct control of the government, like the Amish. They're part of the private sector. The public sector is the part of the economy that's controlled by the government. All public banks are owned by the government. All public banks are owned by the government. This is why you have to learn how to be a private banker. A public bank is owned and operated by a state or city government in the public interest. The public is never for the people. You don't want to be part of the public. But back to special purpose vehicle, SPV. A special purpose vehicle, because you got to understand the United States is under bankruptcy. A special purpose vehicle, also called a special purpose entity, is a subsidiary created by a parent company to isolate financial risk. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. For this reason, a special purpose vehicle is sometimes called a bankruptcy remote entity. And I'm going to read that over. I'm going to read that over for everybody that wants to understand it. But look, so check this out. If you want to tap in with Don Kilam, hey, if y'all shouting people out, telling people to follow, this is my live. These people ain't paying me. Don't shout them out in my class. What you need to be doing is shutting the fuck up, taking notes, all right? Or dropping a donation for this valuable information. So the Cash App is Dream Keepers Radio. You find this information of value, leave a donation. Dream Keepers Radio is the best way. I see you on the TikTok. Y'all bought badges. I appreciate y'all. Y'all on TikTok, y'all a different type of congregation. I'm gonna start doing stuff just for y'all because y'all know what y'all doing, man. Y'all show love, man. Shout out to TikTok, man. Real talk. Shout out to the TikTok family. Now back to Instagram, y'all. I can't even show y'all love like I can show TikTok love. That's crazy. But look, check me out. Dream Keepers Radio is the Cash App. Dream Keepers Radio is the Cash App. Leave a donation, $1, $5, $10, doesn't matter. This is how I can continue to bring information to the public. You want to tap in with me? You know, I'm doing $1,000 consults. We're not even going to sugarcoat it. Consultations start at $1,000. I'm not going to talk to you for less than $1,000. You know, I've sacrificed too much for this game. A lot of people will try to piggyback me and all of that. And, you know, but all roads lead back to Don Kilam. We here. I'm going to get you to the promised land. I can open any door without you selling your soul. And as simple as that. So you can send me a text. Just text me private life to 480-573-4879. Now, I'm about to say it again. You can either write it down or you can put it in the chat so you can scroll up and look at it later. All right. Text private life to 480-573-4879. Everybody add the homie too. DJ Mill Ticket 773. Shout out to DJ Mill Ticket, man. DJ Mill Ticket 773. Shout out to the homie, man. Much peace and love. Yes. 480-573-4879. Y'all text private life to 480-573-4879. And if you're on the Instagram, everybody be sure to add my homie DJ Mill Ticket 773. That's the name on the Instagram, DJ Mill Ticket. DJ MIL Ticket 773. That's the homie if you're in Chicago, man. Tap in. We rocking with the real, man. We rocking with the real. Yes. So we got that. Y'all want to book consultations, all of that. If you see somebody in the chat that say, hey, can we book a consultation? Throw the number in there. 480-573-4879. Send a text. Just say private life consultation. You can go to onlyfans.com/Don Kilam as well. You know, I got the Don Kilam University, donkilam.com. Read it, all of that. Now, back to the special purpose vehicle. So we've already went over it. So far, you should have learned. It's really quick. Really quick. You should have learned. United States means federal corporation. All debt belongs to the United States. The United States is under bankruptcy. Y'all sitting here using consumer law, codes, and statutes, which is public law, by the way. Public law. Let me tell you again, it's public law. And the public sector is the part of the economy that the government creates. The government cannot interfere with a private contract. That's the private sector. Understanding that the birth certificate is a sole proprietorship created by the United States corporation. Understand that the Social Security trust is a true trust, and you partner up and give up your rights and your equity to that trust account, and then they can do whatever they want in the public market with your essence and your labor. So you want to learn accounting. You want to learn bankruptcy law, all right? Admiralty law, contract law. So what is a special purpose vehicle? Your name is a special purpose vehicle. If you haven't signed up for a record label, a holding company, you haven't done a lot. There's a lot of stuff you can do, private trust. There's a lot of things you can do in the private with your name, with that name to take back control. Now, until you understand that the United States corporation is using your essence, the thing you think is your name, they're using your name as a special purpose vehicle. As a special purpose vehicle. An SPV. Some people call it SPEs. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of these things. All right. Now, a special purpose vehicle is also called a special purpose entity, and it's a subsidiary created by a parent company to isolate financial risk. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure, even if the parent company goes bankrupt. The United States is the parent company. Remember what I told you, a parent is a pair who rents. Child or children is property of a corporation. So the United States is like your holding company. The United States is like your parent. You're the United States child. The United States is your true guardian. Until you come out of that jacket, till you get up out of that status. That's what status correction is, okay? That's truly what status correction is stepping out that jacket of being under the special purpose vehicle, the special purpose entity, having the United States as your parent. You know, a citizen is being a child of the United States. You're enslaved now. You're like the stepchild. All right? Now it's time to tap your feet together. You dig what I'm saying? We no longer the stepchild. You know? Some real life Cinderella shit. Real talk. You know, you about to tap your feet together. No place like home. Put me in a motherfucking royal castle. And someone talk about authentication. I usually kick you out when you talk about this shit, but listen. I got plenty of famous homies. Will they authenticate the original signature or a copy of the signature? Let's talk about it. Y'all sitting here keep trying to use a birth certificate, which is not even the original copy. It's a certified copy. They certified it as a copy. That's the authentication. So when y'all come to me with that mindset, I cut you short. You don't hear nobody talking about that shit. Shit, for the longest, Barack Obama didn't even want to show you his birth certificate. He had to go get one made. He had to get one made on the dark web, God damn it. Let's look up what Barack Obama's net worth is. You know what I'm saying? Did Ukraine have a birth certificate to get all that funding? Shit. This boy worth damn near $400 million now, man. Shout out to Barack Obama, man. Worth $400 million, man. Understanding he has a nationality. You can only control what you create. I need everybody to put that in the chat for me, so I know y'all following along. You can only control what you create. You can only control what you create. All right, I see y'all, I see y'all, I see y'all. So, did you create your name? Did you create the birth certificate? You can only control what you create. In the church, they'll give you original baptismal certificate, but that's not what we're going over. We're going over this. If you need help with status correction, if you don't understand this simple shit, come tell y'all that's simple. Y'all sitting there authenticating birth certificates because you heard it from Brother Honesty or whoever his name is. You know what I'm saying? How much money does he have? Your net worth is your net worth. Who's he hanging out with? Who's he helping? Who's he helping get to the promised land? You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting down with multi-millionaires and billionaires. Literally got a billionaire meeting tomorrow. I get a meeting with billionaires tomorrow. You know, came a long ways in a goodwill suit. You dig what I'm saying? Can't even make this up. You know, and we've acquired land all across the United States, all across this great nation. And now we're taking it worldwide. Now we're taking it worldwide. You know? But I just want y'all to know. Peace and let me get back. So special purpose vehicles, your name is a special purpose entity, and it's also called a bankruptcy entity. Now, why would they do these things? It's called securitization. Securitization. I'm gonna spell it out for y'all, but I hope y'all can understand this so y'all can go look it up yourself. If you can spell it out yourself, go ahead and put it in the chat. Or you can just put secure. You know what I'm saying? But here's how you spell it: Securitization. Securitization. I want y'all to understand securitization is fraud. Yes, the true HD. Yes. Heavenly, yes, sir. Yeah, y'all the truth, because I would not have spelt it right. Y'all must be using auto corrections. I wouldn't have spelt it right, I ain't gonna lie. I didn't know what securitization was until about 7 years ago. To some of y'all, 7 years seems like a long time. 7 years flew by for me like that. So, but I learned about it 7 years ago. Securitization is fraud. This is what's going on. Securitization pulls or groups debt into portfolios. So I'm gonna break this down because a lot of y'all don't know what portfolios are, and that's why I need y'all to learn true investing. I need y'all to learn investing. I want to speed up. I hope I got enough time tonight because I know it's getting late. That's where I want to get to. Is understanding truly investing. Because I had a lot of people even try to question me and debate me. Like such and such said, you have to be an accredited investor. First of all, there is such thing as private investors. Can I get a 100 if you ever heard the term private investors? Can I get a 100 in the chat? If you know that there's a term called private investors. Okay, I'm getting 100s on the TikTok, getting a lot of 100s on the TikTok, getting 100s now on the Instagram. Okay, so I need y'all to understand, you're the private investor. You don't have to be accredited. You've already been accredited. You was born. It's your essence. We're in bankruptcy. You know, per son, one son. That's why I need you to understand. They're labeling you as one son. They already said you're the child. They're the parent. Now you have to go get what they've been holding for you. All right. I'm gonna teach about accredited investors as well, but I'm gonna tell you at the end of the day, you don't want your name attached. When you're going to collect what you need to collect, you don't want your name attached. They're not attaching their name when they're going to get your securities. They're attaching the company. That's the whole point of being a secure party investor or a secure party creditor. Everything's done in a private because the government cannot interfere with a private contract. Can y'all talk to me? Y'all understand that? The government cannot interfere with a private contract. Let me know if this makes sense, everybody. Can I get a 100 if this is making sense? And just let me know that it's making sense so far. Okay, we got facts. I like that. I like that word. Big facts, 100s, 100s. All right. Yes, it's private. So listen, securitization pools a group's debt into portfolios. You know, your portfolio is going to determine the estate's net worth. All right. What's in your portfolio? So that in a portfolio, all it does is it holds assets. All right. So in securitization, the company or the originator that holds the asset determines which assets to remove from its balance sheet. This is accounting. Securitization is a form of accounting. This is why we don't use consumer law. I'm gonna break it down. This is why we don't use consumer law, because everything's accounts. Everything's accounts. When you open up a credit profile, that's an account, a new account they open on your behalf. A secret account. When they're giving you an account number, they give you the number. Here's your account number. Every time they issue you a number, they give you a new number. It's an account. It's an accounting number. I'm hoping that makes sense for everybody. So securitization, the company or the originator that holds the assets determine which assets to remove from its balance sheets. A bank might do this with the mortgage and personal loans that no longer wants to service. Securitization. ABS is asset-backed securities with loans, car notes, student loans. With mortgages is mortgage-backed securities. Just do a simple Google search. This is investing, true investing. Securitization allows the original lender or creditor to remove assets from its balance sheet to underwrite additional loans. Underwriting, again, you have to learn underwriting. You got to have strong underwriters on your team. And you can be a private underwriter. A lot of people don't know this. You can be a private underwriter. And there is people out here that they privately underwrite their own mortgages to get approved for a mortgage, their own loans, business loans. And then you just want to have an accountant to certify these things, certify financial statements. The underwriter is the creator. Talk to me. You can only control what you create. The underwriter is the creator. I like that. Thank you, Sovereign King 619. The underwriter is the creator. Remember that. Investors profit as they earn a rate of return based on the associated principal and interest. Remember that word, principal and interest. Because I want y'all to understand, when you understand that you are the principal, let me go ahead and skip to it. Let me go ahead and skip to what I got for you, man. Let me skip what I got for you. So when you understand the principal, you become the principal investor. When you understand you're the principal. Principal investors. You got private equity and principal investors. Private equity and principal investors play hand in hand. And I know a lot of people have heard about the word private equity. He says, I learned that from Kilam University. Peace and love. You only control what you create. So while both principal investors and private equity firms invest in companies, there are some key differences between the two. Principal investors typically invest their own money, while private equity firms manage funds pooled from multiple investors. Additionally, principal investors may have a long investment horizon and tend to be more hands-on with their investments. So when you come back in, when you understand you're controlling these securities, when you understand that you're the one that created them truly, you're going to come back in as the principal investor, not no accredited investor, none of that. And that's the only point I'm trying to bring across. We're coming in as the principal investor. This is $1 million worth of game. You need to drop a donation right now. I see I got a lot of people in here. I got over 300 people on the TikTok, over 200 on the Instagram. We sitting here dropping game. The Cash App is Dream Keepers Radio. If everybody sent $5, I would have $1,000. You know what I'm saying? On the Instagram. Everybody sent something on the TikTok. You know, Dream Keeper's ready on the Cash App. I'm telling you, it's nothing to invest in yourself. You know, when you go to church, you give an offering. You give an offering to the. I'm not gonna give an offering to my pastor if his information is not leading me anywhere. You know, you choose it, it chooses you. So when you invest in your prosperity, prosperity will always invest in you. You dig what I'm saying? When you choose it, it chooses you. When you invest in your prosperity, prosperity will always return and invest in you. So, teaching the game, private investors. The principal investor. Well, always the principal investor. That's the definition of a secure party investor or a secure party creditor. You're coming in as the principal. You created the principal. It needed you. Everything started with the essence of you from the very beginning. Now, let me get to what I need to really teach. So to make this make sense for y'all. So when you're coming in, because y'all doing dispute letters, y'all doing all of this. That's okay now. That's okay now. I understand what an enrolled agent is too before I get any further. Because if you're an enrolled agent, you know, or you have enrolled agents around you, this is the highest status. This is enrolled agent status, because we're talking about status now. Status. Enrolled agent status is the highest credential to IRS awards. Individuals who obtain this elite status must adhere to ethical standards. Now, enrolled agents like attorneys or certified public accountants have unlimited practicing rights. So you're up there with attorneys and certified public accountants, CPAs. You have the same power as attorneys and certified public accountants as an enrolled agent status. And all you have to do is have the PTIN, personal tax identification number. That's it. Now, when you're coming in with the GAAP, when you're disputing it from this standpoint, yes, enrolled agents is that sauce, man. Y'all should be dropping donations right now. Let me go ahead and let y'all see it, because sometimes you need to see it. Let me show the TikTok world too. Let me show the TikTok world. Because sometimes you need to see it. I don't know how to turn this around. Let me see. But basically it's saying the enrolled agent status. Enrolled agent status is the highest credential to IRS awards. It's up there with certified public accountants and attorneys, and you have unlimited practicing rights. Okay? So that's when you're coming with the IRS. You're coming in as an enrolled agent or with enrolled agents, all right? Now, when you're coming with these securities, you're coming as the principal investor, or your company's the principal investors, you know? And this is how you have to be. $1 million worth of game. All U.S. public companies must follow the GAAP rules in preparing their financial statements. And no one's enforcing the smackdown on it. And that's why they get by with what they get by. And this is what I'm going to teach in my class April 30th, is how to enforce these things. I'm going to go over everything we went over plus more, because this literally, class could be 3 or 4 hours April 30th. It might go longer because there's a lot of information to go over. But I'm going to show y'all how to get paid, how to audit these accounts. You know? So the generally accepted accounting principles are a set of accounting rules, standards, and procedures issued and frequently revised by the FASB, which is the Financial Accounting Standards Board. Public companies in the U.S. must follow GAAP when their accountants compile their financial statements. GAAP is also widely used in government accounting. And the reason why they get by with this is because you're the private. You're the one in the private. You're not enforcing things. So they can go by private rules because you're the fucking private citizen. So this is what I'm going over. So when you understand GAAP is a combination of authority standards set by policy boards and commonly accepted ways of recording and reporting accounting information. GAAP covers such topics as revenue recognition and balance sheet classification. You have the right to see all the balance sheets on your accounts. You have the right to audit these balance sheets from the accounts. Now, when it's international, it's the International Financial Reporting Standard Board. That's the IFRS. Now, it says GAAP may be contrasted with pro forma accounting. Now, what is pro forma? For the sake of a form or as a matter of a form. When it appears in financial statements, it indicates that a method of calculating financial results using certain projections or presumptions has been used. Pro forma financials are not computed using GAAP and usually leave out one-time expenses that are not part of normal company operations, such as restructuring costs following a merger. This is when I start. So look, here we go. This is the $1 million worth of game right now for y'all. Now, compliance with the GAAP, because you gotta understand when they have an IPO, that's an initial public offering. They're under public rules. Say it again, IPO, initial public offering. Remember, I told you what the public sector meant. The public sector is the part of the part of the economy that the government controls. The public sector is part of the economy that the government controls. Now, if a corporation's stock is publicly traded, its financial statements must follow rules established by the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission. The SEC requires that publicly traded companies in the U.S. regularly file GAAP-compliant financial statements in order to remain publicly listed on the stock exchange. And I want y'all to know, I am working with SEC attorneys like that work for the people. I've had SEC attorneys reach out to me. But SEC is one of the main places that you're going after you've done the administrative process. There's an administrative process. That's the debt disputes. You looking to see the IRS forms, the 1099s, the OIDs, the INTs. You're asking for these things. You're asking for the financial statements, and they also supposed to certify them. All right. The SEC requires that publicly traded companies in the U.S. regularly file GAAP compliant financial statements in order to remain publicly listed. Now, the compliance is ensured through an appropriate auditor's opinion resulting from an external audit by a certified public accountant. Now, when you have your own public accountants, your certified public accountants, that's where you can create your own certified financial statements. And if you have a certified financial statements, there's no credit union that can go against you. All right. The banks will have to rule in the interest of you. I just want to throw that out there. So the SEC is one of the main places that we do file our complaints with. And I'm gonna break all this down, what you're supposed to send, how you do it, and everything. I'm going over some of it on here with the Security Exchange Commission and what forms you're supposed to actually file when you're registering, because you can register. Listen, I want y'all to know, in the public, you got public and you got private. Now, in the private, you can issue your own shares. You can issue equity. All right. If you're a public business, there's things you have to do, like a S1. S1 is an initial registration form for new securities required by the SEC for public companies that are based in the U.S. Any security that meets the criteria must have an S1 filing. So I want y'all to know, we can track down all of these securities that have been issued on your credit, that have been issued on your accounts. All of them are supposed to go to certain rules. You know, we have SF1 is a filing with the Security Exchange Commission required for the registration of certain securities by foreign issuers. All right, they're foreign to the United States, and they have to fill out a form F1 with the Securities Exchange Commission. And this is also required from Canada. A Schedule 13D is a form that must be filed with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission when a person or group acquires more than 5% of a voting class of a company's equity and shares. I'm just letting that sit on y'all, man. So I'm letting y'all know what's going on. I didn't even get to go over everything that I really want to go over. Let me see if I can touch something else real quick, because I have a lot of information for y'all. Y'all not ready for that. Y'all not ready for that. But fuck it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna go ahead and break you down some. I'm breaking down one more thing. So y'all want to tap in, because it's not as simple as ABC. There's forms and certain procedures you have to go through. All right. But once you have your status corrected, you got your business set up, your holding companies, you got your private banking set up. I mean, I don't do it from the nonprofit aspect when dealing with securities, but you can, because you got to understand the baptismal certificate can be. Can y'all let him know in the chat how to get a hold of me? You text private life to where? 480-573-4693. 4879. Simple as that. So yeah, status first, but you want to have if you're operating in the public, because you got to understand, initial public offering, IPO, initial public offering. When you're in the public, you're going to have public entities. Unincorporated associations work, but we like LLCs. We like to have just exactly what they have. You want to have a trading firm, a trust, whatever it is, whatever makes sense to you. I like to have my own tax firm, because you want to have enrolled agents within your tax firm. You have the tax firm represent you, so you can distinguish that liability. I need y'all to understand that. So y'all need me in a private. I'm gonna say this again. Y'all need me in a private. Text private line to 480-573-4879. Again, 480-573-4879. Now, when you're in the public, you can also you're gonna want to be labeled a self-regulatory organization. A self-regulatory organization. This is an SRO. And they have the power to create and enforce standalone industry and professional regulations and standards on its own. In the case of financial SR, self-regulatory organizations such as stock exchange, their priority is to protect investors by establishing rules, regulations, and set standards of procedures. The Congress create laws to protect investors. I need y'all to know that's the world we live in. The government protects laws, makes laws to protect investors. Now, when it comes to these things, I already mentioned the SEC, Security Exchange Commission. We got the FCC, Federal Trade Commission. But one company that deals with this directly is going to be FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. So once you get through FCC, we're going to the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA. This is an independent non-government organization that writes and enforces the rules governing registered brokers and broker-dealer firms in the United States. FINRA was created as a result of consolidation of the National Association of Security Dealers in the New York Stock Exchange. It is an enforcement capacity. FINRA has the power to take disciplinary actions against registered individuals or firms that violates its rules. They can take action against individuals that are registered individuals or firms. You have to be registered now. And that's the difference. You can only be registered in the public. The private is not going to register things, okay? But these are the people you're going to want to get a hold of. And from there, it stems a lot more, all right? It stems a lot more. But I just want to break that down and let y'all know what's going on. This is how I'm getting remedy, starting off. It is a major process. It's a major process. So listen, Google's for the public. I need y'all to understand. He said, man, listen, Google's for the public. This is a private education. That's why I tell people, if y'all want to interview me, y'all want to ask me questions, Google is free. But Don Kilam is not. Okay? This is a private education for a reason. You have to tap in with the right individuals, the private individuals, even the people I'm learning this from and bumping shoulders with, shaking hands with. I'm talking about I'm sitting down with millionaires and billionaires. And these billionaires and millionaires know trillionaires. Real life. And I can't even make this up, man. My life is going from zero to hero in a matter of 24 months. I'm dealing with a lot of powerful people, and I continue to excel. One door closes, another opens. Remember that. But tap in. I got Don Kilam University. TikTok don't like me putting the links in there. So just go to donkilam.com and follow what it says. That's how you get access. Don Kilam University is at onlyfans.com/Don Kilam. You find this information valuable. Cash App Dream Keepers Radio. I have a class that's $47. Cash App Dream Keepers Radio. Put your email address in the memo box and hashtag GAAP. Consultation started at $1,000. I have an event, July 26th will be my next event. July 26th, limited seating. We're going to have a dinner. And I'm going to have a brunch the next day as well. Tap in, text Chicago to 480-573-4879 to learn more, or just go to redemptionmanual.com. I did speak on the baptismal certificate, so I'll clarify the statement for you. You know, we got churches. You can securitize the baptismal certificate just like you can a birth certificate. I'm gonna say that again. You can securitize a baptismal certificate just like you can a birth certificate. A baptismal certificate is a form of identity. That's what we used to use in family Bibles. But churches do securitize baptismal certificates, you know. But with that, I'm out. Much peace and love. Make sure y'all share Don Kalam's page, shout me out, tag me, share my videos, leave comments on everything I got going on, man. Keep us in the algorithm. You're gonna want to tap in the private community when you want to book with Don Kalam, man. Much peace and love.
Peace and love. I gotta mute y'all. Y'all loud. If y'all got questions, though, put them in the chat. I'm about to go over trust. I got a meeting coming up in about a half hour or so. I'm going live on Instagram too. Checking out my new mic. Can y'all hear me? Let me know in the chat. Y'all can hear me well. Peace and love. Peace and love. Been a lot of moving and grooving. I just want to tap in with y'all, drop y'all some of that personal, private information. You know what I'm saying? Not personal, but private, some private game, some trust law. Got a lot of information going on. Make sure the mic check's good. I'm using my new mic. I don't know how to turn it down if it's too loud. But y'all hear me? It's a nice. Let me hear myself, man. I ain't gonna ask y'all. Let me do a mic check for myself. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check for myself. Sounds good. Mic check. Mic sounds good. All right, but peace and love to everybody in the school as well. In my private school, go to skool.com/DONKILAM. Again, skool.com/DONKILAM. That's the best way to tap in with the good news with Don Kilam University, DK's Private Business Circle. That's Don Kilam's Private Business Circle. It says DK's Private Business Circle. And then message Don Kilam directly in the chat when you're ready to book a consultation. It has its own chat platform. So you can, everybody in the school already knows when you're ready to book a consultation. Derek has booked one. I'm not sure if I talked to him. I see my other homie in here that I've talked to. A few people in the game. You got Floyd in the building too. Shout out to Floyd, man. With much peace and love. Now, the other way, if you need a link to the school, you want to book a consultation, you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900 to tap in, book a consultation, or just text consult. Just text consult. But peace and love to everybody, man. So, can you put that on? Turn it down. Thank you. I want everybody to understand. And this is from some of the information that I've actually put in the school. Put this in the actual school. A trust, when it comes to trust, people are having, there's a lot of confusion when it comes to trust. And there shouldn't be. You trust your mama, you trust God. You know, and that's what it comes to. You got to learn how to trust yourself. Trust your abilities. You know, I'm not a licensed attorney, tax expert, this for educational and informational purposes only. I do have law degrees, business degrees, all of that. Sound check good. Is the sound check good? Everybody. Because as soon as somebody says no audio and everybody's in the audio is good, I'm kicking you out. Sound check's good. Get the fuck out of my class. Get the fuck out. Don't ever come to me again. Because you made me stop class when I'm dropping game, bitch, nigga. And that's how I move. Give a fuck if I'm in the office or not. This is my office. Get the fuck out. I stopped class for your bitch ass. It's because you said the audio was no good. So get the fuck out of my class. Time is money, bitches. Excuse my language. But that's how it moves. Ain't that right, baby? Ain't that how it moves? I don't want to call you baby. You said we professional in the public. In the private, it's something different though, huh? I'm just messing with it, man. But peace and love, man. A trust can either be a private trust or a public charitable trust. Private trusts are governed by the Indian Acts. I'm not. So look, this is not my information. I'm dropping this information to you. And I don't totally agree with this, but we're going to read with this. Private trusts are governed by the Indian Acts. 1882 are used for private purposes such as running a private estate or institution. Private trusts are not given any tax benefits by the government of India. Private trusts are not given any tax benefits by the government of India, but it's an Indian Trust Act, 1882. But I'm going to tell you, private trust is not governed by the Indian Acts. But this is the information that's out there. But if you want to do some charitable work for public, you can set up a public charitable trust. India does not have a national level to govern charitable trusts. However, a few of the states have enacted public charitable trust acts, like Bombay Public Trust Acts, 1950. And I do know people that have charitable trusts in Bombay. Trusts are registered using a document called a trust deed. This document contains all the information about the trust. All the trustees and witnesses will have to give a thumb impression and signatures on these papers. All in all, you will need the help of a notary to prepare the papers. But yes, signatures and thumbprints are true trust deeds. On a trust deed, I need everybody to understand this. You need a thumbprint and a signature. Thumbprint and a signature. So when I take you to show you what the trademark, let's look up the U.S. Trademark Office. U.S. Trademark Search. I want y'all to see this. I actually show y'all how to do this in the school. I have a class. Did you watch the class, the trademark class? Did you join that? All right. I need to check up on my homies I did yesterday too. I just trademarked somebody yesterday. But look, so as y'all can see right here, you can see not out there in the world. I'm showing them on the screen. The trust is who trademarks the government name. And I wouldn't put your name trust, okay? Do not put your name trust. It's alter egos. So this has Kilam International, a trust, trademark Jeffrey Wayne McBride Jr. And with that, the specimens that are going to be included in this is going to be a thumbprint and a signature. Because this is your notary. This is a real notary. Does that make sense for everybody? Everybody that's on the Zoom, does that make sense? I just want y'all to see this. I need y'all to know how important this is. So you can just go to you can look up U.S. trademark search, type in Jeffrey Wayne McBride Jr. It's going to pop up. It's a live trademark. It's a word mark, Jeffrey Wayne McBride Jr. The owners is the Kilam International Trust. So when you click that, you go in there, you can look at status. You can even look at the whole application so you can see what was actually included. And there's examples of the actual trust that I utilize. But with that being stated, let me pause my screen for a second because I want y'all to see what the documents that I'm using. I want y'all to see the documents that I'm using. It's easy. It's simple. So the reason why I'm going to show you, because it is public information, because it's in the trademark office. It's in the trademark office. So let me show the screen again. All right, so this is what we're using. Prove that his name's a business. I do use that. We prove that his name's an LLC. Can you see the screen? Was you watching it still? You off? Okay. So signature. Signature means sign of nature. Thumbprint, red thumbprint, and then boom. I'm gonna show you the documents that this is the only thing that you need. So back to what we were studying. What was we studying? We're talking about trust deeds, DEED. But right now I'm showing you a trust certification. And that should be part of your lingo as well. That should be part of your trustee training as well, trust certifications. I'm in the office. I have a student with me. Actually, I have one of my presidents with me, one of my trustees with me. It's official right here. We're going back for more. Going back for more. It's all about your paperwork. Oh, I got my private paperwork. I didn't mean to bring this, but I got my. So look, let me show y'all what y'all need to trademark. I got it. This is in black and white though, okay? These copies are in black and white. But as you can see, you can't move in commerce. Let me show y'all too, because I do keep paperwork with me. You can't move in commerce without that the signature and thumbprint. The signature and thumbprint, y'all. Let me see myself. There it is right there. It's in black and white though. This is one of my status. This comes from my status select. And this is one of my basic status correction packages that I utilize. It's basic, and it's enough to keep you to deal with policy enforcers. Yeah, so someone in the class says you can notarize your own documents with your signature and thumbprint, and that's it. That is your notary. Think about it, your checking account. Do you need a notary to go withdraw money, or do you just need a signature? And sometimes in some banks, they put your thumbprint in to check you in. All they need is your thumbprint and your signature. Shout out to the brand too. I got Forever Different Gear on. Forever Different Gear. I got the whole. Shout out to the team, man. These are DNAs right here. I got the J's on. You feel me? Just letting y'all know, man. Shout out to Forever Different, man. Got the flames on the bottom. Shout out to the click, man. Cuban links on, man. Keep my jewelry on. Stay blinging, man. This that trustee life, man. Live your life to the fullest. Had to shout out my sponsors. Shout out from a word from my sponsors. Now, back to this. So look, all you need is a trust certification. And I'm just showing y'all what you need. This stuff is so simple. You're part of my school, so I'm letting you get the first hand look at it. Everybody, y'all can't, the early bird catches the worm. I know this is sporadic, but that's how you get to your prosperity. That's how you get to your abundance. That's how you get to your success. Sometimes when people call, you gotta hear the calling. So trust certification is all I need. And then this guy actually put his trust name in Latin. All right, which was something new. I do a lot of things in Latin, but I never created a trust in Latin. Okay. Now, the Schedule A is a lot of people don't know what a Schedule A is. I'm gonna break down some game real quick. I can't be on here too long. I got a meeting, but I want to break down some game. Test out my new mic on the I'm using the mic on the on my phone. Not on the Zoom. I'm using the mic on the Instagram. So look up what a Schedule A form is for a 1040. So a public Schedule A is the itemized deduction. So look, itemized deductions. So when you're in the public using the Schedule A, you're making them, you're handing over your assets to the public. Okay. Now, when you look up what a Schedule A is of a trust, the Schedule A is a list of all the trust assets. Now, this is for basic trust. This is like the default method because we got schedules A through Z's. All right. Now, what goes on a Schedule A in a trust? Typically attached to an individual's trust is a Schedule A. It could be a living trust or irrevocable trust. It doesn't matter. And this lists all the trust assets. This provides a roadmap for the successor trustee to find the truster's assets held in the trust and begin administering the assets correctly. Does that make sense, everybody? Everybody in the Zoom, does that make sense? Get that dust off your shoulder, man. Let me get a fire emoji, 100s, if this is making sense for everybody. Let me know. All right. The school's fucking with it. All right, so Schedule A's. This is the property of the trust. This is how we know what's in the trust. All right, and I'm talking about it gets even deeper. I can pull up another trust that got schedules A through Z. But we're not gonna get deep on that today. So the following elements must be mentioned in a trust deed. The name and address of the settlor. Settlor is the person who is setting up the trust. Name and address of the other trustees. Name of the trust. Minimum and maximum number of trustees your trust can have. The address of the registered office of the trust. The trust. So if you have trust in the public, because this is public trust now. So now we're talking about public trust. You want a registered agent, and that's why we have registered agents when it comes to LLCs. These are public trusts. Corporations are public trusts. This makes sense to everybody. Peace and love. Peace and love. Sound check's good. Get the fuck out my class. Yeah. I'm telling y'all when y'all tell me my peace and love. Yeah, when you say you can't hear my sound, you're getting the fuck up out my class. Fuck up out my class, man. You start trying to teach my class, you will be blocked. I'm not telling you to do any forms. When you're set up correctly, you're not going to be using IRS forms. Starting off, we use IRS forms. You're doing shit correctly. When you're operating in a private, why in the hell would you use the IRS for? Just want to throw that out there. We're not ones that have to report income. Again, text the number. We're not here for questions. I'm not here answering your fucking questions. Get the fuck off my lot. Text the number. You want to book a consult? Text the fucking number that's going across your fucking screen. Click the link in the bio to join our. You know what? I ain't want to talk to you, motherfuckers. Fuck the public. Turn the comments off. Back to my scheduled programming. Fuck you. Hey, listen, if y'all gonna interrupt my class for me to answer your fucking bullshit ass questions, drop a fucking donation. I'm not Google. Go ask Google. Go ask your mama. Go ask your daddy. I'm not them. You can ask your mama, ask your daddy for free. Matter of fact, you can ask your bitch for free. Ask your bitch. I'm not your bitch. Understand that. Understand that. Go ask your motherfucking bitch before I do. Now, when you're in the public, you want to have an address of a registered office. When you're in the public, you want to have registered agents. All right. And you don't want it to really be you. If it's your business, you really don't want to be the registered agent. You want someone not attached to it. And remaining private, it's a private life. You really don't want your name on anything except other than a board of trustees. So registering a trust, you need a minimum of 2 trustees, one settler and another person. You can decide the maximum number of trustees, and this number must be mentioned in the trust deed. All the trustees together are called board of trustees. This means the president. So obviously this information was taken from India. This is some Indian information, all right? What I'm looking at. These are Indians. This is what they give them. This is what they give them the information in India. All right. They're talking about the ADG exemption. Let me tell you. Let me click that. It's some Indian shit. Look, exemptions in India. So this is some Indian documents. But look, the important update on this article on registering a trust NGO. That's a non-government organization. Anytime you see the word NGO, and I just thought I'd throw it out there. A non-government organization. Anytime you see an NGO in any trust documents, all right. So this is telling you how to set up in overseas. So obviously India doesn't have no trust laws, and you can use trust deeds. Trusts are all across the world. Know that. A 508c1a trust is all across the world. A 508c1a trust is all across the world. You can open up a ministry anywhere in the world. Now, this is still in India. This is some Indian information. Let me keep going. Let me get back in America. All right, this is what I want y'all to see right here. So this is talking about, and this applies for everybody. So this is particularly dealing with a revocable living trust. The application that you get as far as being a private member and the private member files, I give you an app. Matter of fact, I'll show you the app. It's on this computer. Everybody that's had a consultation will receive these files as well. If they're not, I'll charge $500 for the private member files. Patricia, you got them too. I'm pulling them up right now. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to share this with you. It's trying to make me register my shit. So here we go. So look, what this can actually create. We can create wills, living trusts, transfer of death deeds, healthcare directives, durable powers of attorney for finances, final arrangements, information for caregivers and survivors, full estate planning with durable powers of attorney, letters to survivors, information for caregivers, certification of the trust that we were just talking about. It creates the certification of trust for you. Revocations of powers of attorney, your whole will, letters to the executors, affidavit of domicile, journal notice of death. There's so much. home and family, child care arrangements, housekeeping service agreements, everything for your motor vehicles, birth certificates, promissory notes, limited powers of attorney, how to terminate credit card accounts, security agreements, and much, much more. And I also have a business one as well. I wanted to show y'all that one. So y'all have no problem setting up this trust. There shouldn't be no problem setting up a living trust. And let me go to the Skool real quick. I want y'all to see the setup. I'm gonna show y'all a setup of the setup is right in the Skool. Look up family legacy setups. Matter of fact, I will click this and give y'all the link in the Zoom. So y'all can just click it and go there. There you go. Hold on, let me give you the right link. There it is. So this is the most basic setup right here. Stage 1, entry level. You got your property or whatever. We'll start at the top. South Dakota living trust. Now understand a living trust is for one person. They're the grantor, the trustee, and the beneficiary. They can only do this with a revocable living trust. And upon the grantor's death, it becomes irrevocable. It cannot be changed. Okay. South Dakota has special laws protecting living trusts. Now, this would be the beneficiary owner of your manager-managed Nevada holding company. The Nevada holding company has special laws in place, which I need to give to the Skool. I need to post it in the Skool so they got it, because they took it down off the internet. I have a picture that I want y'all to see. Show y'all the benefits of Nevada. So the benefits of Nevada. Now, this is the benefits of Nevada. This is the benefits of Wyoming, Alaska, South Dakota, and Delaware. 5 charge and order protection states. Now, New Mexico allows you to remain anonymous as well. But there's no state income taxes, no corporate taxes or franchise taxes. If you want to remain anonymous, that's privacy protection for you for remaining anonymous. Strong corporate veil protecting individuals from liability in your business. No taxes on corporate shares or profits. No operating agreements or annual meeting required. A judicial system relying on case law to settle disputes. These are stare decisis. And no formal information sharing with the IRS. That's in the 5 charge and order protection states. Now, that's the benefits of having a Nevada LLC. Now look, benefits of the South Dakota. So don't take my word for it, just look it up. Location matters. These are all the reasons. So, I mean, I don't even want to look at the website. Let me find something that breaks it down simple. Breaks it down simple for you. So you get directed trusts are available in a handful of states across the country, including South Dakota. Continue to drastically change the trust world through unbundling asset management. So you got asset protection, no rules against perpetuities. There's no state income tax. It enforces privacy laws. Most states do not have provisions or laws protecting trust information from being revealed to beneficiaries or to the public during litigation. South Dakota clearly has the most robust privacy provisions in the nation, rendering that state the trust jurisdiction of choice for wealthy families from all over the world. Very low or no taxes on life insurance policies. So it's just a way to maneuver. Look it up, do your own research. So we got the South Dakota. This is the basic level. Because look, I'm going to Skool, I'm going to show you more. I'm going to show you more with this. Going to Skool, this is the intermediate level. And then I'm going to show you how to do offshore trusts. We got Cook Islands. We got Nevis. All right. How to get the life insurance policies. How to maneuver. How to throw in the Delaware LLC property management in there. All right. It's in the school. I broke it down in the school. I just did a class last week with a student one-on-one. So you got the South Dakota Living Trust. This is basic. Just in it, this is all onshore, nothing offshore. If you want to stay protected, first level asset protection, South Dakota Living Trust. All right. This ain't a private trust, none of that. It can be considered private, but this is a public trust, but it's living. The corporate world can't control living things. All right. They're in the world of dead things. All right. So you got the South Dakota Living Trust, Nevada Holding Company, which is manager managed. Your name LLC after that in your state. Your name LLC is considered an operating company. And this is going to be member managed by the holding company. The single member of your name LLC is going to be the holding company. And then you got your property deed and your intellectual property. You got houses, rentals, things like that, your assets, your cars, things like that. So that's the very basics. All right. I'm gonna touch a few things too before I get up off here. I got a few more minutes. When it comes to funding your trust, you have to fund a trust with asset ledger schedules, in particular, electronic asset schedules. A lot of people have electronic asset schedules as well. A revocable living trust or RLT involves the retitlement of property. You're retitling these things. So when you get a car, it gets retitled. That's why you get the car title. You got an MSO, manufacturer statement of origin. All right. The procedure generally takes the form of a written request by the grantor to the transfer agent of the institution holding custody of the grantor's assets on behalf of the grantor to retitle the assets from the grantor as a natural person to the trustee of the trust. That request is then applied by the transfer agent on the grantor's account at the institution. Property titled to the name of the original trustee must, however, again be retitled into the name of the successor trustee in order for that trustee to eventually take legal title as a trustee of the assets to manage or transfer those assets. Now, when you're retitling things like this is why I say make your name a business. And then the trustee can just deal with the business names instead of trying to distinguish if you're a natural person or property. When it comes to the real world, anyways, if you're using a social security number, you're no longer a natural person. So I'm gonna put that you are property. You can transfer with deeds, real estate interests, secured and unsecured, promissory notes and sale contracts, secured and unsecured, formal business interests such as C corporations, S corporations, professional corporations, LLCs, and limited partnerships, general partnerships, sole proprietorships. You can all reconvey all of these inside the trust. Bank accounts, checking, savings, money markets, certificates of deposit, safe deposit box can all be reconveyed into the trust. All right. Securities and brokerage accounts. This is what's going on every day in the real world, behind the scenes. with your name being an account, a trust account with a social security number. This is what's going on. But everything just needs to be retitled. Stocks and bonds can be placed into the trust. I have all this information in my school. Tap in and tune in and read the books. Government series, bonds, treasury notes, contractual interest, qualified plans such as IRAs and pension plans, annuities, life insurance, motor vehicles, houses. You can do things without retitling, like e-signatures and things like that, bills of sales. I just want to throw that out there, man. Asset ledger. So listen, a declaration of trust statement by a grantor or seller declaring to hold certain assets listed on a schedule of pledged assets attached to a trust document can be used to accomplish the same results as a general assignment document, but in a more clear and convincing manner. So you can use a declaration of trust statement, schedule of assets, along with the schedule of assets. But that's enough game for everybody today, man. I said a whole mouthful. Let me know if this stuff makes sense for everybody. Let me know that was informational, that was of value to you guys. I just want to bring the value to you. I want to know that you stopped your day to get some very valuable information from Don Kilam. Y'all can let me know back on the Instagram since I'm done. I'm done. Y'all can let me know. Was this information valuable? Was this information of value? Let me get a fire emoji. 100 something. Yeah, some diamonds. I got some diamonds. Gold. At the end of the day, man, know who you are. Learn that everything is asset protection. Um, like I had a call today with somebody that called the office. I told them what I told him. He was asking. I said, man, what? So first of all, quit listening to multiple teachers. Only listen to one that brings you clarity and prosperity in your life. Clarity make diamonds. The best diamonds have the best clarity. So first of all, only deal with the people that bring the best clarity, that bring prosperity to your life. Those are the only people you need to be dealing with in your life. I will be dropping this video as a free video in the school so everybody can watch it, and hopefully it brings value to your life. I will give you one of the I just want y'all to know this is real, man. This is what we do. This is what we do. We really out here setting up real accounts out here in the real world. Registered agents. We make sure that the president or whoever's not a registered agent, you have founders and chairmen. That's a board of trustees. You learned that, didn't you? When you have private contracts with the government or banking, because I need y'all to understand that public banking is government banking. Look up, are public banks owned by the government? They are. So the government owns public banks. So you have to have your own contracts in order. On a daily basis, we opening up bank accounts. So we just opened these up. We're gonna keep that in the private starting off. But we already have a business. We're already working on the business credit. I can show everybody how to do this from zero to hero. Focus on getting the bag before you focus on this private life. That's what I want everybody to understand. You got years before you have to pay taxes and things like that. Learn how to get the bag. You should be focused on 100,000, then 100,000 to a million, from a million to 10 million, and from 10 million to 20 million. And then from there on so on, I can't tell you anything over 20 million because I ain't been there. But get around those people. You know what I'm saying? We focused on 100 million this year. That's what we focused on. 2025, 100 million. We're already on the route of making multi-millions, but we need to be on the route of making 100 million. So, like I said, like me and my business partner, she said, this is good. We're making a lot of money. I said, it's not good enough for me. I've already done this. I've already been here. So, you're going to get so far by yourself. It takes a team. It takes a village. It does take a board of trustees. It takes your tribe. It takes your church. It takes a community. So learn how to get the bag. It takes funding to uplift the nation. So that's what I want y'all focused on. In the school, I'm showing y'all can get grants. My private community, I'm teaching them how to get grants. How to get grants. I can show you how to go in your city. If you live in a bigger city, not necessarily the small ones, the bigger cities, I'll show you what to say, what to do. Book a consultation. I'll show you what to say, what to do. Go down to your Chamber of Commerce and how to get money and funding for your business. Every city is there to help uplift the business. There's a Chamber of Commerce in every city. Write this down. Y'all can start going there. Chamber of Commerce. That's where you can get all the local grants. They're going to tell you what grants apply to your business, where to get them. There's training out there. Matter of fact, in the school, I'm going to post today sometime tonight. All you need is to be in business for 3 months, 3 bank statements, 3 months bank statements, and you'll get approved anywhere from $300 to $20,000. Everybody's approved as long as you got a business bank account. How does that sound good? Does that sound good to everybody? I'm posting in the school. I might charge you like $10 or something to get the information. I might just give it to you. I don't know. Just make sure y'all kick back. I will put, as long as you got 3 months of business bank statements, you'll get approved anywhere between $300 to $20,000. Now, if you've been doing what I've been teaching you to do, how to maneuver money and transfer money in and out, if you got a $20,000 cash flow or better over the last 3 months, that means $20,000 or more in and out the account. You only got to do it for 90 days, 20,000 or more in and out the account. You can take 2,000 moving in and out your account 10 times. That is $20,000. Just make sure you got receipts. Make sure you got inventory. Make sure you got stuff with it. Make sure you got your paperwork that goes along with the transactions. You will get anywhere between $300 to $20,000 on however much money you've been moving in and out your accounts. So if you want to start today, today's a start. Hey, 90 days I can get you funded. 90 days I know at very minimum we'll have $20,000. And then I'm talking about 3 to 6 months. I can tell you how to talk to these people, man. Get your CPN together, or get your business credit together, or get your personal credit together. You got 3 months bank statements. I can show you how to go in there and get more funding from other people, from other lenders. I put my top 10 lenders in there, but you got to know what to say. You got to know what to do. You got to have the right applied action to get this funded. And that's what we do. That's the whole point of having consults to get this motherfucking money. $2,000 to get $100,000. That's nothing. Why wouldn't you want to pay $2,000 to book a consult with Don Kalam when you can go get $100,000? And I'm talking about you can get even more than this. But with that, I'm out. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is divine birthright. I'm going to put this up in the school, and I will also, next to this video, I will post the funding. Much peace and love.
Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kalam, also known as Malik Kalam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. This is Dream Keepers Podcast, and I'm in the building. Dream Keepers Radio Podcast. I'm in the building with Eternal Zion and Beauty. Let's start with Eternal Zion. Where you from? Like, let us know a little bit about you, and let us know who she is to introduce her and bring her in too.
Yes. So my name is Eternal Zion. I go by the nickname Shay sometimes, but I'm mainly known for my financial literacy and what I teach on multiple platforms like Instagram, TikTok, things like that. So that's basically what I'm known for. But we gonna get more into it. I do want to introduce my lovely lady here. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Oh, well, my name is Bewley, also known as Bewlistic, and I am from Broward, Florida, Fort Lauderdale, and I also talk about just quantum physics and how to manifest using such, and lots of things.
Manifesting using quantum physics.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt. That I've actually the game that I'm in, and me and Eternal Zion, we're basically in the same game. I don't even like how she said financial literacy because it's bigger than rap.
It is definitely bigger.
What you do is the private life, and it's bigger than just financial literacy. You can't even learn what you do in financial literacy books. It's estate planning. I mean, there's really no name that they can give it, but it ties in with everything. So I want you to know, I started with studying quantum physics and things like that on a spiritual level before I even started getting into these things. And it was doing part because, like, I don't know, it's the only thing that made sense to me. I like. Then when I started this game that we're in, because some people call it, there's the names that I don't like though. Secure party credit, because people don't know how to use it right. They don't know how to say that right. They say they're a secure party creditor because they have a UCC1.
Yeah, that doesn't make you a secure. Nah, if you ain't got your irrevocable trust, if you don't have everything, I mean, from a legal demand notice, a security agreement, a hold harmless indemnity agreement, like, it's so many other forms that go into it and entail the protection, the protection of your trust. And if you don't have all of those in order, then you're not actually protecting yourself.
I like that. Asset protection. That's another key word.
Asset protection.
Asset protection.
Yes.
You're the asset.
Yes.
Yeah. So
your name, everything.
The reason why I'm excited to have you here is because I feel like we have to give you your flowers. Like, there ain't nobody shouting you out like they should be. There's a lot of women that tried and failed this shit. Like, I don't know if you know.
I don't.
Like even people went to the feds, all types of shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know, they be doing some crazy shit. Though,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I can say some names, but I ain't gonna say no names.
No,
I
we
ain't
can't
gonna say
be
no names.
messy.
But no, it's yeah.
Don't be
We can't
messy.
be messy. We can't
We're not
be
gonna be
messy.
messy. We're not gonna be messy.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, because I don't know if you really knew about me. Like I came into this game with the record label as well. And I see that's what both of y'all do.
Yeah.
And your fucking music is dope, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
It really
Um,
is. This upcoming shit.
Oh
you,
yeah,
man.
yeah. And another thing, y'all tapped in with celebrities as well, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
both
we
of them.
are.
Yeah.
So it's so interesting. The very first celebrity I remember following me fully was between Kyrie Irving,
Let's go.
Kyrie Irving, Tyrese Gibson,
Let's go.
and Jordan Sparks.
Damn, for
And
real, Jordan
was-
Sparks?
Jordan Sparks follows me
Yeah.
on Instagram.
Wow.
And it's so interesting because it's like I feel like they watch me, they definitely watch, but they don't necessarily engage as much. I feel like I'm just more so here to kind of just educate, and I think they definitely look at my content. They definitely look at things that I talk about, but they don't necessarily engage as much, but it's okay.
Yeah.
And what about any celebrities you're tapped into?
Yeah, a lot. But
I know I heard some of the
we go
stories.
we kind of like attract different,
Right.
types of people. So one of them was Doechii, another one is Rico Nasty, XXX
Let's go.
Tentacion, people, people like that. We have a lot of,
It is big names though.
Yeah, you feel me? There's a lot.
Big names.
Yes.
names.
The reason why I like this because for me, it was able when I don't remember the first celebrity that followed me, but I know when Kevin Gates hit me up. But you gotta understand,
Wow.
I go in their DMs. As soon as they follow me or hit like, I go in their DMs. You mentioned John Sally too. I had talked to John Sally as well.
Yes.
Kevin Garnett, Waka Flocka Flame. But I slide in their DM when they follow me. I say, thank you for your support. ASAP.
Yes.
I say, here's my number. Anything you need, just reach out to me.
That's wonderful.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's wonderful.
I think that the reason I don't do that is because I don't want them to feel like I'm, trying to
Right.
insert myself somewhere. And I kind of would like to just keep it open. It's like if they're interested in anything, then of course I'm more than willing to give them my services. But it's also I'm not chasing anything, right? So you still gonna pay.
That's
That's
funny.
it.
So me, I'm a little bit different. I have gave leeway and helped some celebrities for free, but I make sure that it's fair exchange ain't robbery. Can you shout me out?
Yeah.
Can you give me a referral?
That's awesome.
Yeah. Like, cause literally how I got known was based off referrals, helping
That's
people
beautiful.
for free.
Yeah.
Cause I was doing this stuff in the hood, and it's not stuff I like to do right now. But I know Zion can co-sign for this stuff because some people might say this shit ain't true. But I started helping people with weed cases and drug cases, coke cases. Like I go straight to them, like, your name's a business. What happens if Walgreens sells a bad drug?
Right.
Who's going to jail? They got 30 days of cease and desist.
I mean, they can
Because they
call
got
it fake, but there's testimonies out
They
here.
got their paperwork together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
And that's interesting you bring that up because I was recently, this was probably last year, I was actually arrested in Texas.
Oh wow.
And I actually was in jail for 3 days. I didn't know necessarily the remedy of how to get out of jail. But when I got out, I created my affidavit of truth. I created my statements. I attached my legal demand notice. And I basically sued them. I'm suing them for $125 million right now. But also I got those cases completely dismissed.
Let's go.
They tried to tell me that I needed to take a 4-hour course. And I told them I humbly declined that. I'm suing you guys already.
Exactly.
You're in the wrong. You have my paperwork. The prosecution has my paperwork. They literally went over it. And it's so interesting because I still ended up having a public attorney.
Yeah.
I still ended up having a public attorney. I told him, I don't need you to represent me. I'll just need you to give my paperwork to the prosecution.
Right.
I'm not finna keep flying back and forth from California to Texas. I'm not about to continue to do this.
Right.
So he basically took my paperwork. He said, did what you asked. I gave your paperwork to the
Damn, at least he
prosecution.
did it.
And instantly prosecution hit him back like, we'll drop the cases, but only if she take this class. But notice, if I had agreed to taking that class, that would have been me agreeing that I was wrong.
Admission of
Right. Damn,
guilt.
That would have been my
Exactly.
admission of
So-
guilt.
Yeah.
So I told them no.
Yeah.
And literally 3 days later, the same lawyer hit me up. He said, yeah, they dropped the cases. They dismissed the cases.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Let's
yeah, of course
go.
they did.
Congratulations. Congratulations. We call that standing on your square. With the
Stand on
bars.
your square.
With the
Yeah.
bars. Demographics is the graph of demons. So can you prove that Texas exist, or is it just invisible lines? Demographics is the graph of demons. That's how I play the game with them. You know, because you God body, they the devil.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
when the first case I ever beat, I was in federal custody. I want you to know the state courts are way harder than federal courts.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
State courts are harder than federal courts. You need to take that shit to the federal level.
Yeah.
But mine was for counterfeiting money.
Mm.
I got popped for counterfeiting money. And that's when I started learning the game.
Yeah.
Because I'm reading the codes and the statutes, and I'm like, this is copyright infringement. This ain't counterfeiting money.
Right.
Because only Congress can provide punishment for uttering and counterfeiting securities of the United States. That's not a security in the United States.
Wow.
The Federal Reserve note's not real money,
Right.
nor is it a security.
No,
Right.
it's not.
It's just it's the
It
in
literally
God we
says what it
trust.
said,
It's a
right.
note from the in God
In
we
God we
trust.
trust.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But with the federal courts, they wouldn't allow me to represent myself. I always said sui juris. I object when they say pro se. What's the prosecutor? Prosecutor, prosecutor. So you're part of their jurisdiction. Sui juris means to write the contract. Yeah, you're right mind. So this OG was like, just make them your co-counsel, appoint them as co-counsel,
Okay.
because the courts wouldn't talk to me directly. They couldn't recognize me. I didn't recognize them.
Right.
So we had to have that mediator.
Wow.
So that's what made sense when you said that. Like he was still representing you.
You were
Yeah.
still representing me. Exactly.
But you did your shit right though.
I did. I
Exactly.
did it right. So, and that's what I'm saying is, it's completely okay for you to know the system and use the system against the system.
Yeah.
Right. It's different when you are in the private life and you know how not to even deal with the system. Right.
participate.
There's so many different ways of participation, but because I signed I signed something in jail for me to get out.
That was messed up. You should
Right.
have done that.
I put my signature down.
Right.
So as soon as I put my signature down, I'm instantly in their jurisdiction. There's
Right,
nothing I
that's
can
it.
do.
Signature
Yeah.
sign the
That's
nation.
it. I signed in order for me to get out of jail.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it was because I did that, I had to use their system against. I used their own penal codes against them. I charged the officers with
what you're
assault.
supposed to do.
I
Let's
charged
go.
the officers
to
with
get
aggravated assault
everybody.
and kidnapping,
Facts.
abuse of power.
Facts.
I charged them.
But and you just keep demanding the oath of offices and the delegation of authority orders. Like, I'm not going to make it all about court today, but I asked them, first of all, can you show me a piece of paper that states that your power is greater than my higher powers?
Right.
They can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, their power derives from God. They,
Right.
you know, the Bible's a fact in the courtroom.
Yes, it is.
A lot of people don't know that, and that's why you make things in red too. That's the living word. You know, in the Bible, when Jesus, all the
Speaking
words
is in
red.
red.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also in the courtroom, have you heard of he's passed away now, but David Wynn Miller? You ever heard of him?
I haven't.
So he did something called quantum language. Since we're talking about
Okay.
quantum,
Oh,
yeah, and this shit works in the courtroom as well because it's your own language.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. It's the way we speak. It's like
Yeah.
adverb, verb.
Yeah.
It does something to the brain. And he was
Okay.
able to. It's mathematics, and it just leaves
Could you
shit
give
hanging.
me like an example?
I can. I'm not on a deep level, but you would understand it.
Okay. Okay. And you said his
But I'm
name is
talking about, I
David
seen
Wynn
mortgages
Miller?
get discharged with this shit.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, David Wynn Miller. That's his
Okay,
name. And
yeah.
he was he said he was a federal postal judge.
Mm-hmm.
He was a former king, because remember I told you about the king of Hawaii? He was a self-proclaimed king of Hawaii, though. But
Wow.
not like the real one. He didn't have the blood. Because in order to be royalty in Hawaii, you got to have the lineage. They still keep track of the
Were they
bloodline.
respecting him though? Did they treat him
Yeah.
as a don
There
or
was,
something?
yes. He
Wow.
was getting respect because he's beating cases.
Yeah.
You know, and he's going to England beating cases. Like, it places a place all over the world.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm surprised you haven't ran into this yet.
No,
I haven't.
Yeah,
No, David, I'm
David
definitely
Wynn
gonna do
Miller.
some
Yeah,
research, though.
we'll research it, but it's called. He has his own quantum language.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy as fuck.
Okay.
I didn't really understand it. So I mean, I understood it, but I didn't. And so,
Yeah.
and then it's like it's a form of numerology mixed in with
Yeah.
that shit because
Yeah.
everything adds up.
Yeah. So is it kind of like how you're very familiar with breaking down like the etymology of like words and things like that? So it's like you're rearranging.
Yeah,
things.
yeah. And like sometimes I don't know. I like that I like doing that with my people that's on
Yeah.
a different level.
Yeah.
But you know, I can't break an etymology of a word in China.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
okay, yeah,
this is all a
exactly.
game. This is
Yeah.
all a game.
Yeah.
And we just mastered the game over here in Western philosophy,
Right.
so to
Right.
speak, on
Right.
the Western hemisphere.
Right.
That's how I'm looking at it. But admiralty law works all over the world.
Yeah.
Maritime law works all over
All
the
over
world.
the world.
Just like these 508c1as.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All over the world. We can create an offshore trust with a 508c1a.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, ministries, faith-based, all over the world. So how long because you just started talking about that. I heard you talking about faith-based organizations, 508c1as. How long you been familiar with that?
That's literally the first thing I learned.
Oh, yeah?
That's literally the first thing that put me on. There was a man, his name is Elisha Royal, and I'll never forget him.
Shout out to Elijah.
Shout out to Elisha.
Yeah, he was on.
He literally told me about how he had this case against. I just remember him. He had his case. He had a case, and they put him in jail. He did not sign any papers.
Yeah.
They kept him in there for over 260 something days.
Yeah.
He's suing them for over 460 million.
Damn.
And he never signed anything. They let him out.
Damn.
They let him out of jail. Never went to court. Never did
Well,
nothing.
I mean,
and then he told me, he said it's because he has his own jurisdiction. His jurisdiction is his ministry.
that's it.
So I asked him, well, how does that work? Man has his own license plates. He told me he creates his own identification cards, his tribal
That's
ID
it.
cards. He told me he has his own constitution, bylaws. I mean, this man had everything. And he literally like coached me through as far as like how powerful a 508c1a is. And, when I learned about that, that was the very first thing that I wanted to dive into. And then I started diving into more of trust law and like, what is a trust, right? What is an offshore trust? What does it mean to really protect your assets, right? And then, of course, we learn more about like the probate and how to avoid probate and how to,
Hey,
how
you
the
a
government,
tool.
you know what I'm saying?
It's a rabbit hole.
And it's the rabbit hole, but that was the very first thing that I actually learned about as far as the 508c1a.
That's amazing. I'm not trying to throw you off either,
No,
Billy,
you're
but
fine.
do you know about the 508c1a? Because you did a great job talking about it on the phone yesterday.
Listen, everything, I won't lie, everything that I've learned about it, I have learned from Eternal Zion. I did, speak to Elijah a couple of times, but it's a process. And I think that when you get into it, I'm very familiar, but there's so many codes that I can't just like identify. She can name them off rip, but I know I'm familiar with
is
everything.
definitely a code.
Yeah.
And it's different than the 501c3.
Yes.
So the 501c3 is a nonprofit and a public.
Yes.
And it will take away your freedom of speech.
Yes. No, I'm familiar. I've worked with them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I worked for a nonprofit. I was a banking director for Hip Hop for Change, things like
that's
that.
lit.
That's why when you were going
That's
door to
lit.
door
Yeah.
in your past, I was like, canvassing, sales stuff, some of the hardest jobs ever. So I respect anybody who could deal with customer service like that. And you guys, with the work that you do, you have to deal with people on a daily basis.
Man, they're crazy
and it's
people,
so
too.
tedious. And the work that you guys are doing is so tedious. Just to go back on to Elijah, the resiliency you have to, even deal with that, know your rights and know that even the people that you're dealing with don't know your rights as well. And using that as a factor against you is crazy. I mean, it's insane that he gets to like sue them now and get it now. But, that also is something that causes a lot of fear in people to not even want to operate in a private because
Right,
they
the
know
fact
that people
that he
are
had to
going to be
spend
targeted.
260 days in jail
Exactly.
to
Who
prove
would
his
do
point.
that?
So listen, can I
Right?
tell you
'Cause you
something
ended
though?
up si- she
Can I
ended
tell you
up
something
signing
though?
shit.
If you're
You
doing
did.
your shit correctly, they have to let you go in 72 hours.
Okay.
You said 3 days. So whatever you was doing it correctly.
Yes.
They have to let you go in 72 hours if if you're doing everything correctly. Now, if you got your trust set up, you got your tribe set up, you got your church set up, you don't give them your identification, they automatically have to treat you as a foreigner or a national, okay? But that being stated, you have to have an ambassador or a counselor they can call.
Okay.
To verify who you are.
See,
you know?
that makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, it's all good. I got you. I got you.
The one thing
I rock with tribes though, you know what I mean? A lot of tribes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say, I learned about the 508c1a is mainly because I hate taxes. I feel like taxes are the dumbest,
Not right.
the dumbest thing ever when it comes to this country. And I was like, when I create my businesses and when I start start to sell products or create certain programs and things like that. It's like, I don't want to give them a dime of my money.
Right.
And I found out that not only is it completely legal for you to donate money to your 508c1A, as a minister of your own, 508c1A ministry, but you can literally write it off as a tax deductible donation. And then Elisha told me that you can use your 508c1A and create like a credit agency and loan the money back to yourself.
I mean, what's the Vatican do?
Right, exactly. And that is being actively practiced today.
Exactly. And with the loan, it's not considered income.
Yes.
So you don't have to, it's not considered reported income.
So how I move is, I rap for God, just like you. Record label, they work for the 508c1A,
right?
And everything goes to the church.
Yes.
And I'm in debt with the record label. That's where I get my loans from. Just like them, just like any other artist.
Right.
That's how I move. I'm always in debt.
Exactly.
We are always in debt.
Yeah, we're always in debt. But another thing I want to ask is, do you think that you understand that she's telling the truth because you're spiritual?
Initially, well, okay, so let's get into it because we've known each other for quite some time. I've known Zion before she was Zion. Do you get what I'm saying? So initially, I was almost like a guide for her spiritually. She would come and ask me a bunch of things, and then she led her own way into Comedicism, and it went down this path with the Moors and all this stuff. But as far as I feel like I'm very intuitive, and in high school, there was a person named Young Pharaoh that I know. He's still around today. You know what I'm saying? He's still around doing this thing today or whatever. But I had like a bunch of friends that put me onto him, and it brought me into this whole spiral of, just a spiritual spiral that kind of pulled me out of where I was at, which is Pentecostal Christianity. It started making me question everything. Once I started questioning everything, that's when, my spirituality really became to began to open up.
Y'all are a couple, correct?
Yes.
So before you met her, you was already speaking in tongues.
Yes, I was speaking in tongues since I was 8. You know what I'm saying? I was speaking in tongues forever. But I definitely felt like she was telling the truth. But also because even before I met her, I have rant because of the people that I know. I told you about my community, my family. They're wealthy, higher up people, and they're very spiritual.
Can we talk about who your father is?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Where you from?
Yes. Okay. So my family we're Jamaican, and my father is an ambassador in Jamaica, and he's always traveling. Your father's
an ambassador for Jamaica.
Yes.
Damn, Zion, you doing it big over here.
Yeah. Yes. And then but she didn't know that. We were discovering that because my father, he's not all too present. I've known him for forever, but yes. And then I wasn't even referring to him. I was actually referring to X. His family. They're very tapped in. They're very spiritual, and our family is I feel like wealth is faded. That's how I feel.
Wow.
And
that's deep.
Yeah. And I feel like if it's meant for you, if it's designed for you, then it will be no matter what. You just have to follow your path type of thing. And that side of my family has. And because I see the spiritual differences between both sides of my family, ones that resonate in poverty and ones that resonate in wealth, I was able to, tell that things are true. So when she discovered this,
give me chills.
Yeah. When she discovered this information, it was like, isn't Elijah a part of the Moorish community? Mm-hmm. Once I discovered that information, I knew for a fact that it was true. So I just told her, I was like, listen, all these people that's trying to push you off, all these people that are trying to, they're going to get their lick back soon. I just kept encouraging her. I'm like,
but
keep
also,
learning.
That's why I think it's also crucial to understand or understand. Sorry. Yeah. I think it's crucial to understand that this is why it's called the Matrix. There is a multitude of people who willingly, willfully, and unknowingly work for the Matrix. Mm-hmm. That is why they do not believe us. Mm-hmm. That is why they continue to go along with their lives. They continue to go along with their 9-to-5s, allowing these people to completely use them just through paperwork, just through contracts alone. Yeah. They don't question Why was there ever anybody on this earth who decided to stand on a mountain of gold and say, this is mine? Why are there people that exist on this planet that will go into an area, put a flag down, and say, this is mine?
Right, and claim
you don't question this.
Yes.
You just say, oh, this is what war is for. This is why we have war in the military. This is why we kill each other. And it's so weird because y'all don't understand that the creator of this universe never said y'all own anything. Y'all have signed contracts that have willingly give up your rights, so that you can be owned.
This world is
and people
yours.
can own you and say what they own. That's the only reason why you believe that stuff. But if you didn't sign any contracts, you have the creator and you have your God-given rights to be here.
You want to know? It's interesting that you say that, because this kind of goes into how I feel like people think about themselves. As much as we go into the system and how much people put fear into people and the reasons why people are so complacent with this type of system, I feel like a lot of people, even this country, right? It's built on, like you said, the government and the church, like religion. You know what I'm saying? Separation of church and state, all this other type of stuff. You know what I'm talking about. But people in America, a lot of people are religious, but the limitations that they put on themselves make me feel like they really don't understand like their access to God and their access to freedom. And like they put limitations on God, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
They
sense.
put their own limitations. So the fact that like somebody could come and tell you that you are not free is insane to me. If you believe that God is omniscient, omnipotent.
Just like governments to control means mind. The control mind, freedom is a state of mind. Yes. Freedom.
Yes.
But I'm gonna go back to what she said about, these contracts. Man, we talk about con means a swindle, and then tract means treaty.
Yeah.
So it's a fake treaty out the gate.
Right.
So even in the Holy Bible, it says that you don't make a covenant outside of God, and that's what you do when you sign the birth certificate.
Exactly.
The birth certificate shows you who your maker is.
Yes.
I just want to say though, y'all the wisest women that I've ever sat down and talked to.
Oh,
thank you
No,
so
for real,
much.
I'm glad y'all
It
fuck
gets
with
wiser.
me.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's hard. Okay. So what's really hard for women is when you are placed in this situation, are you placed in households that teach you that you are to be a mother. You are to be someone who only exists in your femininity. Right? You are to be someone who caters to men. Right? And when you're taught this ideology, it's really harder for women to break into becoming more independent. That's why in 1974, when we had the opportunity, the Opportunity Act? What is it?
We're talking about the suffrage.
Yeah.
movement?
So in 1974, there was the Equal Opportunity Act.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
So it not only allowed women to have bank accounts,
Right.
but allowed them to build their own credit. This is why divorce rates went high, because what was happening was that women were forced to be in relationships with men
Right.
in order for them to have a financial security.
Facts.
So
Yeah.
whenever we have women in these abusive situations with these men, right? Because at the end of the day, a man is very transactional.
Right.
Men are transactional. If you cannot provide something for them, if it's not beneficial for them, there's no reason for them to have you there. So if you are a woman and you're providing something for the man, then of course, right? But if you're not, it can lead to a very abusive type of dynamic. So what was happening was women finally had the opportunity to be free from men and not have to rely on them financially. And that's why we have Rihanna today, who's a freaking billionaire. We have women today who own their own businesses, who are creating like restaurants that are health conscious. Like we have women today who are making changes and strides within our business industry because they were allowed to, because now we're allowed to educate ourselves. We're allowed to read these books and get into these, things. But people like us, we be in the house. That's why you don't see us. That's why you don't talk to us.
Well, I just know
teach
before I
each other.
became Don Kilam, I'm not saying that's right or it's wrong. I only fucked with a girl who had good credit because I needed somewhere to stay. You know,
Oh my God.
I wasn't gonna stay in no bullshit.
I'm just too
Let me
honest,
show you how
bro.
to get your credit score together, girl.
Right.
That's what I was using this shit for, though. But that shit don't get you nowhere, man.
Yeah.
But I believe it takes a man to raise a man, but a woman to raise a nation. Information starts at the time of conception. So I love a woman that gets money.
Yeah.
I love a wise woman as well. You know, because money's just not good enough. Because I tried that too.
Yes.
You know, hoes get money.
Yeah. No, this is absolutely true. That's a mindset.
That's very true.
Yeah. So it's just like, what else can you offer? What else can you bring to the table?
Right.
But I believe this, you know, you either pimping or tricking. You either alpha or beta.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked about y'all. Y'all both of y'all have very alpha energy.
Thank
So
you.
I was like, how's that work out for y'all?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because I know it's
so we
all
remember.
bad.
Yeah,
I know, hey, listen, if y'all clashing, I know it's all bad.
No.
It's-
Okay, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, well, I was saying that we switch. We switch when needed. We recognize where each other's strengths and weaknesses are.
That's
We
lit.
try to help each other out on those routes. That's why we try to always stay like open. You know what I'm saying? We never act like we know everything, if that makes sense. And we realize we've been together for 6 years now.
And that's amazing.
Right? It's a long
Congratulations.
time.
Yeah, 6
so with
years.
that being said, we're growing up together, right? We got together when we were children, if that makes sense.
That's
So
lit.
If anything, we're constantly changing. So she's gonna come on some information that I don't know. I'm gonna come on some information that she doesn't know. And a lot of this information is life changing, and it ends up being changing our lives a lot. So we got to be ready to adapt and encourage and like all the time be aware. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Would you say you would check more men clients or female clients?
Interesting enough, it's 50-50.
Wow, that's lit.
Really?
You know,
But
with
the-
me,
and-
it's usually older women.
It's older women. Yeah.
Yeah.
Older
Or
women
they're young,
are-
like 20, 18 to 21.
Yeah, I get young women as well. So it's very interesting. My recent clients have been women, and they are Black women,
Yes.
and very much interested in just protecting they're more so worried about their children.
Yeah.
yeah.
Than
I agree.
anything.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love that I'm able to actually help them and give them the information that they need
Yeah.
in order to, protect their children and protect
Right.
themselves.
You're a living testimony, though, because there's not too many women that are representing, what you guys talk about. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, a lot of women don't even feel like they have the space to enter these type of things, if that makes sense.
I mean, to be honest, they don't.
Yeah. No, it's
This
a boys'
is,
club.
I mean,
yeah.
and even the men shouldn't be entering this space. Like you're living what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? These people don't live. They come just like somebody caught me. It was like, hey, I know you've been talking about Zion that you're kicking it with her, but do you want me to send you this? Because they selling her shit. Or they were like, they're selling our shit together. But
Wow.
you know what I mean? If they buy it, whatever. Go re-rock it, do what you do. But I always say all roads lead back to Don Kalam.
Right.
All roads lead back to Don Kalam. If they
Either
can't-
way you promote, you still promoting us.
Right.
You gonna
right.
send them
Right.
to us.
Right. It's just
They,
like,
they gonna buy the $90 book, but they gonna spend $1,500 for me to do the paperwork.
Right.
Thank you.
Listen.
let's go.
Right, listen. You can't just take a piece. All of it is
Right,
connected
that's
to
it.
one another.
They're gonna follow
So
you.
That's
Exactly.
it. It's
Giving
like
us
a-
So they're gonna
followers.
end up going
And-
right back to you anyway.
I mean, we are the dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We are the dope.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
that.
when you talk about it, like this is why I love, because I was there with you yesterday, even though you was working all day. I was still there and present, and you didn't shut the door or nothing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Like even though I didn't hear you what you were saying, because we're talking, we're having
We
our
have
own
our own
thing,
meetings.
business
Yeah.
meetings, and
Business is
everything.
Oh yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
shut the
but-
door.
Yeah.
But listen, I know
think
that
about that.
you're not on the computer. You're
No.
not looking through no books. All this shit coming from right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? It's in you.
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
true.
spitting is in you.
Yeah.
And then another thing I loved about you yesterday, because I don't remember a lot of shit. And I think I like that because I don't lie. When you start trying to remember shit, you start lying. And truth never changes. Anything else is falsehood.
Right.
But like when I showed you certain paperworks and things like that, and you just know exactly where it's supposed to go.
Oh
Right,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
what it can do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I said, damn, that kind of took me a little time to figure that one out.
Yeah. You did say that, but no, learning how to
So
research is
just like off of this 501c1a trust, it literally I had to eat, sleep, and shit it for 9 months to figure it out.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I knew it was right. I've been seeing people for I'm talking about 3 years plus, 4 years plus before I started digging into it.
Yeah.
So I knew it was 100% official.
Yes.
But it literally took me 9
It's
months
deep.
to conquer this motherfucker.
It's
Like
deep.
I didn't study nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No,
but
it gets very deep, but I think that because, like I said, I had people. I had people who were
I did too.
more than willing to mentor.
Oh.
Sit down. No, I know, but I'm saying like you told me you studied this by yourself.
Well, I had to at the end of the day because I want you to know when I'm glad I studied it, but then it took me to something called unincorporated associations. So you don't even have to use the 508c1a. The 508c1a is an unincorporated association
in itself.
but you got it because under Article 1, Section 10, the government can't interfere with a private contract.
Yeah.
Right.
So all you need is your bylaws.
That's
all
right.
you need is your constitution.
Yeah.
A mission statement, or then you have your trustees, or y'all have a trust meeting. You can use meeting minutes to open up a bank account.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also not to put myself on, but that's in my ministry starter kit. So
Oh, that's lit. Put yourself
everything
on.
from
Shout your shit out. So you got a ministry starter kit?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Right.
That's hard.
Yeah, my ministry starter kit has everything in there from what you need, like from the claim of life to your declaration, everything. And then you basically appoint your managing director, and then you want to have at least 2 witnesses to basically sign those documents. You get them notarized, and after that, boom, boom, take that paperwork down. You can go and open up a bank account if you wanted to. And if you wanted to get an EIN, like you said, you can fax in you can fax in an EIN or an application. I think it's the what is it?
SS4.
SS4. So the SS4, and then you don't have to put your social security number down.
At all.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So and that's what helps. Like, and then you get that private EIN number. You get that. You take your, all of your paperwork down, and you can open up a ministry bank account like that.
Wow.
So and it's very, very powerful because no one can question you. That's the thing about
Right.
the major differences when you were talking about the 501c3. And when I learned about those major differences and how they literally can't question you, they can't try to seize anything from you. They can't like take away your right to any type of grants or whatever the case may be. They can't do it. It's impossible. You're a 501c1a.
And then that's my benefit because I do operate in the public with LLCs.
Yes,
all
me
These
too.
are my I consider them pass-through entities. Now, on a strict private level, you're going to discourage that. But at the end of the day, I mean, I love using it. If you're using it correctly, you're still going to be a non-taxpayer. I'm gonna say that. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't say we don't pay taxes, but we are non-taxpayers.
Yeah.
Because we're not. A tax is a contribution, anyways.
Yeah.
It's voluntary.
Yes.
Everybody doesn't know that.
Mhm.
But with that covenant, the birth certificate proves who your maker is.
Yes.
So a baptismal certificate, baby land deeds, affidavits of live birth. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure what
always
you
say-
use.
I always say like it's the affidavit of live birth.
That's what you use?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
like that is what I recommend for people as far as like when they're trying to, set up their baby, and make
Say
it
they
make
have
sure
them at
and make
home
it
or
sure.
something.
Yeah. So you could have the midwife sign it because
That's lit.
yeah.
A doula.
A doula?
A doula.
A doula.
That's
right.
tight, about that.
Yeah.
No, I be helping her with her, you feel me, the clients and stuff. I be knowing stuff. I be
They're licensed.
proud of myself.
They're literally licensed,
Yeah.
so they can sign for you on your affidavit of birth. And what's really crazy is because you will look at the passport documents that's needed. When you scroll all the way down.
They got all of that
You're
there.
gonna scroll all the way down on that website, and you're gonna see affidavit of birth, and it's gonna piss you off.
Wow.
Did they actually have a form
It's a
for an affidavit of live birth for a birth certificate? You don't have to put your shit on. You use theirs. That's exactly what she's
insane.
saying.
It's so
No, but that's
crazy.
insane
glad
that it's
you
like
know.
right
And you
there.
can
If you
take
just
that
scroll
down
down, it's
and
crazy.
literally get a national passport
What's
for your
crazy
child
is
with
all
it,
these
like-
other gurus that you talk to, they not going to tell you this shit.
They're not. They're
Yeah.
not.
At all.
And it's like it's so. And my thing is, I really look forward to creating with you. And that's what I mean. We have so much information that we need to
Oh,
organize.
no, I just want y'all to know I'm getting
Like,
behind her. So it's like, she's the leader. She's the fucking
I'm
leader.
still not going to be accessible, though. We not doing all
yeah,
that.
yeah. That's
but I'll be the face. I ain't tripping.
Yeah, she's the leader.
But we are creating courses, and I'm talking about real video courses for you guys.
That breaks it all
because
the way down.
I know that people have learning disabilities, right? Some people are visual learners.
That's all of us, mostly.
Most people are visual learners,
And this
right?
is why
That's why everybody knows Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Oh, let's go.
Because you are all visual learners.
Bill Nye, the science guy. No, what I wanted to say, not to cut you short, what I want to say is almost all of us have learning disabilities, or you would know the shit that we're speaking right now.
Right.
Some form of
It's
fashion.
Some form of fashion.
Because real knowledge will be the quantum
Yeah.
and the spiritual knowledge.
Yes,
Like,
they're
I
all
got these through
connected.
spirituality, spiritual downloads.
Yeah.
Like, simple as that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
Now, how do you learn? So let's
man.
break down this quantum.
Okay, yes.
What you actually do.
Okay, so basically, all right, so
'Cause you got a
as I was
book
saying
too,
that,
right?
yes, I do. Okay, so let's run it back. All right, so initially, on multiple platforms, I'm a priestess. I'm a shaman.
Let's go.
I am initiated in multiple religions. Some people would be against that, but I'm almost like a spiritual
Ashe.
wanderer. Yes, Ashe. In
Ashe.
fact, Ifa is one of the main ones in Olarisha. I was for a long time. And pretty much what it is for me is I got into it through spirituality. And then I ended up going into, just self-help books that work on psychology and spirituality and mixing those two together. And once I went through that, I ended up finding little tidbits of like science in these books, in these self-help books. And I was like, wait a minute. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, back up. Why are these like connecting for me? Why am I getting aha moments when, when science is placed into it? And I felt like it was two sides of the same coin that were like being brought together, if that makes sense. And so I felt like, well, if I'm having an aha moment with science, then that means that science and spirituality are connected, and we need to stop I feel like what's happening with people and stopping people from being able to like control this world the way that they want to is that we're separating things that should not be separated. It's kind of like how they take books of the Bible out so you can't, you know what I'm saying? So you
Like
can't
the
learn
book of Thomas and the book of Enoch.
Right,
Book of
exactly,
wisdom.
right.
The book of wisdom.
Cain killed Abel.
Exactly. You get what I'm saying?
Cain killed Abel, then Cain already knew his wife, then they begot Enoch. Where his wife come from?
Right, exactly. Because y'all don't know that it's two creations in the Bible, but we're not gonna get in the Genesis verse 20. Okay.
Right. No, but it's intentional,
the
right?
Nephilims.
It's absolutely intentional, though. It's absolutely intentional. I feel like that's also something that was intended that are slipping past people, is that science and spirituality are not separate. The church used a lot of science as well. When it comes to Ifa, when you go to like your Bible hour, your priest or anything like that, and you come to them with issues or things like that on your path, they're writing you what they would call prescriptions. Do you get what I'm saying? They would call it prescriptions because it's like the science of spirituality. That's what I consider Ifa. So just me going on this little tidbit, that's kind of how I dived into it, was through these self-help books that mesh, like they put little tidbits of science into it. And so I felt like if that was the aha moment for me, then if I tell it to someone else, they're going to get it too. So I started doing a lot of research on quantum physics, and I realized that all of these biblical scriptures mimic what we've discovered with quantum physics, if that makes sense. It's almost like they prove one another. And so I started writing books about it. I started writing everything down. I have like this huge like grimoire, it's like zebra.
What would you say
grimoire?
What is one quantum theory that you could bring up that proves manifestation? Or proves in like spirituality as far as like science?
Okay. Well, there's this one thing that I've been thinking about recently is that there's this scripture in the Bible, I believe, that it says that I think it's before you before you even pray, it's already yours, or like speak and it should be yours. I can't remember the scripture.
Matthew 7:7 says, "Ask and you shall receive.
Asking you
Ask
shall
and you shall
receive.
receive.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Things
yeah.
like that. Speaking of mountains will move type of thing. And there's in quantum physics, they understand that everything is already a part of you. Everything is made out of your body, right? It's made up of organs. Those organs are made up of cells. Those cells are made up of, atoms. Those atoms, subatomic particles. At the end of the day, subatomic particles, that's energy.
Right.
Exactly.
Everything's energy.
Right? Everything is energy.
I mean, it isn't even what quantum physics is like. Like same way you thinking in your mind, you can hold it in your hand.
Exactly.
So if you're pitching and holding your mind, you're creating that to draw it towards you. That's still quantum physics.
Exactly. So if you already understand, if you start to understand that your makeup is the same thing as that $100,000 car that you want, right? It's easier for you to attract yourself to that thing. And I don't want to just use words like attract and manifest and all this stuff. But basically everything vibrates on a frequency. And the reason why we're sitting on this chair right now is because you and I, all of our minds are willing this chair to exist.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Collective
All of it,
consciousness.
yes, collective consciousness. So if you understand that you are willing these things to exist, then that means that the thing that you want, you already have, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
It's already yours. You don't even have to ask because it's yours. Do you see what I'm saying? It's part of you. You're part of it. So the way that I break it down, I have too many ways to make it make sense.
I feel like
if that makes sense.
I feel like if I could just chime in,
Yeah.
I would say the thing when it comes to when I first started manifesting, or when I first started getting into just like energy work and learning how the universe works, how to really bring things into my reality.
Right.
It was once I started to reprogram my subconscious mind.
Right.
And the only way you can reprogram your subconscious mind is through fooling or tricking your conscious mind.
Right.
And I know it sounds ridiculous,
These
but
girls be calling it
the way that I
Delulu,
feel
but
like
it works.
It works.
Right.
The way that I feel like I did it though was through writing down manifestations.
I mean,
Right.
The 369
369.
manifestation
that's
Yeah.
lit. That's lit. And how the government does is they make you think you're this name and they put it on a piece of paper.
Exactly.
They
The
also
manifestation
they also
take your ass
do-
to jail.
They also do which is crazy because in history I was telling her about Mao Zedong, right? Which is a person who
Propaganda
during
posters.
Right, exactly. I was trying to tell her about
Yeah.
like propaganda posters.
You have any more questions?
No. Keep
Oh,
going.
okay.
Keep
So
going.
I was telling her about propaganda posters and pretty much how this person used propaganda and like reprogramming by placing his face everywhere, by all
Literally.
this stuff, by making people believe that this person was a leader. If that makes sense, he willed himself into that. If that makes
Wow,
sense,
that
he drawed it
makes
to
sense.
himself.
Right,
He
that makes
acted that
sense.
way, and so I gave that to her. Now she's using this type of propaganda too, and it's working. We're here right
works.
now.
Yeah,
You get what I'm saying?
absolutely.
So
Well, we're gonna have to do another podcast.
Absolutely.
One at a time
Dive into
today.
it.
But they shut down my other Instagram. I'm hoping to get that back.
Yeah.
Don Kilam University. That's how you're gonna follow me on the Instagram. But go get this book, 508 When They Mention Trust. It's the
Yes.
#1 bestseller right now on Amazon. So go look it up. But let us know how we can follow y'all.
For sure. You can follow me on all platforms at Eternal Zion. ETERNALZION. There's no numbers, no underscores. It's a lot of people pretending to be me.
Yes.
So just please make sure that you're following the right page.
Yes.
I have over almost 500,000 on Instagram, and I have 250,000 on TikTok.
Let's go.
Yes. And my name is Bewley. You can find me at Bewlistic. That's BUELISTIC. And that is on every single platform. Yes.
It's been a pleasure linking
Thank
with y'all. I'm still kicking it with y'all too. We still got
Yes.
more shit
Yeah,
to
we
do.
still
Yeah.
kicking it.
And you can text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Again, text Private Life to 702-200-4900. Much peace and love.
Text it right now.
Bye, y'all.
Hey, y'all lit.
Peace and love, it's your boy Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam, and as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Let's get the disclaimer right off the bat. I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. This is for educational, informational, and entertainment purposes only. This shit is quite entertaining at times. But today we're gonna get straight into it, man. Understand that true freedom is freedom of the mind. Dome, your mind. Mind means dome, freedom. So it starts with a mindset. It starts with your mind. I'm going off a couple joints right now, so I'm high. I'm free. I'm free for real. I'm free flowing for real. So, but I need you to understand, Don Kalam is a name. It's a brand. It's a business, and so is your name. You need to understand your name is worth something. It starts with understanding your name is the brand. Your name is the business. Your name is what's going to bring you the bag. Your name is what's going to bring you the money. Your name is what you need to protect. I'm not sure if this is right or wrong, but it just did pop in my mind that, having a good name is better than money. If you got a good name, you got good credit, you can have the world, because we live in a system like that based on full faith and credit. When it comes to the private sector and the public sector, these are two different things. And understanding business, we got private securities, we got public securities. And when you're talking about money, you got to understand security is money as well. When you understand your name is the business, you'll start realizing this. 401ks are securities. If people have 401ks, they need to understand securities. These securities are based upon your name as well in the private sector. When you're dealing with securities, when you're dealing with trustee training, because I want to throw out some key words today. Key words that I don't hear in the community enough. Key words that we talk about with private families. In these private communities are common unities. These private common unities, these private families, these private tribes, these private churches, all right, these private organizations, all right, these private membership associations, these private ministry associations. We have something called a memorandum trust. People need to understand what these are used for. So I'm gonna bring this up. I'm bringing up the definitions. I'm gonna give you the public definitions. We can't really go into private with these things, but I need y'all to understand what a memo is used for, because we've heard of memorandums at work. Memorandums start off with trustee traineeship. Memorandums come from the trustee verbiage. And one of the primary benefits of having a trust is the privacy offered by estate planning methods, all right? So unlike a will, which becomes a matter of public record, when it's offered for probate, your trust agreements does not become public. So your business remains your business, all right? So what happens then when you are attempting to fund your trust and a bank or other institution requests a copy of your trust agreements for its files? You want to do business with the institution, but part of the purpose of having the trust is the privacy that it's supposed to be afforded to you. So the solution is having your estate planning, whoever your estate planner is, it could be an attorney. Attorney is going to be part of the domestic realm, though, unless you have a private attorney. So you have your estate planner draw up something called a memorandum of trust, a memo of trust, sometimes also called an affidavit of trust. And this legal document tells the bank all it needs to know. And these are things that you need to know as a trustee, and these are things that I'm not hearing out here in this community. So in the memorandum of trust, this is what's typically compiled within it. And this is the name of the trust, the date of the trust, the facts of who the trust maker is, the grantor, the name of the initial trustee, or maybe just the successor trustees, the identities of those who signed the trust, the powers given to the trustees, and the fact if the trust is revocable or irrevocable. This is your memorandum of trust, and it's going to be signed, witnessed, and notarized. And that's what makes it a very flexible document. It can be used in all kinds of transactions, and you can even be recorded in the county for real estate records along with property deeds, so that it can be used for funding real estate into your trust. This way, your trust can be used to keep your private affairs just that, private. A memorandum of trust. I don't hear this enough in the sovereign community. I don't hear this enough in the freedom community, in the patriot community. We're always talking about trust, but you don't never hear this memorandum of trust. And these are something that's crucial to your prosperity and how you're interacting with domestic entities as a foreign entity. Because on the last podcast, what I talked about is foreign entities versus domestic entities. Foreign entities are private. Domestic entities are public. Domestic entities are your LLCs. If you're just using these things without your own private operating agreements, it's substance versus form is what it's called. And if you're not creating your substance for each form that you created in the public, then anytime you're getting audited, that is a domestic entity. It's belonging to the public trust. Another word that I'm not hearing enough is dividends. Dividends. If you're dealing with trusteeship, you're a private trustee, you need to understand dividends and how they work. So dividends are the percentage of a company's earning that is paid to its shareholders as their share. This is their share of the profits. Dividends are generally paid quarterly with the amount decided by the board of directors based on the company's most recent earnings. You get a piece of the pie if you're the private investor. And a lot of people's not understanding, if you're in a domestic entity, you're always a private investor and you do not get your share of the dividends. And if they do give you your share of the dividends, they're going to give it to you in a way where you don't know how to do anything with that form or that security or that type of money that they issue to you, whether it's a coupon bond, a debt instrument, and bills, in the forms of bills. They're giving it to you in ways where you believe it to not be money. Because you don't have private trusteeship. You don't have private trustee training. You got a public education. So you got to learn these things. So a dividend is a distribution of a company's earnings to eligible shareholders. And when you're in the public, if you're dealing in the public, you are always the shareholder, but you're not getting your piece of the pie. That's how that 28 USC 2002 subsection 15A United States means corporation works. The corporation works by making you a shareholder and you never get your cut. They're going to debo you. They take it. Not only do they make you the private investor, they receive the benefits. All right. And when you understand, so dividend is a distribution of a corporate profit to qualified shareholders as determined by the company's board of directors. That's what a dividend is. Now, I need another fiduciary. I hear everybody throw this word around. Fiduciary. But you got to understand you're acting as a fiduciary as well as a trust. And if you're a trustee, you appoint fiduciaries. And that's what you're doing with your government when you're part of domestic affairs. When you're doing the domestic trust, when you're doing the social security number, you're making them fiduciaries, you know? And that's the only thing you get to pick. Like, here's your choices, but you get to pick one. So under a private trust, you get to pick whoever and hire and contract with whoever you want. Everything is contract law. You got to understand gifts. Gifts is another key word. Gift, G-I-F-T. That's another key word when it comes to trust. A gift in trust is a special legal and fiduciary arrangement that allows an indirect bequest of assets to a beneficiary. So the purpose of a gift in trust is to avoid the tax on gifts that exceed the annual gift tax exclusion. All right. And I don't want to tell you the wrong number. I want to say that's 12 million. Let's see here. The general announced that the exclusion, so you have a lifetime gift, 12.6 million. So you have an exemption. When you're in part of the private trust, you have an automatic exemption of $12 million exemption. You can gift to different entities as an individual. Or you can set up a type of gift trust, all right? But gifts and trusts are commonly used to pass wealth from one generation to another by establishing a trust fund. Typically, the IRS taxes the value of a gift being transferred up to an annual gift tax exclusion amount. A gift in trust is a way to avoid taxes on gifts that exceed the annual gift tax exclusion amount. One type of gift in trust is a crummy trust. C-R-U-M-M-E-Y. Crummy, I would say crummy. Crummy trust, which allows gifts to be given for a specific period, establishing the gifts as a present interest and eligible for the gift tax exclusion. A drawback to a gift in trust is when it's established without limitations, allowing a beneficiary such as a child to withdraw large amounts, jeopardizing the fund's financial viability. And you need to understand this because your job as a trustee is to grow the trust. And you work for the beneficiaries. Now, I don't want to spend too much time on the gifts, but I want you to know when you're dealing with the corporate system, when you're dealing with these court systems, you're dealing with these debt instruments, you're dealing with asset-backed securities. I don't know if that hits at home, but if you're paying a bill, that's an asset-backed security. If you have a car lease, a car note, a mortgage-backed security, these are asset-backed securities. So I need you to understand you're always the main investor. And you're always gifting your proceeds to these corporations because you're not knowing how to act in trust. You're not knowing how to grow the trust for you. You're growing the trust for them. And that's what the trustee is there to do. And that's exactly what you're doing. You're no longer the beneficiary. You have made these corporations beneficiaries. That's how you're acting on a domestic entity, a domestic trust, a public trust. That's the public economy because these trusts are established by the government. So it's just there to benefit and grow the government. Because trustees are there to grow the trust. So if you have a private trust, a private family foreign trust, you're there to grow your private family. If you're operating in the public, you're there to grow the government. You're there to grow that family, all right? So another trustee word that people need to know. I don't hear this word in the community. This is $1 million worth of game, truthfully, because I'm giving you a game that you never heard, and that's annuities. Annuity. And then, now an annuity, ANN, UITY. It is a contract between you and the insurance company that requires the issuer to make payments to you, either immediately or in the future. You get a fixed amount of money for the rest of your life in return for a lump sum payment or a series of installments. Annuity. This is a trustee word. And if you're a true trustee, you're dealing in trust, you're dealing in a private communities, these are words that you need to know. This is trusteeship, man. Drop a 100 emoji, something. If you're out there in the real world, you're seeing this. You're seeing it on a reel. You're seeing it on a. Leave a comment. If you're listening on the podcast, make sure you leave 5-star reviews. All right, and drop a comment. Leave a review because this is $1 million worth of game. This is life-changing information. Let me know that you agree. Engage so I can continue to bring out this information to the public. All right. Now, another word that trusteeships, because you need to know you're an entrepreneur. When I say trusteeship, these are entrepreneurs. These are people creating businesses. These are creators in the public. Not only are we in the private creating and protecting our family wealth, we're also benefiting the public. We're benefiting humanity. We're creating jobs for humanity. The public sector always creates the public sector. Therefore, the private sector controls the public sector. So, a lot of people don't understand what JVs are. And these are joint ventures. When you understand joint ventures and how to set up joint ventures, I think this is something people need to understand. A joint venture is a business arrangement in which 2 or more parties agree to pool their resources for the purpose of accomplishing a specific task. The task can be a new project or any other business activity. Each of the recipients in a joint venture is responsible for profits, losses, and costs associated with it. However, the venture in its own entity, separate from the participants' other business interests. So in a joint venture or a JV, 2 or more businesses decide to combine their resources in order to fulfill a goal. That's basically what it is. Now, I call it SPACs. I've heard it called SPECs. SPAC. This is another trustee training word I have not heard in the sovereign community. You know, and I'm asking my cameraman, you ever heard that word SPAC? SPAC? My cameraman Steve's never even heard of. He's shaking his head no. So these are special purpose acquisition companies. Special purpose acquisition companies. And they have become a preferred way for many experienced management teams and sponsors to take companies public. A SPAC raises capital through an initial public offering, an IPO. And people need to hear that word when I say IPO, initial public offering. The key word is offering. You give offerings in church. So for the purpose of acquiring an existing operating company. So a SPAC is created as an IPO to acquire an existing operating company. So it's like a holding company looking to acquire a special operating company. So, and that's, you got to learn the formation and how to fund these things. People don't even know how to fund and get capital. You need to know how to fund and get capital for your private trust. That's why you should have private trustee training. These are one of the things that we do. These are one of the things we talk about. These are one of the things we do in the private. Now, I've talked about this in the past. Special purpose entities, SPVs, special purpose vehicles, and special purpose entities. These are subsidiary companies to isolate financial risks. All right? Its a legal status as a separate company secure even if the parent company goes bankrupt. All right? So these are called bankrupt remote entities as well. These protect companies from bankruptcy. A parent company creates an SPV to assets and a separate company, so a separate balance sheet, protecting the parent company from failure or solely to securitize debt. And a reason why I bring this up is because that's what's going on with your name. The United States is your parent company. The United States is the parent company for your what you believe to be your name. Your name is they call it a straw man. That's considered a SPV, a special purpose vehicle, bankruptcy entity created as your name's an operating company, and the United States Corporation is the holding company. And that's how it works. And everything that you have or own is being pledged on the balance sheet as their assets so they can continue to have credit, if that makes sense. So one of the ways we get out of this and this is an offshore entity. This is a foreign trust, a 508c1a ministry trust. A private ministry trust can be used worldwide. A private ministry trust can be internationally. It's not considered a domestic trust when you're operating under a private 508c1a, an unincorporated trust, because it's not domestic, because you're not setting it up with the Secretary of State. So people need to understand this, and you can do a lot of research and Google it. I got a book coming out in October on the 508c1a. I already have some out there called Laying the Path, and look it up on Amazon by Don Kilam. Just why the 508c1a ministry trust is important. It's private contracts. Private contracts create this trust. And I'm gonna continue to stress this on. I don't need you to know how important this is. Church versus the state. When we're looking at Russia, it has a prime minister. You look at the Vatican, it's its own country. It has a pope. And that's how you have to look at it. Who can control you? Who's going to have final say over you? And that's going to be the courts. The courts is a form of a church. That's why the judge is wearing a robe, a morning robe. He's wearing the same robe as the pope. When you look at the law, it comes down from canon law. Canon law, the Vatican. So canon law is the law of the judges. Just look this up. This is how it started turning my wheels. How is it that the judge has to listen to canon law? Because they're under the church. Everything is ecclesiastical. That's why it's church versus state. Churches can do a lot of creepy things and not get in trouble because they have their own jurisdiction. They have their own type of countries. They're their own private organizations. They have their own private contracts. They have their own private covenants with God. And when you figure out who you are, you'll quit using a birth certificate, because that's putting you at a Roman slave status. That's putting you under the Vatican Church. That's putting you as a slave status where the courts can have, contractually, they have rights over you because you made a covenant outside your God. When we look at the birth certificate, that's showing us who your true maker is. So do you have a baby land deed? These are alternatives right here. These are things I need you to write down and research. Do you have a baby land deed? Do you have an affidavit of birth? Because you can create these things. And this is why I say don't authenticate the birth certificate, because it's their document. Why would you authenticate something? And it's a certified copy at that. You never get the original birth certificate. If I get a signature authenticated, it's to prove that it's the original, not no certified copy. I need people to understand that. So, in order to prove who your maker is, you can have a tribal birth certificate, a private family Bible, patents of nativity, and you have to prove that you exist. All you need is a witness or two, somebody in your family that's known you. You can sign these things. You can even create your own affidavit of birth with the Department of State and use that for a passport to travel instead of using your birth certificate. Because you're becoming a corporate fiction. See, a trust is a person. The trust can do everything a person can do besides vote. I need that to register. A trust is a person that can do everything besides vote. So this is why we want to place our name, so to speak, our essence of our digital footprint, our paper trail of us. We want it to be owned by a family trust, a private foreign family trust. Whether your family is your tribe, whether your family is your clan, whether your tribe is your whether your family is your what you call it, congregation, whether it's your assembly. These are all key words I need everybody to write down, because this is trustee training. You got to learn how to hand down these definitions, because the government can't interfere with contracts or faith-based organizations as long as you are not hurting none and damaging property. They cannot go through your records. They can't audit you. There's a lot of things you can't do when you understand proper contracts. So this is their private family life. This is their private life. This is what I need everybody to understand. This is what I need everybody to know. If you want to learn more, go to skool.com/Don Kilam. That's SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. You can look me up on the Instagram at DON_KILAM. Again, that's DON_KILAM. And remember, everybody, prosperity is your divine birthright. Peace. Peace and love. It's your boy Don Kilam, also known as Malik Kilam. And as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. What's happening and tuning in from my private office, man. Got a virtual office. This is all included, man. If you're part of the private community, you already know where it's at, man. Hit your boy up at the private office. But today, we're going to talk about foreign versus domestic. Foreign versus domestic. And this is private versus public. Foreign versus domestic. Private versus public. So before we get started, let me let you know I'm not a licensed attorney or tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. If you need competent counsel, make sure you find you one, all right? Because this ain't that. But foreign versus domestic, man. Public versus private. I get trustees talking to me all the time, and they're not my trustees, but trustees out in the real world. They're not understanding what's going on. When you hear foreign, you think internationally, and that's okay. That is part of being foreign. Domestic is at home, part of your own country. And I hear trustees all the time talk about how they're traveling. You know, I have a lot of people that travel to Belize, Cameron Islands, a lot of different places, Caribbeans. But you have to understand, when you're traveling, is it a family vacation or is it a business trip? Because if my trustees, they're going to understand that this is all business, the family business. They're going to understand how to write this off as a business trip and make it business. It's not a family vacation. Well, I mean, if you want to look at it as such, but when you're writing it on the books, it needs to be a business it needs to be a business trip. So
A lot of people don't understand that when you have a domestic trust, you cannot use this internationally. You're going to use it at home. Domestic is of home. You're going to use it in the country. A lot of people not understanding this. Domestic is public. Domestic is of the public sector. Foreign is the private. Foreign is the private sector. Foreign is private contracts. So domestic is public. Domestic is putting your assets, if there's domestic assets, that's putting it in the government's possession, making the government property. When you're talking about the Social Security number, the Sister KY trust, that is a domestic trust. When you're talking about just regular LLCs, that's a domestic trust. S corps, domestic trust. When you're getting permission from your Secretary of State, that's a domestic trust. When you're getting permission from your government, when it's in the public, that's domestic. Foreign is private. You want to protect your privacy, you're going to have to learn how to do it in a foreign capacity, a superior foreign capacity. And in the way things are looking right now in 2024, you're seeing foreigners are having the lead way, having the right way. And it's always been like that. You can go in any hood. A lot of people don't know. They're not in the hoods. They wasn't raised in the hoods. We can go to any hood and you can see who owns the liquor stores. It's going to be foreigners, Arabs, foreigners. They're foreigner on paper, Africans. They're foreign on paper. Look at China and Chinatown. They have their own towns as foreigner. And we need to get like the Chinese people, Chinatowns, and have one in every city. But a lot of people don't think like that. So domestic is public law. This is what a public attorney, if you went to a public attorney and asked them to draft you a will or a trust, they're going to do it domestically. They're going to do it within public law. So you're going to need permission from the government to move around. You're going to need permission from the government to even administer that trust and will. I want you to know most, not all, but most countries do not favor domestic trust. Most countries do not favor domestic trust. Foreign trust doesn't have public law. A foreign trust is contract law. Within a foreign trust, within a private family foreign trust, a lot of people, we need to talk about that today. Family trusts are foreign. The government doesn't recognize family trust. You got to understand that, but we all know about it. We all know that the families hand down wealth. And that's because it's outside the scope of the public sector, part of the economy that the government controls. The public sector is the part of the economy that the government controls. Public banking is the part of the banking system that the government controls. When you're banking with the public, Bank of America. Credit unions are private. That's part of the private sector, but they still operate on private contracts. All right, a lot of people need to understand this. Just Google these things. Fact check me. Contract makes the law in the foreign trust. And I hope that makes sense for everybody. So I'm going to say it again. I need this to make sense for everyone. Contract makes the law in a foreign trust. Contract is the law. If you have a prenup, contract is the law. You can have your own private marriage agreements. That's law. When you're invoking the government, when you're invoking the public, domestic, this is part of the domestic trust. Public trust, private trust. The public trust is domestic. The private trust is foreign. This is what I need everyone to understand when you're hearing this foreign entity, foreign nationals. Everything foreign is outside the scope of the government. Being Amish is foreign. They're foreigners to the United States corporation. They're foreigners to U.S. citizens. Just like being Chinese, so is being Amish. So is being Moorish. So is being Jewish. They're part of their own congregations, part of their own private communities, part of their foreign entities. So when you're establishing these foreign entities, all right, it's part of the corporate veil. And a lot of people say, if the company's doing something wrong, can the company veil be pierced? And the answer is yes. That's when the government steps in, is when you're hurting. You know, if you're not doing anything wrong, you can do what you want. All right? So corporate veils can be pierced if you're doing anything wrong. And that's what happened with Trump. But based on the contracts, do the books have to be revealed? And that's what you have to think about. Because things can be pierced. But it's contract law if the books have to be revealed. So a foreign entity can hold domestic assets. I'm asked that a lot too. Can a foreign entity hold domestic assets? And the answer is simply yes.
A foreign entity can hold domestic assets. Now, can a domestic entity hold foreign assets? And I would say yes and no, but check this out. I wouldn't do it. But this place is a challenge because it puts the assets in public view. And anything in public view, the government claims to own. Anything part of the public sector, the government claims to own. A lot of people need to understand that and understand that. It's own nothing, control everything. But if you're putting things as a person, a persona, a person, a legal, fictional entity owned by that Social Security number, you're using the Social Security number, you're a domestic asset to the United States corporation. You can look these things up. 28 USC 3002, subsection 15A, United States means federal corporation. And I do have my phone on me today, so let me look this up. Because I want y'all to look this up. U.S. business means U.S. citizen. It's an actual code. U.S. business means U.S. citizen. And that is going to be United States business. It's going to be under 15 USC 4724E1. 15 USC 472 4724 4724E1. 15 USC 4724E1. United States business means a United States citizen. United States business means a corporation, partnership, or other association created under the laws of the United States or any state, including the District of Columbia. United States business means a foreign corporation. When you're establishing it as such under their laws. So this is why you have to understand the private sector, the private family, private clans, private tribes. I don't even use the family word. That's what they are. They're servants to the government. That's the government's family. They use the word family. And a lot of people don't understand that. And all you got to do is look up the etymology. Look up the etymology of family. I need everybody to do that for me. So you can understand. I don't even use the word native. Native means in bondage. Native means servant. So family means servants of a household. Members of a household, the estate, property, the household, including relatives and servants. So when you're coming in with the public trust, you're coming in claiming a persona. The birth certificate is showing that you're their maker. They made you. And I stated that wrong. They're showing that they're your maker. A birth certificate shows who your maker is. I want that to sink in and just think about it, because you're not supposed to make a covenant outside the one in your only higher power. You don't make no covenant outside of God. They're playing God here on earth. A lot of people don't understand that, but that's their job in the public sector. Even in the Bible, it tells you who's going to rule the land, who's going to rule the earth. All right, we're not going to get deep on that today, but you have to have a clear understanding of that. I stress this over and over and over again. There's no history book. There's no religious book that ever said the government was for you. All right? Their job is to make sure you own nothing. Their job is to make sure that you leave your children nothing. You cannot leave wealth behind with a Social Security number. The number dies with you. They administer your affairs when you're operating in the public. I need everybody to understand that. So foreign countries do not deal with most domestic entities. A domestic entity to them means liability due in part to the United States is under bankruptcy. The United States is in bankruptcy. 27 trillion to the public trust. The Social Security public trust. Google these names. Who owns the United States national debt? Google this. I like to go to thebalance.com for that information. Now, even with a family trust, a regular family trust, it needs to be foreign. A regular family trust is foreign. So when it comes to local authorities, they do not recognize family trust, and it is foreign, and it is private. You don't want them to recognize your trust. But contract law is law. You have to learn how to enforce it as a trustee, as an administrator. A trustee is an administrator. With the Social Security Trust, Social Security Trust Administration, they hire the government. The government is your trustees. With the right private family trust, you're not even going to have to reveal even beneficiaries, trustees, grantors, anybody. Some private banks we deal with only ask for the successors. And that's very important information. So domestic means that the public created the law for your trust. Domestic means that the public created a law for your trust. That's your social security number. That created the law. That's legislative. That's what you're administering. You're acting as a beneficiary, and you're acting as an employee for the trust. Co-trustee, co-beneficiary. When you're under the domestic trust, everything is contract. So I'm telling you, it's that simple. Do not overthink it. Everything is contracts. Whether you're contracting with the United States government or you're contracting with your private family, you're contracting with your private tribe, your private congregation, your private church, your private clubs. Sam's Club, Facebook, terms and conditions. We have community guidelines. That's your community, common unity. Who is your unity? Who is your common unity? Who are you unifying with? You're under a domestic trust or a private trust. Domestic means you're invoking one of these jurisdictions. Whether it's the county, look at what the county means. A lot of people don't understand this. I need people to understand this. I need people to understand royal titles. You're still under royal titles. Look up what a shire is. So when you look up county, it's a shire, a definite division of a county or state. Jurisdiction of a count. I need everybody to understand what a count is. When you hear the word account, but account is someone that works for the king. I'm looking for it now, y'all. But a shire, look up what shire is. So when you're part of the county, when you're invoking the county, you're invoking a shire, administrative office, jurisdiction, stewardship, directly under the king. This is kingship. You got to understand titles. So you got to understand you're not a trustee if you're allowing someone to administer your life. All right. So with a foreign trust, they still give notice. The gentleman gives notice. It files things in the county as well with the county, but there's no jurisdiction that can outdo its immunity as being a foreigner. With our private contracts, with our private trust, our privacy will always be invoked for grantors and beneficiaries. In the same way with dealing with private banking, we know a lot of private banks, they only ask for the successors, like I stated. They need to know nothing else. This is the private side. This is the foreign side of banking. A lot of people are stuck in a public mindset, the public banking mindset. A domestic trust comes with a position that is prefabricated, and it comes from the government. Domestic trust comes with a position that's prefabricated, and it comes from the government. The foreign trust comes from the family, the tribe, the clan. It's private contracts. Private law versus public law. The private sector versus the public sector. And then we have the voluntary sector. Everything is voluntary until the government turns it public when you're dealing with them. So you got to learn how to volunteer the right family trust information. You got to learn how to create your family Bibles, your baby land deeds. Keep record of your own family. Keep record inventory of your clothes, your car, your house. These are all assets to the family. You got to learn how to make the family in control of these things. It's no longer yours. You give it up for the family. You work for the family. The family serves God, and that's why we have our private family foundations, our PMAs, our private ministry associations, our private member associations. You can be a private member of the family, not even outside the family. There's certain things you have to abide by to even be part of this private family. Blood doesn't make you family. The contracts do with foreign entities. I need everybody to understand that. The foreign trust versus domestic trust. And I want to touch a little bit on status correction because this is what people need to understand. Status correction, also known as political status correction. And I don't want people to make it hard for themselves, all right? When it comes to political status correction, it's gonna let the world know what jurisdiction you operate under. Are you foreign or are you domestic? So when it comes to status, that's identity, status, and then standing. Identity, status, and then standing. Identity, who are you? Status, once you're identified, Your status determines your citizenship class. And then standing. Your status determines what you have rights for. So U.S. citizens only have certain rights. American nationals have unlimited rights. All right. A U.S. citizen can't run a stop sign. An American national on the common law side, as long as you hurt none, you can do as you will. So you must understand status. If your status as an American national, your rights are going to be different as a federal citizen. As a federal citizen, your rights will be granted under federal states or codes. As an American national, your rights are granted under common law, contract law. So here's some examples of political status. I need everybody to understand this. This is examples of political status. U.S. citizen, a resident, a state citizen, American national, a non-resident, a foreign national, a tourist, secured creditor, single, married, dependent, taxpayer, African American, black, non-Hispanic, Mr., Mrs., doctor, judge, all these things, officer, are considered political statuses, all right? Now, standing, in the general sense, is a determination of your rights per your status. Proper standing is to present itself to be heard with a court standing, and it has requirements such as injury in fact. It must have suffered or will suffer, causation, and redressability. So the court can resolve this matter properly. An example of proper standing with the courts are going to be plaintiffs, defendants, attorneys, called witnesses, and friends of the court. And then when it comes to public versus private, all right, there's always going to be an agent, and there's always going to be attorneys involved, all right? Understand who a power of attorney is. You don't need a bar card. You don't need a licensed attorney to have a power of attorney invoked. Coming up, as a child, when you're growing up, your guardianships. So guardianship is a key word too, and your powers of attorney are your parents, but they can sign them over to a public attorney, which takes you from the private to the public. So I need everybody to understand that. Anytime there's attorneys involved, they represent agencies, all right? They're the registered agent, all right? Attorneys are usually the registered agents. For personas, all right? So, but do know the difference between bar attorneys, the British Credit Registry, all right? Bar attorneys, there's no such thing as a license to practice law. Secondly, when it comes to the public, all my trustees need to know the difference between legal and lawful. All right, legalities come from color of law. Attorney of law means color of law, and of means without. So color of law means color without law. You're either white or black in their system. There's no nationality, and that's why, as a U.S. citizen, you're white or black, and that determines your identity and your status and your standing. And that's why I'm bringing this up. When it comes to the public sector, when it comes to domestic trust, it all started under the Chesapeake Bay Act of 1666. It even goes back further than that. But what we're under directly right now, if you're utilizing a birth certificate, the birth certificate, like as I stated earlier, proves who your maker is. In the private, we're going to utilize baby land deeds. We're going to utilize family Bibles, family Bible records. All a Bible is record of your family tree. All a baby land deed or a patent of nativity is record of your family tree. A baby land deed is showing that there is baby on the land. There's a new man or a new woman on the land. So I need everybody to understand this when you're utilizing the public system. Your mother allegedly abandoned you at birth, and they have your mother sign as the informant and not the father on a hospital birth certificate. The certificate volunteers a change of status. In the beginning was the word. The ultrasound can be compared to the tracking of a package that will be delivered soon with an expectancy date. So once delivered, the newborn is the maternity ward. They put the newborn in the maternity ward and is now considered an infant. An infant is a ward of the state. So as your mother, as an informant, a person who informs on another person, the authority, and they sign your record of live birth. So allegedly acting as a trustee of the executor. And the executor is your father, all right? I need everybody to understand that. Now, so they put you in a system. They pledge you to be public property. Now, judges wear black robes and the Pope wear white robes, and they are deemed to be your father, all right? Until your proper political status is corrected, which the church uses a family Bible or a family record and can be used for records and identification. This is all based from a system dealing with full faith and credit. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the Bible is a fact in the courtroom. You swear upon the Bible, but you're really supposed to affirm. But they have you swear upon the Bible. And it's to claim it, make you claim your birth certificate. In other government contracts, you show your status as a Roman citizen or slave, and you shall own nothing, your rights are given to you. And the birth certificate is putting you at a Roman slave status. That's what it's making you. All right? There's no absolutely any reason for the father not to be on birth records except for religious. Matthew 23:9. And call no man your father on earth, for one is your father, and even he who is in heaven. So the First Amendment clearly prevents the government from adding his name, prohibits the making of any law respecting an established of religion or impeding the free exercise of religion. A lot of people haven't thought of that. So I'm just breaking down a little bit about the private side and the public side and how they're mixing it together. The Bible, when Jesus speaks and he's living, the living words are always in red, the color red. And I need everybody to understand that. So when you're handing down your lineage and you're volunteering information, it's always in black and white. It's always in black ink, and black represents the dead. All right. I need everybody to understand that. So that's just a little bit about status and how it ties in with your private side and your private family records. So you need to create family Bibles, because family Bibles can be used as records, as identification. Look these things up. Affidavits of live birth. You can create your own affidavit. These can be used as records. Look these things up. Baby land deeds. Look these things up. These are the things you're supposed to use when you're contracting with the public. All right. You need to use your own private contracts first, or you're going to be defaulted to the public contract, and you're looking as a United States citizen, which we've already established. United States citizen means U.S. business. United States business. If you're a U.S. citizen, you're in the United States business. So you need to figure that out. But that I'm out, man. That's the game. Much peace and love. Remember, prosperity is your divine birthright. Much peace and love. Before I go, though, I need everybody to follow the Yellow Brick Road. Follow the Yellow Brick Road by Don Kilam. This is a must-have book, breaking down the game of America's financial system back in the 30s, because we're reliving it right now. History always repeats itself. We're reliving this right now. So this is a must-have book, a must-read. Even my guy behind the camera said he had to read it. With that, I'm out. Much peace and love.
Peace and love, peace and love. You're now rocking to the sounds and vibrations of your boy, Don Kalam, also known as Malik Kalam. And as always, prosperity is your divine birthright. Check this out, man. I'm sponsored by DJT today, man. Got thing on water, man. Got thing on water. Got thing on water. But lucky for y'all, I live that private life. So I might go get a sticker that say I voted. Well, I'm not voting. I'm gonna tell you, man, they handing out old 20s, man. That's old money right there, man. That's old money, man. And quit judging people by the clothes that they wear, okay? But shout out to the next president, man. Let me take this off stuff. Let me get my hair right.
so y'all can recognize me. It's your boy Don Kalam. It's Don Kalam, also known as Malik Kalam. As always, prosperity is your divine birthright. We're gonna call this Sunday School, class in session. Skool.com/Don Kalam. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. Let's go though, man. I'm about to drop some game, man. Y'all gotta take notes. And just for future reference, it says comments. When you're on social media, it says comment. It don't say question. So when you understand words, comments and questions are two different things. You ask Google questions because Don Kalam gets paid for interviews. You understand? I'm just saying that's my status. I get paid for interviews. I'm not answering questions. So I just want to throw that out there for the public. Now, when you're dropping that consultation, we can schedule something, man, where you can ask Don Kalam questions. Or you can put me on your podcast. That's how that works. The public don't seem to understand. They like to be consumers. I need you to understand there's a difference between an investor and a consumer. When we're talking about consumer law, investors don't understand that. Investors don't understand consumer law. You understand? Because I need you to understand real law that you think is law, these codes, these statutes out here, they're set up to protect investors. You know? And a lot of people that even, I'm not a licensed attorney tax expert. I do this for educational and informational purposes only. Do got degrees though. But that's neither here nor there. Some call me doctor. Some call me doctor. But look, you're in a trust system already. You're in a trust system already. A lot of people, even when you're doing audits, that's not taking you to the securities because you're not running a forensic audit or a securitization audit. You know, you gotta get with the brokers. You gotta get with those type people, man. Even mortgage brokers, they can, if they know what they're doing, they can type in the right CUSIPs. They can get that information. You understand? You follow me? So my main thing is to let everybody know you're already engaging with the trust system. You're already engaging with a trust system. Now it's all about how to operate. I'm gonna say this slow for people because y'all need to be taking notes. It's about learning how to operate in a tax-free position and handing down wealth tax-free. You can't hand down the Social Security number. That's what people think. I mean, listen, man, you're putting assets under a Social Security trust. When you're using that number, you're putting this asset, what we call them assets, your house. You know, if I have a house, I might sign it up to do HUD housing or Section 8. I'm not going to stay in Section 8 housing. I will learn how to create a Section 8 housing for somebody else to stay in it so I can get paid every month. That's how that works. And you can do that with no money down. You just got to know the right people, the right plays. All this is all on the internet for free. All you got to do is be YouTube and the right stuff. But and that's another thing, because if you knew what your job was when you're part of your tribe, part of your clan, they call it family, you know. My chief was like, we can't use that family word no more. But for the sake of this, for teaching, we can still call it family. But what is your job? What's your job within your tribe, within your clique? Where do you stand? Y'all not unified. Because if you knew what your job was, you knew what you need to be educated on. All right? Because the clique, the tribe, the family, whoever it may be, the clan, they're going to invest and make sure you get the right education to better your skills. Because that's what's part of being part of the family trust is. That's what being part of the clique is, being part of the tribe is. Everybody being the best that they can be. All right? But a lot of people don't understand this. You have to understand that your last name, that's the wealth. That's where the wealth lies. And a lot of people are still not understanding this. It's your last name. Your last name. When you talk about the Rockefellers, they don't talk about which Rockefeller it is. You know, same way with the Trumps, man. You know how many Trumps there are? You only know one of them. They're handing down legacies. They're handing down their last name. It's families. It's clans. It's tribes. That's the government. That's what rules the world. That's the ruling class. And a lot of people don't understand that. It's the name. Your name, your last name is the wealth. Your last name is the wealth. You have to understand that. So when you die, you can hand down your wealth publicly or privately. You understand? Because everybody knows, everybody says two things are for certain. You're gonna die and pay taxes. Now I'm gonna tell you, one thing's for certain, you are gonna die, but not necessarily have to pay taxes. Paying taxes is not for everyone. Taxes is for those who come from an uninformed family, them uninformed clans. That's part of the public circuit. That's part of the public sector. And I could back up these claims, man. I could back up these claims. So if you find this information valuable, you already know what to do. Leave a donation on the Cash App. The Cash App is Dream Keepers Radio. Dream Keepers Radio, DreamKeepersRadio. Dream Keepers Radio. You can sign up at the Skool. Skool.com/Don Kilam. SKOOL.com/DONKILAM. So when you understand the national debt, break down the United States national debt starting off. One must understand that the Social Security number, the Social Security Trust Fund, not the number, the Social Security Trust Fund owns a significant portion of the United States national debt. And a lot of people don't even understand. So when they're filing their taxes, they file 1040 forms. That's making them an individual. That's getting away from the last name. You just change how you're handing down your legacy, how you're handing down your family's prosperity. Now your future offsprings will be dependents of a taxpayer. You know, when you should be, in actuality, if you're going to file taxes with anybody, it should be with the 1041. If anything, if the Social Security is an actual trust, you know, you got to know the definitions. But I want to take y'all to the definition of public sector. Anything in the public belongs to the government. The public sector is the part of the economy that is controlled by the government, even public banking, all public banking. If you're going in banks, just using their information, just using their files and forms, and just going with the default, it's all public information. It all belongs to the government. That's what I want to throw out there first and foremost. That's something you have to understand. So when you die, you're handing down your wealth publicly if you're using the social. If you're using a Social Security number. And you cannot hand down the Social Security number for generational wealth. The Social Security number is not designed for generational wealth. What the public is designed for, when you really break it down, when you really take a look at the public sector, because the public, I'm showing you what the public sector is. It's the part of the economy that the government controls. Does everybody agree? I'm getting 100, fire emoji, something. Let me know that you're following along. All right. You have to know. This is for public and private, they say, you know. But listen, the public sector is designed because it's quid pro quo. Let's look this up real quick. In the private sector, the part of the economy that the government does not control, all right, is not run by the government. Quid pro quo. Quid pro quo. It's everything is, you know, I want to give you the right term. It's the act of doing something in exchange for something of equal value. If I put up something, if I put up money, then somebody else has to put something up for collateral. It's even. It's fair exchange. Quid pro quo. That's the private sector. All right. So the public sector is designed for the insurance. So the private always gets paid. I hope that makes sense. Let me get a 100 fire emoji something so y'all know that makes sense. So the public sector is designed for insurance to make sure that the private gets paid. That's the only thing the public is used for. It's an insurance policy. That's what the Social Security number is. The Social Security Trust. It's insurance. The old age and survivors insurance. Trust fund pays retirement, survivor benefits, and disability insurance. DI Trust Fund pays disability benefits. This is the Social Security Trust Fund. And our financial accounts in the U.S. Treasury. There are two separate Social Security Trust Funds. The Old Age and Survivors Insurance, OASI, and the Disability Insurance, the DI. Look it up. That's from the Social Security Administration itself. So I need you to understand that. Because if you understand this, you might be able to make it in the private. We might be able to get somewhere in the private. You might even be able to get ahead in the private. But you gotta understand this. You gotta understand, you gotta understand, you gotta understand. The government set up the Social Security Trust. Okay? It's the government. Okay? It's a legislative act. So, Social Security Act 1935, Legislative Act, so it belongs to the government. You only control what you create. It's always going to benefit the government. The law created the Social Security program as well as insurance against unemployment. So when you sign up for certain forms with the government, you're using this number, it's always insurance for the government. So that's who's going to benefit from it. So you got to learn how to create your own things. That's all I'm saying. You got to learn how to create your own things. So if there's no trust, if there's no will, every asset that you have will be in a testate position and will go through something called probate, which is court. And that is the basis of the court system today. So the first key you have to understand of wealth is being in the correct tax position. You got to learn how to never receive income and funds directly. You create a separate, distinct entity. Now, the top elite, they strictly move in trust. But I want you to know, in the public, the pass-through entities, we are using corporations. We are using LLCs. We are using holding companies. But the top elite, they're strictly in trust. But wealthy families still create corporate structures, all right? But the first thing that you must understand is a family trust. A trust for the tribe, a trust for the family, a trust for the church. However you want to look at your family, however you want to look at your clique, however you want to look at your clan, your congregation, your assembly, all right? Because individuals cannot hand down wealth. An individual cannot hand down wealth. It's the last name. It's the family, all right? A trust is just like a person, except it cannot vote. A trust can do everything a person can do except vote. We're holding down, these old school 20s, man. Let's go. So, there's different types of trusts, and this is why you need to invest in your private education. There's over 100 different type of trusts, and that's why you need to invest in your private education with informed families. All right. Your last name is the asset, starting off in everything. That's who you work for. That's the grantor of the trust. They say, who's the grantor of the trust? You get to respond to family. You work for the family. And the public, they don't teach you the importance of your last name. And as simple as that, they take it. There has to be people appointed to take over family expenses, such as bills. All right. Your family looks at them as bills. They look at them as liabilities. When you have a family trust together, you're gonna look at those as deductibles. That's the difference between a unified family, an informed family, and an uninformed family. That's the difference between a slavery mindset and a sovereign mindset, and an entrepreneur mindset, and having that business mindset. They're no longer bills or deductibles. Your whole life is a deductible because you have to have the best to work for the family. You gotta understand, Warren Buffett works for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You know, they're part of foundations. That mansion is for the board members of the nonprofit, goddamn it, of the foundation. That's a charitable house. You understand? The private jets, those are trips. Those are the family business trips. That's a business trip. That's deductible. He got to get around in the best. Got to have the best clothes. You work for the family. It's not about you. It's about the family. Families hold wealth. Families hand down wealth. So once you're in the correct tax position, you can protect your assets with the trust. I got an event coming up in Las Vegas. People VIP, text private life to 480-573-4879. I'm gonna show you the cheapest routes, and then when you have money. Because I'm telling you, you can get dual nationality for as little as $250. Dual nationality, whole different country. Dual nationality. You can set up trust and offshore trust, offshore corporations, and have people set them up and be your agent, your fiduciary for little as $1,000, and you'll be in a great tax position. You know, I could show people how to do it on a budget, and then I could show people to go full steam ahead. You know, drop 15,000, 20,000. How to set it up correctly in places like the Cook Islands. You know, but you want to tap in, you want to come in. VIP is going to learn this September 28th. September 28th, I have a private meeting, just a handful of us, man. A couple handfuls. I'm gonna teach the game. Now, September 27th, Las Vegas, that's gonna be open to everybody. Man, it's gonna be on a pop in Las Vegas. We're gonna have we're having a private life takeover, man. I'm gonna have some big names in the building, man. I just want to throw that out there. So text private life to 480-573-4879 or sign up for the school to learn more. I actually got it in the school. If I can find it, I'll show y'all a little flyer. It's going down though. It's going down. I don't want to let's get back to the topic, man. Now, you have your right to contract. Private attorneys know how to administer a law, but they do not know, but that doesn't mean that they don't need their power from the state. So private attorneys don't need their power from the state from the state. Public attorneys do. So when public attorneys only can hand down codes and statutes within the state. So I just want to make sure y'all understand that. Now, if you're new to this, look up some case, not some case law. Go look up some federal codes, 28 USC. You'll see court means any court created by Congress of the United States, excluding the United States Tax Court. This is 28 USC 3002, subsection 2, definition of court. Definition of debt. Debt means an amount that's owing to the United States. I got some, y'all got to write this down. I'm trying to tell you. Debtor means a person who's liable for a debt. Person means corporation still under subsection 10. When you go down to 15, United States means federal corporation. So you understand it's all business. Now look, when you look up 15 USC 14(1), I'm gonna say this again. 15 USC 4724(e)(1). United States business means a United States citizen. United States business means a United States citizen. I cannot make this up. It also means a foreign corporation. A foreign corporation, including the District of Columbia. That's deep. I take everybody to 8 USC 1408 nationals, but not citizens of the United States, so you can learn how to be a national instead of a United States citizen, show you how to maneuver differently. And then how you can go to the Department of State, U.S. Department of State, their website, and go and get a certificate of non-citizen nationality. Certificates of non-citizen nationality. I'm not going to get deep on that today, though. Understand what a tax is. To impose a tax is to enact or declare a contribution. So they're saying when you pay a tax, that's a gift. Now, I said the estate planning bypasses probate when you have a trust or will. Both revocable and irrevocable trusts ensure assets go to beneficiaries without having them to endure a long, expensive, and public process of court. Social Security trust funds are financial accounts in U.S. Treasury. That's right there on ssa.gov. They are two separate Social Security trust funds. The Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund pays retirement and survivor benefits and disability insurance. Now, I want y'all to know, when you're using this trust, the Social Security number, that's called Sesta K Values. Sesta K Values. And this makes you a beneficiary of a trust or insurance policy. So when you're using, the only thing you can be is the beneficiary of this number, because the administration, the Social Security Administration, has made the government the trustees. And when you're in a beneficiary position, you have no power, you have no say. And that's what's going on. This is why the people think that the government's in control, because you keep identifying with a birth certificate. You keep identifying with an ID. You keep identifying with a Social Security number. That's putting you in Sesta K Values. When these people say, I authenticated my birth certificate, that's putting you in Sesta K Values. Sesta K Values, the beneficiary of a trust or an insurance policy. Beneficiaries hold no power. A trustee is a person or an entity responsible for and with the authority for managing and administering your trust according to your instructions in accordance with state law. They are considered a fiduciary, meaning they are held to a higher standard of care and owe certain duties to the beneficiary. This is a legislative act. It was created for the government. The only thing they can do is benefit the government, the people who created it. They created it to benefit them. That's why I need y'all to understand. Does that make sense, everybody? So the trustee holds the power. That's why it looks like the government's in control. The trustees are the administration, the Social Security Administration. They made the government the trustees. That's the only right you have to do is to vote who gets to be your boss. That's what happens with a certificate when you understand certificates. Now, in the private, we do business at something called arm's length distance. Arm's length distance. An arm's length transaction refers to a business deal in which buyers and sellers act independently without one party influencing the other. Arm's length transactions assert that both parties act in their own self-interest and are not subject to pressure from the other party. There's none of that with the Social Security Trust. But with a private trust, we create our private trust where you can operate in almost any jurisdiction tax-free. This isn't tax evasion, this is tax avoidance. And we're using the right to contract. Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. Now, when people understand this, understand in the private, we use case law to prove our what's going on. And you can look up Gregory versus Helvery. That's one of the case laws. And this court case, it clearly establishes tax avoidance and how to establish affairs by giving up ownership, by having a superior entity. And the superior entity is always going to be that private trust or unincorporated association that we created in the private. Private always comes before the public. Think about it. You need to have your private affairs together before you even create the public. The private contracts create the public ones. My private trust says, hey, you can open up a bank account in the public. My private constitution says, hey, we can go public with this holding company. Hey, this is a banking resolution. Go open up a bank account. Here's a trust certification. Go open up a bank account. It's all going to come in the minutes, the meeting minutes. That's how you get permission. You just don't go in the bank and open up a bank account. And a lot of people don't understand that. And then it's about having the business control the assets and not you. The family. We give up our assets for the family. I get to drive the family's car. I don't own a car. I get to use the family's because I work for the family. That's a stipend or a fringe benefit of working for the family. I get paid in stipends. You know, this is a family unit. This is family business. Private law is family law. And a lot of people don't understand that. Who could get you out of jail before you was 18? So what's the age of majority? Who used to be able to come to the door, come get you out of jail? Your mom and your dad. Family law is private law. A lot of people don't understand that at all. So we create superior entities, all right? What the government does, because you do what they do. Sometimes you can mimic what they do. They create something because they're under bankruptcy. I already proved that. They're under bankruptcy. The Social Security number owns the majority of the debt of the bankruptcy. They don't teach you that in school. But they create something, they create your name into something called a special purpose vehicle. This is what your family's supposed to do, create a special purpose vehicle. Instead, they got your people out here running up the cable bill, the electric bill, and your child's name, and that's not what you're supposed to do. You create something called a special purpose vehicle. A special purpose vehicle is a subsidiary created by the parent company. The parents should create their children's name as a subsidiary. It's called a special purpose entity or special purpose vehicle. Its legal status as a separate company makes its obligations secure even if the parent company goes bankrupt. A special purpose vehicle is sometimes referred to as a bankruptcy remote entity for this reason. That's game right there. A lot of people don't understand asset-backed securities. See, if you had a bunch of different businesses with a bunch of different business names coming in and dropping deposit things in trust, you think the bank, and you're doing this in the public, and you create family businesses, you think these banks are not going to offer you and extend you lines of credit and loans? But Article 1, Section 10, look it up. No state can interfere with a private obligation or contract. Simple as that. When it comes to identity, a family Bible record can be used as identity when you're staying private. That's the private sector, man. That's the private sector. You cannot default in the private because everything is quid pro quo. The private is based upon hard assets and credit. The public is about debt. The United States is a federal corporation under bankruptcy. The public is a debt position. Creditors can seize the assets in the public. The private keep those assets private. In the private, we have hard assets like rhodium, gold, silver. Now, and you have to understand this. There's certain gold and silver that's non-confiscatable. And you must understand how to look that up and hold that and prove that. Certain gold and silver is non-confiscatable because they labeled it as a commodity. But a private position is a superior position. A true trust will protect you from lawsuits. True trust is asset protection. It'll protect you from lawsuits. When you put your assets under the Social Security number, you could be sued for it. When you put your assets under the Social Security number, you can be sued for your assets. Your assets are made available to the public. Right or wrong, man. Let me get a 100 if I'm right. Let me know when I'm right. Let me know when I'm wrong. People are out here fighting for this birth certificate. People are out here fighting for this Social Security number. They're still identifying with this ID. They're still playing with their documents, their signs and symbols. This is what y'all are fighting for. This is what you say you want. When you put something under your Social Security number, it can be taken away from you. That's not arm's length business dealing. It's own nothing to control everything. You're not in a position of control. You're not in a position of power when you're claiming the Social Security number. So why y'all keep chasing it? Anytime you say it's yours or believe it's yours, you try to use this number incorrectly, you're in a beneficiary position. You have no power. You give up all your power. Own nothing, control everything. So here's what I'm telling you. Your job is, when you have a family trust, when you have family organizations together, your job is not to own the assets, it's to grow the assets. That's the number one fiduciary duty. To not own the assets, you grow the assets. Y'all got this mentality, this something for nothing mentality that's not right. That's not family business right there. That's consuming. That's being a consumer, and they got consumer law for your ass, and you'll never get ahead. You'll never get ahead because you can never be a boss. You can never be a leader. You can never build a kingdom with a consumer mentality. You can never be sovereign. Your kingdom will never be established with a consumer mentality. Think you're gonna get something for nothing. Like you got to build the foundation, baby. You got to build on solid ground, baby. You can't stack. The big bad wolf gonna come through now. He gonna huff and puff. And if you built on solid foundation, he can't blow that motherfucker down. We got the consumer mentality. We got the investor mentality. You always been the private investor. We know this. We know this. If they can calculate and make things appear a certain way that you have value, see, I hear this all the time. My birth certificate's worth billions of dollars. Well, go cash that motherfucker in then. It's not yours. You understand? You don't even have the original. When you get an authenticated autograph, that's the original autograph. So why would you authenticate a certified copy of your birth certificate? Certificate means title ownership. This means they're your maker. When you take this in, that means they're your maker. United States business, baby. United States business, baby. What we just say that meant, man? United States business means a United States citizen. That means you United States business, you property. You just proved they're your maker. Same way with the title of a car. The same as the government's. You don't even have the original certificate from the manufacturer. That got destroyed. I'm just trying to draw some game, though. That's all. That's all. Hope it's making sense for you. It's not going to make sense for everybody. Everybody can't go where I'm going. The family trust, when you understand you work for the family trust, you are to grow the trust. So the family trust will pay for your private education. The family trust will invest in your private education. It's a deductible. It's a deductible. The family trust, how it invests. Invest in something called private placement accounts. Just like they do. They do public placement accounts. We do private placement offerings. These are securities released for sale only to accredited investors, such as investment banks, pensions, or mutual funds. Private placement accounts. This is what we do in the private. everything that you're trying to do, what you're trying to learn out there, what a lot of people trying to learn out there, all right? Private placement accounts. That's what you need to study. That's how to move private shares and private stocks of a company when they're created. Before that company, when the company grows value in the public, the stock increases, you can take those stocks to a bank and get cash value. When your business is private and you got private stocks and the company is worth something, you can take that to the bank. You can take that to private investors, private placement accounts, private shares, private stocks, and then you can use that to invest in real estate. Use that for holding companies to invest in real estate. These are investments for the family trust. You know what else is an investment for the family trust? Insurance policies are investments for every family trust. This is the stuff we talk about in private trustee training. When you tap in with your boy Don Kilam, when you come to these meetings, understand the holding company. A lot of people don't even understand the importance of a holding company. A holding company is a company whose primary business is holding and controlling interests in the securities of other companies. They can hold and control the securities without owning them. These are how you create private placement accounts. If you want to be a private placement, you want to be an investor in these things, you create a holding company. You want to invest in real estate, create a holding company. And the beneficiary can be the trust. It could be an offshore, an offshore holding company. Onshore though, my holding companies are in Nevada, are one of the 5 charging order protection states. The reason being is because the way it's established. It's not opening up today, but there's no state income tax. See if I can open the image. Yeah, the image opened up. So no state income tax, corporate income tax, franchise tax. You can remain anonymous if you want to. You don't have to share anything with the IRS. It's always case law. The judicial system is always case law. I mean, that's in Delaware, Alaska, all of that, And that's how we're moving. That's how we're moving. Now, I'm giving y'all game right now. So, with the private trust investing, because you got to understand, everybody. So in the private, you're still gonna have an asset portfolio. You're gonna have a portfolio for your assets. So, in what the trust is investing in, all right, or what your trusts are investing in, or what your companies are investing in. However, you got it established, all right. So you're gonna have private placement accounts, private shares and stocks, real estate, holding companies, insurance policies, because if you work for the trust, we got to be able to replace it if you die, because you're an asset to the trust. The trust will be the beneficiary of the insurance policy. And I'm not gonna get deep. We're gonna talk about it in a little bit about Keyman Insurance. All right, there's a lot to go over with what we're talking about, but you are the greatest asset of the family trust. You have to remember that. So if you have an insurance policy and yourself, the trust is the insurance policy beneficiary. So if you pass the trust, if you pass away, the trust can fill itself back up and have capital for the family trust and the offspring to step into a passive income situation when they can take the salary or take the money and reinvest it. Hope that makes sense. So if you pass, you have life insurance, the trust can fill itself back up and have capital for the family trust and the offspring to step into the passive income situation where they can take the salary or take the money and reinvest it. Because they're not the beneficiary. There's no families that's a beneficiary. You get to take positions. So insurance or private contracts, remember that. So private holding companies are one of the 5 charging order protection states to hold real estate. These are considered asset classes. things to be a part of the portfolio of a family trust. Tax-free positions and grow the assets. So next, here's what a lot of people don't know. The family trust can hand down wealth through something called endowments. Tax-free. Tax-free. The average individual never even heard of endowments because they can't hand down one. Only trusts, charities, and only trusts, charities, and foundations can hand down endowments. We set up an endowment contract where the family trust gets funded forever. All right. And that's what's going on out here in the public. In the public. The Rockefellers, all these HCBUs that you think are for Black, they were funded by the Rockefellers and they're part of an endowment where the family gets paid forever. So an endowment is a gift to a nonprofit organization to be used for a specific purpose. And the term endowment is also used to refer to the total investable assets of a nonprofit institution like a university. The endowment, also known as institution principal or corpus, is used for operations or programs that are consistent with the wishes of the donor. And then they got restricted endowments. But I'm telling you, when you look it up, go look it up. Y'all can look it up yourself. Y'all Google it on your own. But there's a lot of ACBUs, ACA. Y'all know what I mean. The Black colleges. Hey, look them up and see who they was funded by. Oh, we're gonna look it up. Morehouse, Spelman, peer review, 3 HBCUs. Getting funded by Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Corporation. Wow. A lot of them. Understand that. That's what's going on. It's paying their families forever. So this is why the Rockefellers are still powerful. The most popular schools were funded by them, over 35 colleges. Howard, Spelman, Morehouse. Some of the endowment contracts are funded forever in perpetuity, paying out private families who funded these schools. Perpetuity. So how can you lose? How can you lose when your family's being paid out perpetuity? How can you lose or your offspring lose when you're wealthy from an investment 3 or 4 generations ago and it's tax-free? You can't lose. So going back to their family charities. So like you're not the beneficiary, the family trust is. I hope that makes sense. I'm talking about you benefit from the jet, the Rolls Royce, the suits, trust to be trustee, meal plans, health plans. That all comes from the family trust. Private family foundations always pay out the family. Private family foundations always are the ones who pay out the family. This is the informed system. It's your private family foundation. It's a charity established just for your family. Hope that makes sense. It's a charity established just for your family because you work for the family. This is family business. All your businesses that you're creating is for the family. Don Kilam University endowments. God damn it. Uninformed families use the Social Security benefits and allow the public government to get a piece of everything, exposing the public. Y'all out here following UCC ones. How crazy does this sound to the elite? Do you think the Rockefellers are going to expose any of their assets on a UCC one? Do you think the Rothschilds are going to expose any assets on the UCC one? It's own nothing, control everything. We don't own nothing. We don't own nothing. When you filling out public forms and putting your assets and serial numbers and all that shit, it's part of the public sector now. Now the government knows about it. Endowments can be set up as a family school, a library, a hospital. Endowments are private contracts, which makes it in a superior position. $1 million worth of game for you today. If you find this information valuable, you know what to do. The Cash App is Dream Keepers Radio. Dream Keepers Radio. DreamKeepersRadio. Dream Keepers Radio. Dropping game today. Every hospital, school, library were created by endowments. You don't own the wealth any longer. You control it. Family foundations. Why will we create a family foundation, a family charity? Because charities will be around forever. Everybody's always going to need money. Everybody's going to need loans. Everybody's going to need handouts. They're around forever. Perpetuity. New word for y'all. Perpetuity. Now, when it comes to businesses and charities, there's a difference between being founded by and being funded by. I need y'all to understand this, especially when it comes to these schools, all of this. There's a difference between being funded by and being founded. Founded by and funded by, two different things. Now, when you say you hear Warren Buffett say he's giving all his money to charity, it's his charity. His children become trustees of the charity once he passes. That's why his children don't get nothing. They become trustees of the charity. Public capacities means exposure. So once your money has been taxed, it can be placed correctly as an asset. If you got money, like even when you've been working, because people say I work, when you get taxed, once it's been taxed, once it's an asset, you don't have to be taxed again. But as long as it's in your hands, you can be sued for it. Or it can become confiscated because you're a public servant. So you gotta learn how to use things correctly. Because if you're using it incorrectly, you'll be taxed again on the same money you were just taxed for. Or you can place it in a private position and not be taxed. Private families mentor each other and other private families. So you truly can't learn all this information in the public because it would not maintain full privacy. You cannot learn all this information in the public because it cannot maintain full privacy. It's that simple. And a lot of people don't understand that. So make sure you text Private Life to 480-573-4879. You do not need a private community and private. You do need a private community and private training in order to maintain full privacy. All right. Private syndicates, private tribes, private trustee training with your boy Don Kilam. Tap in. I'm telling you, I got training going on in Las Vegas. It's the end of September. You better tap in. See, the mentors I learned from, they don't speak in the public. So when you learn how to pass on your wealth tax-free, you gotta learn how to pass on your wealth to not be sued. You gotta learn how to pass your wealth on to be free from the government and not be taxed. And when you're in the public, you just tell the public you're handing down everything in charity, just like Warren Buffett. Simple as that. Doesn't matter what charity, doesn't matter that's your family's charity, you're handing down the charity. The foundation's paying for the jet. The private family foundation. The private family foundation is paying for the clothes. It's a business trip that the private family foundation is paying for. The foundation is paying for the food. The charity is going to take care of the trustees of the charity. So that's how the wealthiest people in the world can remain tax-free. You have to learn privacy and how to keep even your name private from the government. All people in the public are controlled by their legal title, which they believe is their name. It's a legal title. And it's not an accident, it's a lifestyle. Private wealth communities are created by passing down information. All right? They don't have a work mentality. You have an entrepreneur mentality, a wealth mentality. People with the Social Security number, that's a slavery mentality. It's a work mentality. The public is used to create a slavery mindset, which is all the choice. SDK use. A lot of people try to be the trustee and the beneficiary, and that's called the doctrine of merger or the alternate ego doctrine, and that's removing your liability. because everyone wants to be a consumer. Everyone wants to be wants to benefit. As a trustee, the trust owns the vehicle. So a trustee always drives the vehicle. The trustee always drives the trust. So understand the difference between public and private. The trustee drives the trust. The trustee of the Social Security number is the government. And a lot of people not understanding that. Social Security Administration, you can't be that. There's 60K values if you try to claim anything outside of that, because you're not the government. You don't need a social to acquire EIN. I've taught that, I teach that in the school. But understand, the EIN should never come before the contract. The contract, the private agreements, the private trust, this is what creates the EIN. This is what gives permission. This is what lays down the instructions to establish the EIN. This is called form versus substance. Private trustee training. Form versus substance. This is the private trustee training term. The doctrine of substance over form is one of the IRS weapons of choice in attacking such transactions. The doctrines hold that the substance rather than the technical form of a transaction governs its tax consequences. Overstand it. I dropped this game. So listen, any way they try to get your ass, I got you. Man, I do this for real. But a lot of y'all out here just talking. A lot of y'all out here just talking. The substance is what matters. People think that the paperwork don't matter. That's what matters, is a substantiating information. The minutes for the trust, the corporation, the operating agreements, the bylaws, the constitution, the banking resolutions, everything. Everything I was just talking about earlier. Substance. Substance matters. Form versus substance. You can just create an EIN without the corporate documents from the corporate officer or the trustees. You have to have all this in place before you create an EIN. If you don't have this in place, the IRS will mess you around, substantiating evidence, especially if you're saying you're taking deductions for this or that, and it's not in the minutes. Let me know if that makes sense, because I'm trying to drop this game for y'all. Making sense, making sense. All right. So another thing we talk about in trustee training, because everybody knows about the whole life and all of that, but you can also get key person insurance or key man insurance, a life insurance policy that a company purchases on the life of an owner, a top executive, or another individual considered critical to the business. Key person insurance, key man insurance. The company is the beneficiary of the policy and pays the premium. I'm not going to get deep on that today. I just thought I'd throw it out there because I brought it up. Another thing before I close, I got a few more things to talk about too, but I had some people talking about attorneys. So you got to understand in my realm, how I move with my trust, family trust, attorneys are consultants for the trust, not the trustee. An attorney can never be a trustee on my trust. An attorney should never be a trustee in a trust. You hire the attorney doesn't hire you. So the trust hires the attorney as a consultant. The attorney is to protect an asset litigations, not to grow the trust. So they're not the trustee. Remember, we said as a trustee, you're here to not own the assets, but to grow the assets. The attorney is to protect the assets, not to grow the assets. Now that's some trustee training for your ass. You understand? Trustee training for sure, for sure. So I do want people to because I made some statements. Go ahead and look up the form, IRS Form 8863. Form 8863. This is the education tax credits. This is how you can get education tax credits for that family trust. You know, that we got tuition form. You run that like a 1099. That's a 1098T tuition statement. That's what the school files. You can get health insurance back. You can get sick pay back. Look up Form 8962 for the health insurance, um, and get that back. Form 9, I want to say 9. I mean, there's a lot, man. There's a lot you can do. And I just learned from a business owner about net operating losses, net operating losses for your business. And you can get up to you can, as one person, you can write up to $250,000 off. You can get that credited as a tax credit or a deduction for any losses with your business. So that's, just look up net operating losses for your business. Publication 536. So I'm learning a lot when it comes to family businesses. But everything is a write-off. You know, your rent, everything's a deduction. We ain't even gonna say write-off, everything's a deduction, man. And that's the game. That's the family trust game, man. I just dropped it down for you real quick. You know, sponsored by Trump. You feel me? Sponsored by your boy Trump, man. You know, they got the Trump water, they got it all, man. So text private light to 40573-4879 or click the link in the bio to join the school. But I got a private trustee training coming up September 27th and 28th. We're gonna have the event on the 27th, and we're gonna have trustee training on the 28th. You don't want to miss it, man. Tap in and tune in. You find this information valuable, leave a donation. I don't care if it's $1, I don't care if it's $5, if it's $10, whatever, man. Dream Keepers Radio, all one word, DREAM, Keepers, KEEPERS Radio, RADIO, Dream Keepers Radio on the Cash App, man. But text private line to 480-573-4879 or click the link in my Instagram bio, DON_KILAM, DON_KILAM, and sign up for the private community. Much peace and love.